No intro today. There will not be an intro today. No intro today. Let's see. All right, we're not going to be doing an intro because Trump's getting ready to speak, and I want to get this on right away. So let's go ahead and sorry, guys. I didn't plan on going on for another hour, but then I saw Trump's speech, and I didn't see anybody else covering it today. So we are jumping right into it. Every American heart, and it's time we stand. We're going to have to cut the music until he walks up to the podium. Once he walks up to the podium, then I will turn the audio back on. But I kind of thought you guys might, we watching it together with other people who love Trump, now understand I love Donald Trump as a president, but I do not love him as a savior of anything. Okay. So let's make that very clear right off the bat. Trump is, he's a man who, through his convictions has done everything that he said that he was going to do. To me, that is a man who viably is the best ideal for our president in the future and today. So once this music stops, I will crank him on full blast and we'll go with that. So there's no intro today or anything. We're just getting right into it. I hadn't planned on going on until 2:00. But I figured that, I get tired of watching him by myself, So let's go ahead and let's get him on here. Here we go.
Thank you very much. This is really what our country is all about. We're going to bring it back. We're going to bring it back from hell because right now we're in hell. And a big hello to Iowa. You've been tremendous. We have all victories in Iowa, primary victories, election victories. We had them in other states also, but they didn't count them. But we had them in Iowa, and I want to just tell you I'm really honored. This is great turnout. This is a beautiful section. They said you broke the all-time record in this building, so that's pretty good. But I'm thrilled to be back with thousands of proud, hard-working American patriots in the heartland of America. It really is. It's incredible people. Let me begin by wishing everyone a very happy Thanksgiving. It's happening very soon. And think of this, we're just 58 days away from Iowa's first in the nation caucuses. And who do you think kept you first in the nation? I wonder who. With not a lot of help from other people, but we kept you first in the nation. On Monday, January 15th, we're going to win the Iowa caucuses. We're going to crush Joe Biden next November, and we're going to very simply make America great again. I want to thank some of our great politicians and celebrities and others. We got a lot of them in this room, but one of them, the first person to endorse me in the whole country. Forget about Iowa. He's in the whole country. Brad Zahn, your senator. Come here, Brad. He's incredible. He was the first one in the whole country. Before I announced, he said, this guy in New York should run. He's going to be the one to do it. And I tend to remember those people. I happen to be loyal, unlike some people, right? We happen to be loyal. So thanks very much, Brad. I appreciate it. Tim Crayenbrink. Tim, thank you very much. Where's Tim? Thank you very much. Jeff Taylor and Lynn Evans. Incredible. Thank you. Where are you? Thank you. Thank you very much. Great, incredible people. state representatives. And remember this name, Bobby Kaufman, because he has got a great future. Maybe even a better future than his father. I don't know. I don't want to get into family squabbles. Maybe even better than his father, who happens to be great. Mike Sexton, Derek Wolf. Derek, thank you. Great job. Great job. Thanks, Derek. Luana Stoltenberg, who was terrific. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Luana. And National Committee woman, Tamara Scott. Tamara. Thank you very much. Great. Thank you very much. And Webster County Sheriff. There's no crime in that county. Luke Fleener. Where's Luke? Where is Luke? There's no crime with Luke. I want to just thank everybody. It's an incredible group of people. And the people I introduced, they gave me their endorsements early, and they gave them strong, and we appreciate it. And we're supposedly like 40 or 50 points up. But, you know, we won't do like in the NFL, go prevent defense. We have to keep going, right? And we're going to be back 4 or 5 times, maybe 6 times, I understand. And we'll be back before the election, which is taking place very, very soon. Your caucuses, and you are indeed first in the nation, and we're going to keep you that way. We're going to keep you that way for a long time. Today, the radical left Democrats and their allies in the fake news media, right back there, all those people with the camera, are having an absolute meltdown because last night our campaign won a gigantic court victory in Colorado. We had a very radical left judge, and the radical left judge was saying a lot of things that weren't nice. And in the end, she saw the light. She saw the light and did what was supposed to have been done. And we won, and we demolished their and defeated. You know, they had a outrageous attempt. The same people that have been suing me for like 7 years. Crew. You ever hear of Crew? Bunch of losers. Crew. They've been losing for 7 years, but they don't stop. They'll never stop. But it was an outrageous attempt at disenfranchising millions and millions of voters by getting us thrown off the ballot. And the judge in the end said, we can't do that. So, you know, they can't do that. If they did that, I think it would have been very difficult for our country. So we've now beaten the radical left Democrats' election rigging ballot qualification scam in Colorado and Michigan and Minnesota and New Hampshire and other states. And we're just on our way. It was just another idea. They talked about the 14th Amendment. You know, they came up with this concept. Maybe we can keep him up. Maybe just, what are we going to do with this guy? This guy is crazy. What are we going to do with him? They're very tired of us. You know, we won the first one, and we won the second one even bigger. And we got screwed. That's what happened. We had a rigged election. Our opponents are showing every day that they hate democracy. They're trying every illegal move they can to try and steal this election because they know that in a free and fair fight against President Trump and crooked Joe Biden, Biden doesn't have a shot. He's going to be going down into his basement again. He's going to be hiding. Now, when you look at all the things that, even if you just go to some of the more modern things that we caught, like the 51 agent saying it was Russia disinformation, the laptop from hell, right? Russia disinformation, or the FBI Twitter files, or so much else. We don't even have to go into all of the ballot stuffing that is on tape from the 2,000 mules. You know, you look at 2,000 mules and you see thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands actually, of votes being stuffed into ballot boxes. They don't want to hear about that. They don't want to hear. Now, we can never forget. We can never let history go. You know, anybody that doesn't study history and take it to heart is a fool. And you have to know, because we can't let that happen again. We can't let it happen again. Under crooked Joe Biden, we have uncontrolled inflation, an invasion of our southern border, rampant crime, wars in Europe, and a war that just started in the Middle East. And look at what's going on with the attack on Israel. This world is a mess. You know, I was very honored. One of the strongest leaders, thank you. I think he said good things. One of the strongest leaders, Viktor Orban from Hungary, they asked him 2 weeks ago, they asked him, what would you tell President Biden? There's so many things going on with wars all over the world. And in his country, you have inflation and you have the border. That's the worst border probably ever anywhere in the world. I don't think there's ever been a border like that in the world. And just 3 years ago, we had the best border we ever had, the best. And now we have the worst border we've ever had, but the worst border in the world. And they asked this leader, and he's a very strong man, very strong, powerful man, and one of the most respected leaders in the world. It's tough, no games, right? Hungry. And they asked him, what would you tell President Biden to do? He said, I tell him to get out of office and let Trump run the thing, because when he ran it, we had no wars, we had no problems. He defeated ISIS. He totally defeated ISIS. China was not a problem. They respected him. He used a stronger word than respect, but I don't want to use that. But China respected him. Russia respected him. Kim Jong-un respected him from North Korea. And now our world is a mess like we've never seen before. The world is a mess and our country is a mess. I don't think we've ever seen anything like it. How about, they don't want to bring it up, the fake news anymore, but how about when you talk about the most embarrassing period of time in the history of our country, which is Afghanistan, the way we surrendered, it was like a surrender. We've never had a time like that, giving away $85 billion worth of equipment, leaving hundreds and hundreds of people there. We don't even know how many people are still there. Taking out the soldiers first. You take the soldiers out last. And we had 13 dead and 38 horribly injured and hundreds of people killed. Hundreds of people killed. That was the worst period of time, I think, and most embarrassing for our country in the history of our country. Never been anything like it. And we're not going to let that crap happen again with our country. We can't. We can't. Every sane person without what they call Trump derangement syndrome, you know what that is? It's a great honor. I had a disease named after me. Trump derangement syndrome wants to get back to how great we had it under the Trump administration. We had the strongest economy in the history of our country. We had the most secure border that we've ever had by far. We had peace all over the world. It was called peace through strength. We had Iran as a country that wasn't going to go anywhere or do anything. They weren't. And I told a story last week or 2 weeks ago for the first time when we, thank you. Thank you. Doesn't sound like my kind of a lover, but that's okay. Thank you. He's all man, that guy. I gotta tell you, you gotta see this guy. Anyway, but thank you very much. Something happened that was very interesting because one of our drones was shot down and we countered with that, and they had a counter. This is Iran, and they countered. I said, if you counter, you're going to be in deep trouble. If you counter, you better not counter. And they called us and they said, listen, we're going to aim at a fort, a military base, but we're not going to hit it. These are very accurate missiles. They have actually very accurate missiles. They have very good stuff, unfortunately. But we're going to send up 18 missiles and we're not going to hit. So of the 18 missiles, 6 of them self-destructed in air. And the rest of them landed outside of the military base and areas where there were no people, so nobody was killed. They had some explosions. But when they call us to tell us, listen, don't be upset, don't be angry, we sort of have to do it because we have to do it. You know, they have self-respect also. We hit them, they have to do something. But we're going to hit, but we're not going to hurt anybody. Please understand that. And I said, that's a sign of respect. Do you think they do that now? We had 59 attacks over the last 3 or 4 weeks. They don't say we're not going to hurt anybody. They're trying badly to hurt people. But with me, they said, we're not going to hurt anybody. We're not going to do anything that's bad. Please understand. Don't get angry at us, please. So that's the way it should be, right? That's the way it should be. This week, crooked Joe Biden was in San Francisco for a summit with China, looking like he had absolutely no idea where he was, what was happening, what the hell he was supposed to do. He walked up with a man who looks like a piece of granite, right? He's strong like granite. He's strong. I know him very well. President Xi of China. And he's standing there. He's a fierce person. Now, the press doesn't like it when I say good things about, but what can I say? He runs 1.4 billion people with an iron hand. And they say, oh, he said good things about him now. He happens to be a very smart person. If I say a certain leader is smart, that's controlling a big part of the world, the press gets upset that I say smart because that's a good thing. No. Very smart people. These are very smart people, but they're dealing with very stupid people. Our leader is a stupid person. Our leader can't get off this stage. You see this stage? When he's finished with a speech, by the time whatever it is he's taking wears off, and he's looking. Okay, thank you. How do I leave? That's what happened. This is the guy we have keeping us out of nuclear war. And by the way, I've been indicted more times than Alphonse Capone. He's the most vicious of all gangsters. If he took you to dinner and if you didn't look proper, if you laughed a little bit, he might think you're laughing at him. It's dangerous to laugh. He'd kill you immediately. He was indicted one time. I was indicted 4 times. Once I got indicted the first time, though, I said, now the gloves are off, because out of respect for the office of the presidency, very important, I never hit him this hard. But now I say it. He's the most incompetent president we've ever had. He's the worst president we've ever had. He's a total crook. I would never say those things because just out of respect for the office, I would never say those things. But now you can say it. We have a crooked president who gets money from China. That's why everyone says he's so weak with China. You know why? Because he got a lot of money from China, and they know how much. We don't. And Jamie Comer and Jim and everybody, they're doing a good job. But they'll never find out the real numbers. But China knows the real numbers, and it's a lot. And we have a president who's very corrupt and who's controlled very much by a lot of foreign countries. And this is not a man that should be running our country. It's not a man that should have ever been ascended to power, because you know what happened, and it was a disgrace. But now I say it, so now I can talk, because when I get in that, that's not supposed to happen. When we got 75 million votes. We got more votes than any sitting president in history by far. And if we got millions of less, they said you had to win. If we got 63 million votes the first time, so you got many millions more votes. And they said if you get the same 63, there's no way you can lose. Well, we got many millions more than that. So we had a situation. We can never let that happen again, because we're not going to have a country left. But now it allows me to speak properly. He's incompetent. He's the worst president we've ever had. And the happiest person anywhere in this country right now is Jimmy Carter, because his administration looked brilliant compared to these clowns. It looked brilliant. Jimmy Carter was, compared to Biden, Jimmy Carter was a brilliant, brilliant president. And I was never a big fan. He was a brilliant president. Compared, there's never been a president like this. This guy's the worst. Every voter needs to ask themselves, who do you want to have sitting across the table from President Xi or President Putin? Which, by the way, I stopped his pipeline in Europe. You know that, right? They said, oh, Trump was weak on Russia. Putin said to me, if you're weak on Russia, I'd hate like hell to see a strong guy. I stopped his pipeline. And Biden then approved it when Putin said, you got to approve it. And Biden approved it. But I don't know how many people know. It's called Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of it until I came along. I said, they're building a pipeline to Germany and going to take care of all of Europe. And we're defending Europe with NATO, where we spent a lot more. But what I did is I cut it back, and I got everybody to now pay, because most of them weren't paying. A little thing that the press never likes reporting on. But I ended the pipeline, the biggest thing they ever did. There's nothing bigger than what they did. We're building this massive pipeline. I stopped it. And then Biden came in, and within the first week, he approved it, and it got built. And I think it's just a shame. And then they say, because they're all about misinformation, And they'll say, Trump was weak on Russia. And they say, man, the people that know what's going on, they say, man. And not only that, the sanctions and everything else. By the way, Russia would have never, ever in a million years invaded Ukraine. And Putin knew that. He knew that. Since Crooked Joe took office, it's been one Biden surrender and disaster after another from China. If you take a look at what's going on over there, both on trade, I mean, what's happening, at least they haven't had the courage to take off my tariffs on China because it's just too much money. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars because of tariffs I put on China. And you read where China's not doing so well right now. You know why? Thank you very much. Although I did get Iowa and farmers, I got the farmers, and actually some manufacturers came out of it too. $28 billion, right? $28 billion. You think Biden lies awake at night, tossing and turning and sweating and thinking about how he's going to get $28 billion from China for the farmers of Iowa, Nebraska, and some of the farm states, Wisconsin? No, but a lot of people in this room opened up big fat checks and they went out. I said, when I get finished with this deal, because I made a great deal with China, I don't talk about it after COVID because I think it was so horrible what happened, because it came out of the Wuhan labs, and I said it a long time ago. And what happened, and I believe it was incompetence. A lot of people say it wasn't incompetence. It was on purpose to get rid of me. But I don't believe that actually. I believe it was incompetence. Somebody came out, he had it, he gave it to the girlfriend. The girlfriend died, he died, everybody started dying. I believe it was gross incompetence, which, is terrible. But when you look at what happened there and you look at all of the problems that this world has suffered, and I said, I want money from them. And we took in hundreds of billions of dollars over the years, and we gave $28 billion to the farmers. And just so you know, my people have said, sir, please don't talk about that so much. It makes you sound very arrogant. I said, wait a minute. I got $28 billion for the farmers of Iowa and other farm states. And I told them a year before I got that money, and a year before we made the best trade deal anyone's ever seen, which was actually with China, where they bought $50 billion worth of, and they're supposed to be doing it. The problem is nobody's policing them now because these guys don't know they're alive. But you're supposed to police them. But they were buying $50 billion. And I said, remember the one thing? Go out, relax for a little while, but soon you can go out, buy more land and bigger tractors, right? I said, buy bigger tractors. Which kind of tractor do you like? John Deere? Case? What do you like? John Deere? They're all beautiful. As long as they're made in this country, we like them, right? Biden shut down the investigation into the Wuhan lab. He canceled my program to root out Chinese spies. He weakened my China tariffs. They are weakened. And we had strong tariffs. They used to come in and say, we don't want, at the beginning when I put the tariffs on, they're great negotiators. They said, we don't really care. We don't care. I said, they don't care. Let's raise them. So we raised them from 10% to 20% to 30% to 40% to 50%. Then one day they came in. Look, you got to stop. You're killing us with these. I said, it did have an impact, No, they're great negotiators. They pretended they didn't care about them. And that really just led me to keep doing it because we took in so much money. But Biden let China open up military bases in Cuba, 90 miles off our shores. Can you believe that? They have a base in Cuba. Nobody even talks. The fake news doesn't talk about it because it's so bad. Anything bad, they don't talk about. They don't talk about Afghanistan withdrawal either. And I was going to withdraw too, but with dignity and strength. And the soldiers were coming out last. And we were going to keep Bagram. Bagram is the biggest air base just about there is anywhere in the world. The biggest runways, most powerful. They can hold, I think they're 8 feet deep in concrete. They can hold anything, and we gave it up. And I didn't want it for Afghanistan. I wanted it because that's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear missiles. And we gave it up. Why did we give it up? This thing cost billions of dollars many years ago. We didn't need it for Afghanistan, but it was right next to where they make their missiles, China. And now you know who occupies that? China occupies it. How stupid are these people? It's so sad. But we'll get it back, maybe. You know, maybe we'll get it back as part of a trade deal. Give us back that damn airport. And, you know, we didn't have one soldier killed in 18 months. I spoke to Abdul, the head of the Taliban, and the press went crazy. You spoke to him over the phone. I said, yeah, you know, that's where the killing is. I got to speak to him. I can't speak to Barron Trump. I can't speak to this beautiful young lady in the first row with the glasses. How are you? She looks like she's a good fan. She's got all that Trump stuff on her. But it's not going to help speaking to you. But they said to me, why are you speaking to him? I said, well, why do we ask Jesse James, right? Jesse James, great bank robber. They say, Jesse, why do you always rob banks? He says, because that's where the money is, right? And I say the same thing. Why do you speak to the Taliban? Because that's where the killing was, right? And I said, Abdul, if you do this, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by our country. Don't do it. And he said, may I ask you a question, Your Excellency? He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls Biden Your Excellency. I don't think so. He said, but why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you'll have to think about that, Abdul. You have to think about that. And we didn't have one soldier even shot at for 18 months after that. Not one soldier was shot at until we had that catastrophe of the election catastrophe, which led to the stupidest pullout that if you asked a child, any 5 or 6-year-old children here, because if I see that young lady, she's very young, if I asked her, would you pull your soldiers out first or last? She would say, sir, you'd pull your soldiers out last. The only ones that would pull them out first are the Biden people. If you think about it, not one good thing has happened in 3 years. Inflation's killing us, everything. There hasn't been one good thing to happen in the Biden. Now he wants to go all electric cars. Let's go all electric. They don't go far and they cost too much, right? Very simple. It sounds like it's very simple. They don't go far. You know, I think it's great if you want to, you know, go for a ride for about 15 minutes before you have to. We're going to change it all. That thing comes off right away, immediately. That mandate, we'll call it a mandate, comes off right away. But it's very simple. Crooked Joe is weak on China because Crooked Joe is owned by China. He's owned by China. Does anybody know that? He's a corrupt politician and he's totally compromised. See, now I can say that because he went after me. I would never have said that because of the office of the president. Even if I believed it, I wouldn't have said it because it's a rough thing to say. But he's true. He's a corrupt politician and he's owned by a lot of these countries. Afghanistan also. His son got $83,000 a month, didn't he? And he got $3 million upfront payment to advise them on oil. And he knew nothing about energy or oil. He got $83,000 a month, they say. Think of that. $83,000 a month and an upfront payment of $3 million to be on their board and to advise them on energy. What do you know about energy? No, nothing. Oh, remember the interview? What do you know about energy, Hunter? Nothing. The Biden crime family took millions of dollars from a company controlled by the Chinese Communist Party, with Joe Biden personally receiving large deposits of cash. And now we have a Manchurian candidate in the Oval Office. He's a Manchurian candidate. You know the Manchurian candidate? Go check it out. Go watch the movie. It was pretty good. Not as bad as the real thing. That's one thing. The real thing is even worse. But less than 1 year from now, we will take back the White House from this crooked person. Because Joe Biden's banana republic ends on November 5th, 2024. We got to make sure it ends. And if it doesn't end, we don't have a country anymore, just so you understand. I don't want to be negative. If it doesn't end, we don't have a country anymore. This week, We also learned that Joe is planning yet another Biden betrayal. It was just reported that the Biden administration has been secretly plotting to resurrect one of the all-time worst sellouts and deals ever made by our country. I canceled it, you remember? Killing American workers, the disastrous Trans-Pacific Partnership. Remember that? The TPP was a globalist hit job on family farmers, American manufacturers, and in particular on automakers. You won't make any more cars here. I hope the union heads know that, because I think we're going to get most of the auto workers, because when they go to all electric cars, which is preposterous, you can't make them here because we don't have the minerals, we don't have the materials for it. We have a thing called gasoline. That's what we have. And we should be using what we have, not what China has. So they won't be making cars here. So we're not going to be making cars. So those auto workers, they can get there. Whatever deal they make is no good, because you're not going to have any car making in 2 years if they win. If they win the election, you won't be making any cars here. People don't know, we lost over 50% of our car manufacturing business over the last 30 years with stupid politicians. It went to Mexico, went to Canada, and it went to China and lots of other places, and Japan. It went to a lot of places. The one place it didn't go is here, 52%. Hillary Clinton, Ron DeSanctimonious, and Crooked Joe were all for it. They all wanted to do it, but I just said, nope, I'm not going to let it happen, and I stopped PPP my very first week as president of the United States. And a lot of people were extremely happy. You know, we're happy people that knew what was happening, because that would have killed our manufacturing businesses in this country. Now Crooked Joe is back with TPP2. It's worse than the first one, threatening to pulverize farmers and manufacturers with another massive globalist monstrosity designed to turbocharge outsourcing to Asia. It's going to Asia. Asia's doing very well. Under the next administration and our next administration, Biden plan for TPP2 will be dead on day one. It'll be dead before I get to the top of the stairs. We have so many different things. I'll give you an example. So, you know how beautiful the inauguration is. You're down and you're walking up these beautiful stairs to Capitol. Everything's so beautiful. As I'm walking up, I'll be signing about 4 or 5 different documents. I'm not going to wait to get to the other. I may even have a very tiny little desk put on the 20th stair, because I always like to sign with a desk. Your signature looks much better than holding it up like. But I may have a little tiny desk put up there so that I can sign on the border. I can sign. We're going to complete everything. You know, we built over 500 miles of wall, but we're going to secure our border. If we didn't have that wall, forget it. And by the way, Mexico paid for a lot of it. You know, they had 28,000 soldiers that they paid. Couldn't get them to pay for the wall because there's no mechanism to do that. How do they pay for a wall that we're building? You know, there was a little legal problem. But they paid much more because they paid for 28,000 soldiers along the border that did a whole beautiful job, you know, with the bullets going both ways. Pancho Villa, do you ever see? Pancho, they're less politically correct than we are, I can tell you that. And they did a great job. And we're going to do another thing. We're going to be signing something before I get to the top step. I'm seriously thinking about doing this. We'll knock out TPP. We'll do that. It'll only take an instant. But we're going to be signing to do something else. Drill, baby, drill. That's what we're going to be signing. You know, I love these guys. You know what these people are? These are front row Joes. They've been here for, like, some of them 100 rallies. This isn't a rally. This is just a little get-together. You got to see these rallies. They're bigger than ever. So here, you guys have to split this out. See what that says? Trump caucus captain. Can I give it to them? Do you mind? Okay, here. Thank you very much. So you guys figure it out who gets it, you know? I have another one here. We'll give it to a real caucus captain, right? But we're going to sign that. Our military is fantastic, what we did. You know, don't forget, we defeated ISIS. We knocked them out. People don't realize. It's supposed to take 4 years, and we did it in 4 weeks. But we're going to sign some of these things before I get to the top. I think that would be a cool expression. In other words, I don't want to wait to get to the top of the steps, say, go home and change. First Lady, you have a different suit. I'd like to be a little comfortable. No, we'll sign before we get to the top of the steps. On the border, no more coming in unless you come in legally. Very simple. Very simple. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful, beautiful chant, USA. And somehow they associated with me, which is pretty sad because that means a lot of people they don't associate. It's like Biden. We've got to stop the MAGA movement, MAGA. You know what MAGA means, Joe? If you asked him, what does MAGA mean? I don't know. It's radical. He goes, it's radical. No, it means make America great again. That's all it means. We must stop this radical movement. We must stop this radical movement to make America great again. We're going to stop it. As president, I traveled all over the world fighting and winning on behalf of Iowa farmers. Worked hard with that because you were really behind the eight ball when I got here. When I came here originally 7 years ago, you were absolutely getting decimated. I made new farm deals. I got the USMCA done. That's Mexico, Canada, because they were killing you. Mexico and Canada was killing you. And we got rid of NAFTA, which was the worst trade deal ever made, and we replaced it with the USMCA, and now you're doing great. The best trade deal ever made. In fact, it was such a good deal that the farmers that are from Canada and Mexico and the, frankly, Mexican and Canadian government, Canada wants to renegotiate the deal. Mexico wants to renegotiate. Isn't it nice when you make a deal that they want to renegotiate? Problem with us, we made NAFTA. It was bad. You know that they had typos that were bad typos, like on numbers where you're paying much more. And they could have easily corrected it just by saying, I'm sorry, nobody bothered to correct it. So you went many decades with a NAFTA deal with typos where you were paying more because nobody wanted to correct it. That's how weak, lazy, stupid we are. The NAFTA deal was the worst trade deal in the history of our country. And the USMCA is probably the best. Although I'd say the deal with China is good. The deal with Japan I made is very good. I renegotiated all those deals. I took on communist China like no administration in history, bringing hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our treasury when no other president had gotten literally 10 cents. Not one president took in 10 cents. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars. And no one gets abused on trade worse than American agriculture for some reason, yet no other president lifts a finger. Ron DeSanctimonious, by the way, was very bad as a congressman to farmers. He was very bad. I mean, look, I can only say it. He was very bad on farmers, and he was totally against ethanol. Now a miracle happened. He's in favor of ethanol. But you know, one thing I learned about politicians, and I've known it for a long time, whatever they come out with first, that's where they end up. So they're going to, come out in favor of ethanol all of a sudden out of nowhere. He was very bad on ethanol, and he was very bad on farmers. He was against a lot of different things in the farm bill. And I got those farm bills passed quickly and effectively, and you got your money, but you got that $28 billion, and that was the greatest thing, I tell you. So my guys say, please, sir, don't take it for granted that you're going to win Iowa. It doesn't sound good. So when I say to him, of course it does. I got him $28 billion. Am I going to, who the hell else would you vote for? Now, there may be some people that don't like my attitude, but my attitude is what gets us there. You know, they said a lot of the, I don't know if you've seen, they have a lot of this, you don't mind when I go off this thing. It's so much more interesting. But they have a lot of people that say, we want Trump policy without Trump because we don't like his personality. And then somebody who's actually a brilliant commentator, they said, Here's the problem, that Trump policy doesn't work without Trump because they're never going to be able to get it. Right? Under my leadership, we will have a rebirth of loyalty to the American farmer starting at noon on Inauguration Day 2025. And not only the farmer, manufacturers, everything else. To defend our farmers, I will pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. You know what that is? If China or any other country makes us pay a 100 or 200 or 300% tariff or tax, we will make them pay an identical 1, 2, or 300% tax right back. And that will solve the problem, and we're going to take in a lot of money, or all those taxes will disappear. Right now, you know, they charge us 100%, 200%. I put a tremendous tax on their cars, and it really hurt them. And as you know, China's not doing well right now. They're announcing their economies, but that's because of the tariffs I put on. And I was nice on those tariffs. I'd only charge them like 50 to 100%. They were lucky. But I would have gotten a lot less nice if they want to play cute, because what they're doing now, they're treating us like children. They're not treating us with respect. They always treated us with respect. Eh? And I like President Xi. I got along with him until COVID. That COVID was a step too far. But I got along, you know, I thought he was a great guy. I thought, you know, he's heading a country. He's for China. I'm for the USA. So I understand that. I mean, that's the way it goes. But I always got along well with him. I got along well with Putin. That's a good thing. He would have never gone in. But I got along well with Putin. That's a good thing. He's got many, many nuclear weapons. And, you know, the next war is going to be a nuclear war, and that's called obliteration. And we have a man that can't put two sentences together negotiating for us. We have a man that, as I said, can't find the stairs off this platform, and he's going to save us from nuclear war. We have never been in such danger, in my opinion, as we are right now, because we're not a respected country anymore. And we have a man that doesn't have a clue. Doesn't have a clue. You better hope so. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I will revoke China's most favored nation trade status. Think of this. They have a most favored nation because they're a growing country. Well, we're like a growing country, too. We're trying to fix our cities that are all in decay, run by Democrats, by the way, run by Democrats, every one of them. They're in decay. I met your policeman backstage. I said, I'll bet you have no crime here. No, sir, we have none. I said, and if you do, what do? We take care of it, sir. There's no crime. You don't have people getting bopped over the back of the head. You don't have people being pushed into railroad trains or, in our case, subways. You don't have any of that stuff. But these guys, these are real important people. These are great people. And we have to give them tremendous honor and respect. Law enforcement. Because they'll stop all the problems with crime. And I'll once again, as I have for 4 years there and even beyond that, stood up for Iowa ethanol like no president in history. I had your two senators come in and they would always say, please, please, please help me with it. And I would take care of it for them. I don't know what they've done for me, but this is minor details, right? There's no quid pro quo, right? No quid. Remember that? He was a quid pro quo. Nobody knew what it meant. Adam Shifty Schiff with a neck like a pencil. He's got. I said, how does he hold up that fat, ugly face with a neck? With a neck. No, it's like pencil neck. We call him pencil neck. What a dishonest guy. You know, when I first came, he said to me, sir, could I ask you what's worse, business people or politics? I said, oh, business people, they're much tougher. That was after about a week. I said, business people. Now I say, it's not even a contest. Politicians are the worst. They're disloyal. Many are crooked. No, politicians are worse than business people. Business people are babies. They're just babies. They're innocent lambs compared to politicians. You don't have Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Adam Shifty Schiff. Just as I promised, as president, I issued a historic rule declaring that E15 would be made available all year round, and I got it done. I got it done. Nobody else got it done. Got it done. That was a big deal. And I also let them use the existing pumps. You know, they wanted to go out and spend hundreds of millions of dollars on existing pumps. I said, what's the difference? He said, well, the old ones are much better, sir. But these are made in an environmentally friendly way. But the old ones are much better. And really, sir, I think if you could do that, it'd be great. I saved hundreds of millions of dollars for people, and therefore that passes on to you, the people here. Some of the people are people that have the pumps, but we saved hundreds of millions of dollars, allowing them to use the equipment that was already there if it was good. Every Iowan needs to know that Ron DeSanctimonious is a raging opponent of a lot of your farm situation, including ethanol, which I said, and spent the entire time in Congress angrily railing against the renewable fuel standard. He was told, you got to go, if he announces, I don't know if he's going to, look, he's going down the tubes. He's down the tubes. There's another one. You know, you talk about loyalty. Comes to me. He's failing. He's like a wounded bird falling to the ground, right? He's running against the department, head of the Adam Putnam. He was the head of agriculture in Florida, which is actually the second position after the governor. And Putnam was there like for 8 years, and he raised a lot of money. He was running. He had like close to a 40-point lead on Ron DeSanctimonious, and DeSanctimonious comes to see me, and he said, sir, oh, please, sir, if you gave me, you're very popular in Florida, if you gave me your endorsement, I think I could win. I said, Ron, honestly, I think you're so far down that if Abraham Lincoln and George Washington came back from the dead, they couldn't get you. But I said, but you know, I didn't know Adam Putnam. I didn't know him. So I said, what the hell, let's give it a chance. So he wrote, I said, give me some kind of a endorsement. Write it out for me, Ron. So he writes it out. It was so bad. It was so bad. I don't know how this guy got into the schools. I really don't. Because he's not doing good. But it was so bad, and I changed it, made it really good, and I gave him an endorsement. He became like a human rocket ship, and he wiped out Adam Putnam. They were already measuring the carpets in Tallahassee. That's where the governor's mansion is. But they were measuring carpets. They were all set to win. And the next day, it was over. I mean, the primary took place, and then I got him past somebody who turned out to be a crackhead, but at the time, he was, you know who I'm talking. He was going to be the next president of the United States at some point. And he was running, and Ron didn't think he could win. And I said, Ron, we'll do a couple of rallies. And I gave him either 2 or 3 monster rallies. And those rallies are effective. They get a lot. I got a lot of guys elected right here, including Grassley, who was having a problem, and including Joni Ernst, who had a big problem. Could you do, sir, a rally for me in Iowa? Absolutely. You think it's easy to come all the way from wherever the hell I am and do a rally in front? I got him elected. Remember that. But Ron DeSantis, I got him elected. You know, when you talk about branding, I saw him, I think it was NBC the other day. And it was NBC straight for a change. You know, that's about 3% of the time. And they were doing, and ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to have with us Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida. And he goes, no, it's DeSantis. In other words, when you can get somebody's name changed, called a good brand. Governor Ron DeSantis. So he looks at me with tears in his eyes. Could I do it? Could I do it? I did it. And then I did rallies for him. I got him elected. And that was it. I didn't know him that well. But he did a little defense of me with the impeachment hoax #1 and impeachment hoax #2, 2 hoaxes. And I won. But, you know, Jim Jordan and others did a much better defense. But he was one of the 150 or so congressmen. You'd see him on television defending me a little bit. So I figured, you know, I didn't know Adam Putnam. So I did it. And he became a rocket, and he won easily. And then he went and he beat the guy who was going to be, you know, great future. The guy didn't have a great future, but he would have been a disaster as governor, by the way. So I did a favor to the people of Florida. But we did that. And then 4 years later, they say to Ron DeSantis, Governor, would you run against President Trump? He said, I have no comment. No comment. You know what that means, front row Joes? That means he's going to run, right? That means he's going to run. And I said, that son of a bitch is going to run. So then my people, who are very good, but sometimes not wise, I hit him hard right from the beginning. They said, sir, please don't hit him so hard. Why? He's a Republican. Who the hell cares? You care? Who cares if he's a Republican? Why, he's a Republican, sir. Please don't hit him so hard. He's a Republican. I don't care if he's a Republican. He's a disloyal guy. I got him elected. And by the way, you got to look at the numbers because he was. And then the other day, the worst of all, I tell you this, it was disgusting. I watched him be interviewed. And they said, well, President Trump got you elected. No, he didn't get me elected. He actually tried to deny it. And I have so many people now. All you have to do is go back and look at the numbers. He was not electable. He was so far behind Adam Putnam, it was over. And now he's trying to say, well, without his, I think I would have won. I was doing very well. This guy, when he said that, now he's finished in 28. He's got no chance in 28. He's got no chance. When he said that one, and we'll put out the numbers, we'll show you. He was dead. He was dead as a doornail. But unlike DeSantis, I will be your ethanol champion for 4 more years in the White House. Crooked Joe Biden is also waging a demented crusade to totally annihilate ethanol. He wants to annihilate it. And Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate will totally decimate gas-powered cars. And if that happens, ethanol is dead. You know that, right? Ethanol will be dead. Under a Trump administration, gasoline-powered engines will be not only allowed, but will be very much pushed because it's incredible, including hybrids. Hybrids are very good. Hybrids are much better because you can actually go a little bit further than the candy store. So we're going to allow gasoline-powered engines, but we are not going to allow child sexual mutilation. We're not going to allow that. We're not going to allow that. Can you imagine going back 10 or 15 years and saying, as a politician, can you believe I'm a politician? I don't feel like but I guess I'm a politician. We are not going to allow child sexual mutilation. Could you imagine hearing those words? Yeah, we have to protect children from mutilation, where they don't even get parental consent. That's another one. We will make sure that we have parental consent. Who the hell? Of course you have to have parental consent. But now you have to say it and you have to pass laws to give parents parental consent. And even if you look at athletics, where I have to make this statement, we will not allow men to play in women's sports. Did you see the other day a young lady with a good field hockey player? I don't know too much about field hockey, but I know if a guy hits the ball, it goes very fast. Faster, unless we have a superhuman here, but generally speaking, that's not going to happen. He whacked the ball, and it hit the girl in the face and just wiped out her whole mouth and teeth, and she was badly hurt because it was like this thing's coming at her. She never saw anything like it. And the guy was big, a big, strong person who transitioned. He transitioned, but he didn't transition his muscle. And he took that ball, he whacked it, hit her right in the face. She said, I've never seen anything like it. It came at me, there was nothing I could do. The weightlifters, you see the weightlifting records are being broken by 100 pounds. Guys that, records stood for 18 years. They couldn't get a quarter of an ounce, an eighth of an ounce on each side of the barbell. They couldn't do it. And these guys walk up and they break the record by 143 pounds or whatever it is, some crazy number. It stands for like 18 years, a quarter of an ounce on each side of a big barbell. And then some guy comes up, bing, oh, this is easy. Have you lifted before? No, I haven't actually. No, the whole thing is crazy. The records are being broken at levels. And it's very demeaning to women, actually. Very demeaning to women. But I love women athletes. I love women athletes, but they shouldn't be allowed. I think it's dangerous in many cases, and in some cases it's just unfair. The sad part is that a lot of women, they know this and they don't want to talk about it because, you know, we're in like this communist regime nowadays where you're not allowed to speak the truth on elections or on things like that. And if they do, they try and have you thrown in the clinker. These people are sick and they're not going to get away with it. They're not getting away with it. Crooked Joe puts China first. He puts Asia first. He puts Ukraine first. He puts illegal aliens first, environmental maniacs first. Environmental maniacs that want to destroy our country. Everyone else is first. He puts, think of it, he puts America last. He puts Iowa last, your farmers, your manufacturers. You got a lot of manufacturing here too. He puts our workers last. He puts our farmers last. He puts everything that's good in our country last. I put Iowa first and I put America first every single time. Very simple. Very simple. So it's no wonder that crooked Joe Biden and his far-left lunatics are desperate to stop us by any means necessary, any means possible. They're weaponizing law enforcement for high-level election interference because we're beating them so badly in the polls. The polls are incredible. The Iowa State poll came out recently, just now, I think. Trump is 54%, DeSanctimonious is 18% and falling, and Bird Brain is 12%. Bird Brain. Nikki Birdbrain, sir, I will never ever vote against you. You're the greatest president in my lifetime. It's not that long, you know, she's not that old, actually. I would have preferred if she said in generations, but what is she, 54 or something? I'll take the 54, right? But you are the greatest president, sir. I will never, she said it over and over again. I will never, they ask her, will you ever run against? No, I will not. He's been a great president. I will not do it. 2 months later, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce my candidacy. It's Bird Brain. I know her well. She's not up to the job. In New Hampshire, DeSantis is down in 5th place. Did you know that? 5th. This is a fall like nobody's ever seen before. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to come in 5th because he might come in 6th or 7th. And we're destroying crooked Joe Biden in the general by 5, 6, 7, 8, and in one case 11 points, in one case 14 points in the battleground states. And those are in the battleground states. And we're leading the Republicans by a lot in New Hampshire. We're leading them by a lot in South Carolina, where we go after that. And then we're leading them by a lot in Nevada, like by 65 points or something. So, but this is so important because you are first in the nation. Look, I kept you first in the nation. I'm the one that, will you please give me a good show, at least out of it, okay? Please. Please. I mean, that's the least you can do. That's the least you can do. I mean, I got you 28 billion and I kept you in first place. Frankly, the cash is more important. The 28 billion is more important. But I got you 28 billion. I kept you in first place. Make sure that we win by a lot. Because, you know, if we win by a lot, I think all these characters cancel out. That's going to be the end of them. We got to get back. We got to beat the Democrats. We got to stop this nonsense. They have debates. They had a debate 2 weeks ago. I had an unbelievable rally in Hialeah, which is great. You know, it was incredible. It was like this. The place was packed, but it was thousands and thousands. It was a stadium. And I'm making this speech. I looked up. You couldn't get another person in the room. And I start, and then I noticed the people from the way in the back up. This is a football stadium. So they start meandering down to the field. And the fake news said, there were empty seats. There were empty seats. No, there were no empty seats. They wanted to come down and be closer, so I could see them coming down. When I started, it was packed. Within 5 or 10 minutes, the people want to come down to the field, be a little bit closer. I understand that. Probably not supposed to do it, but who the hell's going to stop them? It's a lot of people, right? And the fake news said, we noticed empty seats. These people are the worst, okay? They are the worst. They are the enemy of the people. They really are. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. We're not going to allow it. Not going to allow it. Right? Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I'm being indicted for you, it's true. If I didn't run, I wouldn't be indicted. They're indicting me for complaining about election results. You ever see them? They're still complaining about 2016. Nobody got indicted. They're complaining that I was complaining, and it happens to be true. We have the facts, we have the figures, and I hope the judges are going to allow that to be shown in court, because those elections were rigged, and they were badly rigged. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom, because I will never let them take away your freedom. I'll never let it happen. Never. They want to silence me, because I will never let them silence you. It's very simple. In the end, they're not after me, they're after you, and I just happen to be standing in the way. That's true. That's true. People ask me, would you have done it again, sir? You had such a great life. You had all these wonderful places you could go all over the world. You saw how strong my company is with this fake deal that's going on now. We didn't know he had that kind of cash. We didn't know he had that kind of a company. They didn't know, because it was a private, turned out to be a great company. Then they had to change their whole concept, because they started off with a concept where it was the opposite. Now they're saying, oh, this is not good. And it's a great company. That's one thing that's come out. We have a crooked judge. We have a rigged court case. We have an AG who campaigned on, I will get Donald Trump. I will get Donald Trump. I swear I will. Then she says, oh, I never said that. We got about 30 tapes. I will get Donald Trump. I will get him. She doesn't know a thing about me. She didn't look at anything. She's campaigning. She wasn't in office or anything. Didn't see anything. Nobody knew it was a private company. I will get Donald Trump. She's a radical lunatic. And we're winning this case so much, but we have a judge that refuses to give up. And we have a judge who's a Democrat club politician. Think of this. You put a piece of your life, you built this great thing, and you put a piece of your life, New York City, where we did so well, in the hands of a radical left lunatic judge from the clubs. From the clubs. He's a Democrat club politician. He's now been overturned 4 times. He's been overturned more than any judge in New York State. And I got this guy as a judge. But somehow it's going to work out. Somehow, can't tell you how, but somehow it's going to work out. Now, what it is doing, and I believe the reason we're doing so well in the polls is because the people see it. They see it as a persecution of a political candidate. They see it as a continuation of the greatest witch hunt of all time. That's what it is. This is the greatest witch hunt. It started with Russia. Remember that? He was with 4 hookers. You think that was good that night to go up and tell my wife, it's not true, darling. I love you very much. It's not true. Actually, that one she didn't believe, because she said he's a germaphobe. He's not into that, He's not into golden showers, as they say they call it. He's not. I don't like that idea. No, I didn't. I thought that would be a big problem. I was going to have a rough night, but that one she was very good on. She said, no, you're okay on that one. This is far more than a campaign that we're all involved in. This is a great political movement, the greatest in the history of our country. This is the greatest movement in the history of our country. Think of that. I appointed over 300 federal judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices. I kept my promise. I recognized Israel's eternal capital and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. Hard to do. Got it done. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. But, those are all things we've done. And now you look at what's going on, and they don't sound as important, right? Because you look at what's happening over there. It would have never happened, should never have happened, and I would get it stopped very quickly with success, because you can't let what happened with that raid was so horrible. Nobody has seen anything like it. They didn't even talk about it. 42 babies had their heads chopped off. I mean, this is savagery, and other things, many, many other things. Thousands of people. It's nobody's seen anything like it. I withdrew from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, and we would have had to deal with them right after the election, because Iran was broke. I told China, if you buy oil from Iran, we're not doing business. I told that to India. I told it to every country. You buy oil. And they were broke. They weren't paying to Hamas. They weren't paying to Hezbollah. They weren't paying to anybody. They were broke. And they would have had a deal, and they would have been happy with it. I would have been happy. Everybody would have been happy with it. But when these idiots took over, they immediately took off all those sanctions, and Iran now has, forget about the $6 billion on the trade. You saw the trade. Five hostages for $6 billion, remember? They got 6. We got 6 or 5, but they got $6 billion. So I said, give me the bad news. Well, the bad news, because I saw they got 6, he got 6, 5 and 5, $6 billion. I said, you mean, are they paying anything to us? No, we give them $6 billion, meaning we free up. That's the same thing as far as I'm concerned. Then the other day, yesterday, they approved $10 billion more, $10 billion more. And Iran now, and that's peanuts compared to what they've been allowed to make with the oil. They have probably $125 billion now. They have tremendous amounts of money. They're a very rich country. And when I was there, they were broke, and everybody talked about it. In fact, I saw one of the people that are up there, a real terrible reporter, but said the other day, one thing I will say, Iran was broke when Trump was running this country. They couldn't do anything. They didn't have the money. They couldn't feed terrorism. Now they have so much money, they don't know what to do with it. And with the historic Abraham Accords, I even made peace in the Middle East, and that would have gone on, and we would have had every country, I think, including Iran, in that deal, ultimately. But they did nothing with it. They did nothing. For 4 straight years, I kept America safe. I kept Israel safe. I kept Ukraine safe. And I kept the whole world safe. And we will again as the 47th president of the United States. Right? Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency together, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. We're going to get it settled. I know Putin very well, get along with him. I know Zelensky very well. I'm the only candidate who can make this promise to you. I will prevent World War III from happening. I will prevent that. That will happen. Because we've never been closer to World War III than we are right now. Never been closer. On my first day back in the White House, I will terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration. I will stop the invasion on our southern border and begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history back to their countries. I will immediately restore and expand the Trump travel ban. We all know what that is. On entry from terror-plagued countries, and I will implement strong ideological screening on all immigrants. I had a Trump travel ban on numerous countries, which are horrible in terms of what's taking place within those countries, and countries that hate us. I don't want them in our country. They hate our country. I don't want them in our country. If you hate America, if you want to abolish Israel, if you sympathize with jihadists and then we don't do exactly what you want, if you do all of these bad things and you have lots of bad thoughts in your mind, then you're not getting into the United States of America. You're not coming in. And we will take over our horribly run Washington, D.C. Capitol. We have a capital that's the crime center of our country. And clean up, renovate, and rebuild our capital city so that it no longer is a nightmare of murder and crime. Last night, 3 people were killed. But rather, it will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world. We're going to take over the capital, and we're going to make it beautiful, and we're going to make it safe. We're going to make it great. We're going to do it, and we're going to get it done. We will stop Joe Biden's inflation disaster and rebuild our greatest economy. We're going to rebuild it. We have the greatest economy in history. We're going to build it back to an economy that's even better than what we had. We'll be able to do that. You know, we were energy independent just a short time ago, and we were soon going to be energy dominant. Forget about their pipeline. That wouldn't have happened. We would have been supplying all of the gas and oil to Europe. And we were going to make, so think about Saudi Arabia, the kind of money they make over in Saudi Arabia. You mentioned debt. They don't know what debt is. They got so much money. They ordered many, many Boeing 777s, big, beautiful planes. And I said, do you use financing? They didn't know what I meant. Financing? No, we have cash. We were going to take, we have more oil than they do. We have more oil and gas than Russia. We have more than anybody. We were in third place, and by the time I left, we were long ago in first place, way, way up. And we were going to supply Europe and Asia. We were going to supply everywhere. And we were going to make so much money. We were going to pay down our debt, $34 trillion. Now it's just terrible. But we're going to pay down our national debt, and we're going to cut taxes still further. I gave you the largest tax cuts in history, but we can get them down still further. We're going to do that with our energy, which is real energy, not intermittent wind. Darling, I'd like to watch the president on television tonight. Honey, I don't think we'll be able to. The wind is not blowing. So crazy. Most expensive energy there is. I will deliver tax cuts, regulation cuts, energy price cuts, and interest rate cuts like you've never seen before, because we start from such a high base. And unlike DeSantis, I will protect Social Security and Medicare for our great seniors. He wanted to hurt Medicare and Social Security. Remember that. Remember that in 56 days. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto our children. That's an easy one, right? That's an easy one. So I want to just tell you that you're a very special group of people. This is a special place to me because of the great success that we've had and that we continue to have. And based on the polls, it looks like we're in good shape. But, you know, the worst thing you can do is say, oh, you know, we're going to stay because he's leading by so much. Get out and vote. Because there have been some bad surprises. You know, when everybody says that, bad things, there's been some bad tragedies before. Everyone says, oh, Trump is going to win by so much. We don't have to vote tonight, darling. Let's go sit home and watch the caucus on television. Let's watch it on television. And they say, what's happening here? Very few people are voting. What's going on? No, we got to get out and vote. We got to make sure, you know, we have to send a great signal. And then maybe these people just say, okay, it's over now. It's over. We got to end it because we have to focus on crooked Joe Biden and the Democrats. That's what we have to focus on. We have to do what we did for 4 years. We did things, you know, people, even bad people back there said I was a great president from most standpoints of what you talk about, the economy, all of the things. We would have had no inflation because oil caused the inflation. When they shut off the spigots, oil went up so high, energy costs went up so high. And, you know, you're one of the highest states in the country. I mean, I hate to tell you that, but you're one of the highest states in the country because they wouldn't allow a pipeline to be cut through a very poor section of New York State. And I'm going to get that done. I almost had that done, and then we had the rigged election, but it would have been done. So I just want to tell you that we have to really swamp them and swamp them big. We're going to have something that's great. They want me to tell you to go out and sign up. We have a book here, beautiful book. Look at this book, how beautiful that is, see? You read pictures, but it basically is you sign up and you become a caucus captain. We want you to be a caucus captain. Does anybody want to be a caucus captain? Okay. So here's what I have. Look, you can sell this tonight on eBay, maybe for 20 or 25,000. But if you do, I'm going to be very angry at you. So I'm going to give you one here, darling. Good luck. I have these books. So, thank you very much. I made a lot of enemies right now. I picked up 4 friends and I made a lot. No, but you'll all get, everybody gets a hat when they sign up. We have the, those hats are beautiful, by the way. And everybody gets a caucus captain hat when you sign up. But we want to make sure that we have a big victory. That's going to be you're going to be all over the world. They're going to be watching this. You are first. And they're going to be watching it. And so anybody that wants to sign up, you get that hat, you get the book, you get everything. And we're going to have a tremendous victory. And Iowa's just been incredible. It's been an incredible state for me, and I've been incredible to you too. I mean, I have to say, but I've been very good to you too. And we want to restore our country to greatness, and we're going to do it. We're going to make America greater than it's ever been, and we can do that. We can do that. We have to act fast. 1 year is a long time for them to remain in office. You know, if you look at it, if you took the worst 10 presidents in the history of our country, they have not done the damage that Joe Biden and this crazed administration has done with weaponization and everything else. So get out there for the caucus. Get out there, make it. We're going to swamp them. We have to swamp them right from day one. And if we do that, we're going to win so big. And we will make America great again, 100% greater than ever before. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, as you guys know, I can't play that music because they'll get me for a copyright. So I do have something that I want to give me a second here. It's going to take me a second to load this. I sent my intro video out to Auntie Wells, and she sent it down to her future son-in-law, and he is a video editor for some big like TV show style kind of company, and he did it up, and I'm trying to find it here real quick. He took in because I was going to play my intro and then get started for what I had planned on doing. Give me a minute here to do this. Okay. No. That's what I want right there. Oh boy. I'll figure it out one of these days. I will actually be computer savvy. Someday I'll be computer savvy. That's how I should probably put that on. Someday. There we go. Oh, that's not. Let's try it again. I'm losing my mind. Oh, losing my mind very quickly. There we go. see if this. Okay, it'll take a second for it to load. But yeah, it was a good speech. You know, it takes a good man to show us how to fight. You know, I mean, some of us know how to fight, but we're fighting on a whole new level now. A lot of people don't understand that, and don't understand why we're fighting on this level. But the thing is, if we don't get rid of these crooked people, we are going to be destined for not so much greatness. And I don't think that that's cool at all. I think that we deserve a lot better circumstantial of living than what we are dealing with. And the only way that we're going to defeat that is by standing up and doing everything that we can in order to achieve the goals set out by guys like him, because we know he's not working alone. We know that for sure. And you know what? I don't know why I didn't think of this before. Why don't I just go over to here and I'll just pull it up on. Yeah, that'd probably be the better thing to do, wouldn't it? Yeah, you think? But I will get it loaded in the StreamYard eventually. Let's see here. Add to media player. There we go. So Jeff Sagan, I believe his name is the young man who put this together. And I love the way he ended that with the Hawks mustard seeds right at the end of it. That's really cool. That's gonna be the new intro though. I'll get that loaded eventually one day into the StreamYard where it needs to be. I just gotta get it in there. But yeah, he did a great job with that. So yeah, so we got a couple of things to view today. I got a couple of interviews that I want to share with you guys. But I saw the president was on, so I came on early because of that. You know, I didn't see Nikki B or Diamond Lil posting anything about it, so I figured, well, you know what, I'll go ahead and get a group of people together and we'll watch it together. You know, I'll have to go through it slowly later after the podcast to see if there was anything in particular that I missed that would have been that I would want to associate to anything going on. But I was dealing with some puppies, so I wasn't. I was only sort of listening. I wasn't 100% into it because of the fact of trying to take care of all that stuff. Yeah. So that's Auntie Wells' nephew or future son-in-law, Jeffrey. I believe his last name is Sagan. It's he actually. It's kind of cool. He's got a hashtag of hire Jeffrey Sagan. I think is how come on now. Wow, my email's going like super slow today. I've never seen it lagging like it is. It's kind of crazy. Everything internet wise today. I don't know if you guys are noticing it on your end or not, but everything internet wise has been really choppy or super slow today. So it's kind of Sadden. Hire Jeff Sadden is how it goes. And nice young man who threw that together for me. Tried to get a couple other people to do it, but everybody's got so many, everybody's so busy, and making these kind of videos and stuff can be extremely exhausting, when you're trying to do your regular your regular day job and stuff like that at the same time. So it makes it a little bit crazy. So all right, so we got a couple of videos, like I said, we're going to do today. Let's go ahead and get started. We're going to start off with Mary and Tara interview with X22. Here we go.
Let's talk about being prepared. Violent crime across the U.S. has skyrocketed. Just recently, a politician was carjacked by 3 armed attackers outside his home in Washington, D.C. This comes several months after another politician was assaulted in the elevator of her building. Between mass shootings, homicides, kidnapping, burglaries, carjacking, and more, it's never been more vital to learn how to protect yourself. This is why myself, along with tens of thousands, are choosing the Fighter Flare flashlight. The Fighter Flare flashlight has awed people with a wonderful design and a massive light output. On top of an ultra-bright 800 lumen light, it boasts powerful strobe light modes for self-defense, glass-breaking hammer, a built-in power bank, solar-powered recharging, rope and wire cutter, siren high and low LED light modes, and much more. Countless 5-star reviews back up the notion that the flashlight is the latest and greatest in the EDC market. This holiday season, give the gift of protection for your loved ones. Simply place your order now to get 25% off, along with access to Prepper's Peak exclusive newsletter, free express shipping, and last but not least, 100% lifetime guarantee replacement before they sell out by going to fighterflare.com and using promo code Black Friday. That's fighterflare.com and use promo code Black Friday, or click the link in the description. Hi, and welcome to the X22 Report Spotlight. Today we have 2 guests, Mary O'Neill and Tara Rodas. Mary O'Neill is the Executive Director and Finance Manager of America's Future. That's americasfutures.net. And we have Tara Rodas, who is a federal whistleblower exposing government-sponsored taxpayer-funded child trafficking in HHS. And I am very happy to have both on the X22 Report Spotlight. I guess, Mary, we'll start with you. Welcome to the Spotlight.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much for having me again. You know, I've been on this show a few times.
Yes, yes,
Appreciate you giving us time and so we can talk about America's future and what Tara and I are doing and so forth. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. Tara, first time on the show. Welcome to the Spotlight.
Yes, well, David, thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. I really appreciate you shining a light, like you said, on what we now know is government-sponsored, taxpayer-funded child trafficking. So thank you. It's a real honor.
No, it's an honor for me to have both of you on here. And Tara, let's just start off with you. Can you just give us a little background of what you found out and how you became a whistleblower and why you decided to expose what you saw?
Sure, absolutely. So your listeners may know that at the beginning of 2021, the Biden administration made a call to all federal agencies to loan employees to help at the southern border. So there was a crisis at the southern border with children coming unaccompanied to the United States, and they needed trusted employees, vetted employees who could actually work with helping to place these children with sponsors in the United States. And my husband is from El Salvador, so I'm a Spanish speaker. And I thought, you know, of the 20 years I've served the federal government, this might be the most important work I've ever done, is helping these children. Now, what I did not know is that children were being trafficked through the program by bad actors, criminals, members of transnational criminal organizations for very nefarious purposes. And so it didn't take but a couple of weeks working in case management to figure this out. And I will just tell you, it was a soul wrenching. I felt like my molecules were going to fly apart to realize I was on the wrong side. You know, I had gone to help, and I saw with my very own eyes that children were going into bad situations. And so I continued to report what I was seeing. And as a result of that, I ultimately ended up being threatened with investigation and walked off the site, and my badge was taken. So being a whistleblower has been a very interesting experience, but I would not go back and change anything, because we need people who are going to stand up and be the voice for the children. 85,000, you may know, HHS admits that 85,000 children since 2021 are missing. 85,000 children missing. And there are children, they admit, hundreds of children every month call a hotline to report they're being abused, neglected, and trafficked. And this is something that we must stand up for these children. If we don't, no one is coming for them. So I thank you for giving me this opportunity.
No, thank you. Mary, you wanted to say something? Hey, before I forget, X22 is launching the second official X22 merch drop this Black Friday called We the People. This launch consists of all new items. Everything is going to be limited quantity. These are all new designs that you've never seen before, and they're going to blow your mind. Head over to x22store.com. That's x22store.com, or visit x22report.com and click on the banner, or just go to the description down below and click on X22 Store. It'll bring you right over to the store. Just enter your email. You'll get a 15% discount. Plus, you'll get a chance to win a free care package. It'll include everything from the site. Plus, during the launch, we'll be unveiling the mystery items. And these will be new products that we add to the drop. So head over to x22store.com, or just click the link in the description.
Well, I think that, Tara God put her in a place where she saw something and was, going. This is the way he does it, though. This is the way God works. He did it with me when I had my own experiences with my daughter in the family court system, quite a bit of 15 years ago. And so, it's like, it's what we do with these experiences and what we do with these kind of, I mean, it's not easy to deal with this kind of suffering and seeing something that you're, of course, Tara's working for our government. And I know that, that situation she saw is going on in the foster care system and in the CPS system, and the whole, HHS is a part of all that. So, 50 to 90%, I believe it is, most of the missing children are in the welfare system or in the system. And so, in 2020, over 600,000 children were missing out of the foster care system and so forth. And, we don't have any new statistics out of this government right now. They won't even do the duties they have to give the American people those numbers. You don't see those reports coming out. But Tara has done something that, is brave and is necessary for people to become aware of what's going on in our country and all over the world. I mean, this is an international thing that's been going on with trafficking children all over the world. 8 years ago, a person stopped going out of this country to rape a child. 8 years ago. And, so they didn't have to do that. They could stay in the country and rape a child. So, that's mind boggling. If you think about that piece, what's going on.
Tara, let me ask you this. When you were down there and you were, at the border, the things that you saw, because the news tells us that, these people, the children are coming over with their parents, are coming over with other adults that their parents assign them to these adults. And that's what they're trying to convince America of, that these children that are coming over, they're being sent up by their parents, or they assigned, a caretaker to bring them up. When you saw what was going on at the border, what exactly did you see?
So children told stories, which we have documented, that they were being recruited in home country trafficking is force, fraud, or coercion. So they were telling children who were making $2.50 a day that, look, if you just come to the United States, we're going to give you $6 an hour. These children believed the lie. They believed a lie that they were going to be Elon Musk rich. These children are sold an illusion to make this journey. And what's horrific is that the smugglers don't tell them what that journey entails. By the time the children have got to us, they're in very bad shape if they make it alive. So one of the other whistleblowers, Carlos Ariano, who worked with MVM, which is the transportation company. So not only is the government taking the children in the care of the government, they're then sending them out on planes. People heard about this, planes in the middle of the night, and buses to these sponsors. So they're paying the full journey. But the children were saying, we don't know who we're going to. I've never met this person. Please don't make me go there. I don't want to go there. And these transportation people were told, if you don't deliver the child, then you lose your job. So the children were saying that they do not know who these people are. And this is what is just appalling. When you hear a child screaming for their parents, when you see children having panic attacks or have to be put on suicide watch, this is what I saw with my own eyes. These children don't know who they're coming to. And if they knew what lay before them, they would never make the journey. They would never do it, because children, Hannah Dreier of the New York Times has documented all of these children working overnight shifts in slaughterhouses, children being killed, their first months in the country because they're doing jobs they're not qualified to do. When I gave addresses to some undercover reporters and they went there, one of the girls said, my sponsor, she tells me she's my aunt, but I've never met her. And she's pimping me out for sex where I'm living. So these children are being used as commodities. The sponsors see the children. And this was a horrible thing to accept, that somebody could see a child like this, but they see a child as an income earning asset, and they intend to earn residual income off the life of the child, whether that's labor trafficking or sex trafficking, and it's evil, and we must stand against it.
It sounds like they're putting into like labor camps, or where they're working, or prostitution. But when you work for the government and the government was, I guess, permitting this, what was their end motivation for this?
So contractors and NGOs make millions and billions of dollars, actually. So I was at the Pomona Fairplex emergency intake site, and the contractor there was earning over $100 million a month. Okay.
Wow.
$100 million a month to process the children. So contractors, NGOs profit, the cartels profit because they're getting paid a fee, which is, the children are in debt bondage. They have to pay the fee back to their smuggler. So the smugglers all across the routes, they're making $5,000, $10,000, sometimes $15,000 per head who come to the border. And then the people here on this end, some of whom are high-level criminal actors, collect these children to earn income off of them. So everyone is profiting off of the backs of the children. And I've never, in my entire federal career, I've never witnessed anything that at this level of wickedness.
Mary, you want
And
to
that's
say?
a supply. Yeah, that's a supply. When I first talked to Tara, I could tell that, getting this in her head and accepting what she just witnessed and has gone through. It's, talking to somebody like me, I mean, I could feel, the real pain that she was, experiencing. And it is difficult when you're, all of a sudden something you think you're doing the right thing, and all of a sudden it opens up into a bubble, and it opens up into something that's very evil. And I just know this because I do know that the HHS has been doing this with the foster care system, and all the nefarious money that's paid from very corrupt area, through the family court, through the CPS, through the foster care system, all these children that are moved around, trafficked, and so forth. This has been going on, so it's not new to me that they would literally go to the border, and we witnessed, children were coming at the end of Trump's term. Children were coming, with an adult per se, and then all of a sudden, this administration gets in, and then all of a sudden you see just children being dropped, and that was an indication to me that they need a supply of children now, and it all has to do with, it's a commodity, it's a mastermind of a corrupt, of a big business organized crime. Okay, and so they need this supply to come into this country so they can feed this country. The seriousness of what this country pays for this stuff. I mean, our country pays the most for this kind of evil that hurts children. They pay the dark web with the pornography. They've got children, trafficking children, buying and selling. And then we get to the point where a child is raped 10 times, that money's made. And then the lifespan of a child, maybe 2 years. And then they have a doctor that fixes the child. But now that we have this supply, and I make this point all the time, it's this supply and demand. There's 5 more children right after that child. They don't have to keep that child alive anymore. They can go on and do something else that makes money off of a child. And, it's very, very, it's very, very corrupt. It's very evil. It's a turning around of a child making money, constantly making money on a child and their bodies. It's been going on. I mean, our government has this down pretty well, and they knew it when they started to go to the border. They knew they were going to use HHS. They're going to use the same system, to get these kids in, and then all of a sudden they're missing. All of a sudden they got them checked in, and then they're missing. There's no names. There's no nothing. They don't do checks. They don't do vetting. It's just incredible. Each state is responsible for its own system too. So, it's now we've got this huge problem because we've got all these kids missing, but these kids that we're bringing in, they're now responsibility of America. I mean, they're making money off these kids again. It's just a constant money maker.
So, Tara, when you reported this to the authorities, what was their answer to you?
Well, the very first case that me and some of the other whistleblowers turned in, we turned it in as suspicious sponsor.
Okay.
We didn't know that there was child trafficking going on in the program. It's not like when you get to the site, they tell you this.
Mm-hmm.
So when we turned in suspicious sponsor, that first case, they acted like, wow, really? Thank you so much. But then we saw what the flags were. Like, this one person had sponsored at 6 different addresses. Okay, that probably doesn't pass the common sense test. This person over a period of years had collected over 18 children from various HHS facilities, not just ours. So we're like, okay, if they're sponsoring for multiple facilities, let's look at those flags, and then, well, what if they were sponsoring multiple at one address? And so we saw that too, all in this very first case. And we just thought, well, that was weird that this could happen. Like, how could a government system allow a child to be transported somewhere where clearly there were flags in the system? So the first case, they acted all surprised and didn't say, by the way, there's trafficking going on in the system. But one of the people on the federal case management team, she actually looked online and found the first trafficking case that HHS really admits to back in 2014. And then there was a documentary on it called Trafficked in America. And it showed exactly how they lured the children from Guatemala, how they had them working on an egg farm in Marion, Ohio, under total threat of their physical safety as well as the safety of their parents. They had them living in these deplorable living conditions, all packed into a trailer with no toilet. They had a bucket and they worked like 12, 14 hours a day. It was horrific. Then we see that Senator Portman in 2016 had hearings about these cases. And then we saw another investigation, and then we saw other investigations. And it was a terrible thing to learn that this was going on. So then we realized they knew. And then we were like, oh my goodness, well, we just have to document. And that's what we started to do. But I really learned what their mentality was after we had turned in this huge trafficking case that involved 4 children from 2 different sites in Austin, Texas. And a case manager comes running up to me. This is after we had turned this case over, not only all the way up the chain through HHS, but also to law enforcement. And we spread this address around the site. And it was less than 2 weeks after this. So we turned this into law enforcement for investigation, that a case manager comes running up to me and she said, Tara, I noted in my case files that this child is going to that same address and I didn't want the child to be released, but they're sending the child. And I was like, what are you talking about? So I said, there has to be a mistake. So I picked up my stuff. I go running down to the command center, and my boss, who is an attorney, she said to me, Tara, we only get sued if we keep kids in care too long. We don't get sued by traffickers. Are you clear? We don't get sued by traffickers. So that was the statement of a federal employee who is an attorney working for a department that's called Health and Human Services. And that was the answer.
That's unbelievable. I mean,
yes.
It is.
Yeah.
It is, Dave. It's really incredible what Tara, found. I mean, it's serious. These people should be in jail for doing what they're doing.
I don't even know how they can live with themselves knowing all of this.
Well,
I guess that's why it's hard for people to accept it, because in your everyday life, you're you try to do the right thing, you try to follow the laws, and you can't think that people can be this evil. And I think people have a very difficult time making that leap, thinking, no, that couldn't happen here in the United States. Our government would never do something, especially to children. They would never do anything like that to children. And I think it's difficult for people to make that leap and to accept that until they see it.
But Dave, and Tara's learning that this is a planned strategy that globalists have.
Yeah.
And it is to control people, population control, with population control, with COVID shots, with all kinds of really bad things for their families. I mean, the destruction of the family, the destruction of religion, the destruction of faith, the destruction of our freedom. Children are very important. The top 3% elite, that they fuel this trafficking, this child trafficking. They really do it. Because of my experience with the Vatican and the Catholic Church, which is the biggest church, I know that it comes from the Vatican. It's a globalist marching strategic plan, and children are our future. Children are the builders of everything that we believe in this country. So that's why it's so powerful for me, because I know all these other issues are going on, and we have so much corruption in this country, and I don't know how they sleep at night. I don't know how they do it. Their day is going to come, and it is going to come. Anybody that, first of all, hurts a child, their day is coming. But all these other people that are taking money, and political leaders and CEOs of companies, or all this stuff, I mean, NFL, all these people, their day is going to come, and people are waking up. But in the meantime, we have real suffering going on, and the most innocent are being, what they're using to make their money and control people. That's why it's really important that we educate people, and we educate them in the local, communities, because it's the only place that will get people to be able to protect and defend their kids and their families is locally. It really is. I mean, that's one of the reasons that I reached out to Tara, because her story is extremely important because of these children coming over the border. This isn't now affecting all communities. These children are everywhere. I will tell you that in Florida, after the summit we had and the education programs that we gave the state of Florida, a lot opened up. And one of the interesting things that's going on is these children Tara is talking about that are calling hotlines, and they're trying to reach out and ask for help. And so what's going on is a lot of these kids are not getting the help, so they're either running away. And we've had a couple of examples happen up in the east side, Jacksonville area, where we have found some of these kids on the streets, and they want to go back. Now Tara's talking about Honduras. A lot of Mexican people, they don't want to come to this country because they already experienced that it's a lot of baloney, that we're going to be, this is your land of opportunity. So they went to Honduras and other countries and, kind of pushed these kind of people to come to this country. Well, those are the children that we're finding. El Salvador, Honduras, they want to go home. They're trying to get arrested. These kids are trying to get deported. They don't want to be here. They're in tears. We find them on the streets in tears. They want to go back home to their families. It's very sad what this country has done to this program and these children. It's sad. It's sickening.
How widespread, I guess Tara or Mary, either one can answer this. How widespread is this? Is this something that's just happening here, or is this worldwide? Let's talk about being prepared. Violent crime across the U.S. has skyrocketed. Just recently, a politician was carjacked by 3 armed attackers outside his home in Washington, D.C. This comes several months after another politician was assaulted in the elevator of her building. Between mass shootings, homicides, kidnapping, burglaries, carjacking, and more, it's never been more vital to learn how to protect yourself. This is why myself, along with tens of thousands, are choosing the Fighter Flare flashlight. The Fighter Flare flashlight has awed people with a wonderful design and a massive light output. On top of an ultra-bright 800 lumen light, it boasts powerful strobe light modes for self-defense, glass-breaking hammer, a built-in power bank, solar-powered recharging, rope and wire cutter, siren high and low LED light modes, and much more. Countless 5-star reviews back up the notion that the flashlight is the latest and greatest in the EDC market. This holiday season, give the gift of protection for your loved ones. Simply place your order now to get 25% off, along with access to Prepper's Peak exclusive newsletter, free express shipping, and last but not least, 100% lifetime guarantee replacement before they sell out by going to fighterflare.com and using promo code Black Friday. That's fighterflare.com and use promo code Black Friday or click the link in the description.
It is worldwide. Oh, sorry, Mary, you go ahead.
No, go right ahead, Tara.
Yeah, I was going to say it is worldwide. However, the U.S. border is the most well-funded child trafficking operation on the planet, because we are putting billions and billions of dollars. So some of the contracts just for one site, just for bringing the children, even though the contract, let's say the Pomona Fairplex, which was only open for 6 months, they paid $95 million to rent the facility. Then they were paying the contractor over $100 million a month to move the children through the facility. But then they're also paying billions to have the children flown to the facility and then flown back out of the facility. So you're talking, it's billions of dollars, and it's really very, very difficult to imagine how that the United States government, the land, the land of the free, and supposedly the city on the hill is funding the largest child trafficking network on the planet. And they're sending these kids out to every state. They've brought over, just since 21, over 400,000 children, and they've distributed them all throughout the United States.
All over.
It's unbelievable.
So are corporations involved in this? Because if they're working on farms or they're working in some type of slave labor, companies must be involved in this.
Doctors, medical,
Wow.
all kinds of professionals, lawyers. If you just can imagine how a business is run, there's some kinds of, entities that have to do certain things. Yeah. This is a big business, Dave, big business. And by the way, can I stress, this is taxpayers' money.
Yeah.
Let's really, if you can't understand the suffering of children, let's talk about taxpayers' money. And it gets me when these leaders, political leaders and so forth, talk about, federal money. Well, that money is taxpayers' money. They talk like it's, that's the big lie. They talk like it's their money. And it's just like everything else they twist when they use these words. It is taxpayers' money, which means we all have now blood on our hands. I do. I'm paying taxes. It really ticks me off how much money that Tara talks about, this money, and these people are wasting money. I know, as a finance director and an auditor and a compliance person, I know that, because I cut budgets, I know they're overestimating their costs. There's a way to audit these people, and they should be doing that, because they're way charging too much money for all this stuff. This is out of control.
Yeah.
That's HHS, though. They get a lot of money. I think their second agency, Tara might know, but I think they're like second agency to get money, or the most money.
Probably. I haven't looked at their rank order, but just so people can understand, HHS is a 2.9 plus trillion, that's with a T, trillion dollar agency. And they are over 22% of the entire US budget. So every dollar that you send in, every taxpayer dollar, like 22% is going to HHS. and their track record's not so great.
No.
Especially with children.
Yeah.
It's abysmal. So you should think, if you want 22, 23, 24 cents of every dollar that you have to go to these types of programs that leave children in just horrible and horrific situations.
I mean, when we start to talk about this and we start to see, the crimes in government, and you see HHS, it's starting to look like, and I've said this many times before, it's starting to look like this is one gigantic criminal enterprise that they're running. And these are just the different departments of their criminal enterprise that they've created to do certain things. Of course, bring children in, bring women in, bring young men in, and everything like that. So it to me, it's starting to look like it's one gigantic criminal operation that the people are funding.
Yeah. And they need the kids on the border. They needed to do that because they have to fuel it. They got to keep it going. They need kids. Now, it is an enterprise, Dave. It's a huge enterprise. And, people need to understand that, this is how they fuel their lives, their livelihood. They don't care about life at all. I mean, this goes to, Planned Parenthood. This goes to, the life of an unborn. This goes all the way through. They don't care about life. They only care about what they want for their lives. And any politician you don't see them. This is what gets me too. You don't see many of them really standing up for life, for children, for the problem we have. I mean, Elon Musk even made it a point to say that we have an imbalance in nature. We have the age of adult, elderly is way up there now, as opposed to children. We have an imbalance, a natural imbalance right now of life, okay, in general. So, we're killing babies, we're killing children, and nobody gives a mother, the kudos of having children, parents having children. We never have the positive attitude about how beautiful it is to have children.
Yeah.
And it is. I mean, it's what our country is, founded on. Our families, our American families. Very important to understand that. They're destroying that piece of our country, our great country.
I think that was done on purpose. That's
yes.
That they were doing this.
I do too.
Tara, let me ask you, did they use any type of code words to designate the children or anything like that?
No, there were no code words that I heard. It was just, move the children, move the children. It was a constant mantra. They wanted those children moved in 10 to 14 days. And they, I think a lot of people don't understand that the case manager who's working on the case never sees the sponsor. They never see the home where the child is going.
Really?
They don't see them.
No.
They get their documents through WhatsApp. They will take photographs of evidence that's supposed to link them to the child. We know all of those things can be faked. One of our case managers, she actually got an ID, and no one on the site is an investigator. So nobody is investigating the sponsor at all. That's not the goal. Yeah. She saw an ID that she knew was fake. And so it was obvious. I mean, you don't have to be trained when the letters are not the same size. It looks like somebody glued it on, right? So she tells the people up the chain on our site, look at this ID. And she's like, look, I don't want the child to go there. And they told her, hey, wait a minute now. Your goal is not to investigate the sponsor. Your goal is to reunite the child with the sponsor in 10 to 14 days. So go ask him if he has another ID. So, so she did. She called back, and the guy says to her, well, wait, I paid $200 for that ID. What do you mean it's not good? I can't buy another one. So these were the types of things that we were seeing, with our very, very own eyes, and then just sending the children out to people who we've never seen. No one's ever seen the home. And then it's no surprise that the children are gone.
Yeah.
And no follow-up, no follow-up. We did an expose, a whistleblower expose. Dave, I don't know if you ever got a chance to see it. But Tara had 3 of her comrades with her, another woman that was working in your job, and then 2 contractor, caseworker, and then Carlos, who was moving kids around. And one of the things that caught me was that, they had this time period, they had to move, and they were saying, well, the feds are here, they'll get deported. And I thought to myself, oh my goodness, wish we could just have gotten the kids back to their families. Instead, no, our government took those kids in unknown to where these kids were going so that's nefarious. As I was listening to them talk, I'm thinking to myself, why? You're putting kids, you don't know where these kids are going. You don't care who's taking them. You got fake IDs. You got planes moving kids. It's a mess. And they realized what a mess it was at some point in their experiences,
So how do we shut this down? Tara, you came forward with other people and you're exposing this, but how do we stop this? How do we stop this from happening?
Well, I think it's going to take an irate small group of people to just continually let their congressmen know, let their local officials know. But also those people are going to have to become educated. They're going to have to look into the darkness. They're going to have to realize what's happening. So just like for me, I had no idea that this was going on in this program. I think most people don't realize the tentacles that the United States government has. Mm-hmm. And so I'm a fairly simple person. The purpose of government should be to protect its citizens. If you can't do that, that's basic, lowest level. I think people believe that's what the government is doing, but I think they all need to stop and take a look at all the programs that are running and saying, now, wait a minute, how are any of these things benefiting me and my family? How is this benefiting the United States of America? I think people have forgotten to look at the government and say, are they in their lane or have they stepped out of their lane? And so I think that's what people need to do. They need to take a moment, take a breath, and take a look and say, wait a minute, is this what my government is supposed to be doing? Is this what I want my tax dollars to be going to? And then I will say we do have one call to action, which I'll let Mary talk about, but
go ahead, John.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So
right
HHS, if you can imagine all of these rules that have facilitated these children going to the bad guys, they are now trying to make permanent law. So they have opened up a comment period on the Federal Register. And if we're asking people to go in, make your voice heard and say no. So right. More important, let's just say you live in, in Idaho, and you think, well, the most important thing I can do is get on a plane, fly to Washington, D.C., knock on my congressman's door. Actually, the most important thing you can do is make a comment on the Federal Register, because they are required by law to read every comment. And so far we have more than 8,000 comments, and that's pretty unheard of. But our goal is to stop this from taking place, because it's only going to cause more suffering for children, and it expands beyond the unaccompanied children, as Mary can share, into CPS and foster care and other things.
What is the site where they can go to put their comments down? You know what the site is?
So maybe what we can do is drop that in the chat. So if they go to
we have it on America's Future.
Yes, okay. America's Future. Yeah.
And we do have the actual America's Future has that link, and I'm looking for it now, but it's in the federal government. We did it's in the federal government. HHS has it, right, Tara?
Yes.
I don't have it with me. I don't have the website on me right now.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll put that link at the bottom of the video, so this way it makes it easier for people to to click on it.
That's that call to action is a big, because they're trying to slip through another nefarious way to get money and say this is going to help, but it's just going to fuel child trafficking, and it's not going to be what they're telling people to do.
Right. So, for example, one of the rules is, if you're a case manager for one of these children, you're not allowed to ask the sponsor how many other children they've already sponsored. Okay. That doesn't make sense, because there are cases where people are collecting these children. So case managers wouldn't even be allowed to ask that information. If a case manager calls law enforcement, then the case manager could potentially be counseled and fired. So the case manager is the only advocate that the child has. If the case manager, if they suspect that the child is in danger and can't call law enforcement because they could lose their job, these are the types of rules they're trying to pass. So it makes somebody wonder, why would you try to pass rules like that? So we have to stop them from putting these things into law.
I agree.
So, and Dave, so it's the federalregister.gov.
Okay.
Is what you want to do. It's the federalregister.gov, and just go down to the section. You'll see this, and then there's an area for the comment to be made. It is on our call to action page on America's Future site as well. America's with an S future.net. Okay, in our call to action page, but it is the federalregister.gov. Sorry about not having that.
No, that's great.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So, Mary, what are you doing with your organization? What are you doing to get the word out?
So to kick off what, and to complement what Tara is saying, there are community call to actions that we have. There's a 10 kind of a way of doing 10 bullet ways we have to get trained, and that's what we're doing in these summits. We did it in Florida. We made a massive impact in Florida with this summit, and we put a very great advisory team together of people that have been in this, like Liz Krogan, like Laura Logan, like Ben Moore, who's been fighting pro bono cases for child trafficking, helping other people fight for the kids. We have, Tara, who's been tremendous with these summits and getting people to understand how this happens, what they can do, get trained, listen. The summits, you listen, it's educational. You listen to what these people are saying. That's where you can grab where the reality of this is. And then we go into the next day and we do a series of training. We offer hospitality training. Now we have a great medical training. Now we just got certified. We have children, parent, training, so we can teach parents what to look for on their phones, on online, and even things that are these nefarious, these criminals mark cars because they're watching for a child that's a vulnerable family to steal the child in their neighborhood. It's going on in neighborhoods. So there's up-to-date kind of training that we have, because we have people on the ground, and these are people that work with victims and save and rescue children. So those getting trained is very important. So that's what these summits are and training programs are. We did this in Florida. We did a tremendous. We just finished the ARC training, which is a comprehensive training and a certification, and that is a group throughout the nation. ARC is 1993. This is one of the first rescue of children. Basil and Tina. That's Association of Recovery of Children. And these are people that will be the leaders throughout the country. They have a network throughout the country, and so that's important. And then you've got to rescue. You've got to make your own organizations, get your own groups together in your communities. We talk about how to do that, how to collaborate. Task force can be political, but communities can build their own kinds of task forces once they learn about how to do things with these training programs and what to look for. We had 200 people in a real estate course. These realtors they still call me today because they're finding things when they go into a house. They were taught about what to look for in a house because they're buying up cash businesses and they're buying cash houses. Okay. This is the criminal element to run this stuff out of these neighborhood areas, right? And then local authorities, that's another piece that you've got to do. You got to you got to know who your local authorities. People they have the right to know who their law enforcement chiefs are. They have a right to know this. And you also have a right to build a relationship with the law enforcement and any community leaders as well. And there's policing programs you can do. You can legal perimeters are amazing. We have this resource on America's Future that each state we're building using these interns from Liberty University, and they're building each state policy, procedure, anything about child exploitation and trafficking, anything is going to be, they'll be able to go on that and find resources. And then hotlines, know your hotlines. And aftercare resources, okay? Because children need aftercare. They don't necessarily, you can be an advocate for a child and you don't have to have them sent into foster care. There's groups, that are already working to take children in and so forth. So, there's lots of programs, lots of things that we can do. And that's what we're doing, Dave. We're going around. We did it in Florida. We're going around. We're going to Michigan, December 8th and 9th. At Grace Christian Community Center. We've got this great panel. Michigan is another border state. Yeah. I mean, that nobody ever talks about that border. Mm-hmm. And I know from people that have been on the southern border that their Catholic Charities is moving kids right into those areas that are on that northern border. So, and by the way, that's a grand jury that happened in Florida. Great AG guy that's just a hero himself. And they were investigating 3 NGOs, Catholic Charity, a Jewish Foundation, and a Lutheran operation. So that are getting all these billions of dollars to, do this with children. So that's what we're doing. And then we're going to Illinois. We're going to Ohio. We've got a list on americasfuture.net that you can find where we're going to be. And that's all we're doing, going into communities. This is all about communities and, and making it inexpensive for the communities to do these programs. I mean, in Florida, we charge $15 for one course, so I got to make it easy for people to get in there and do this. So
absolutely. I want to thank both of you for being on the X22 Report Spotlight. Once again, Tara, if people wanted to follow your work, where should they look?
They can go to @TaraLeeRodas on Twitter. So, I try to keep my federal job and my whistleblowing separate because, I'm speaking only on behalf of what I witnessed at HHS. So they can follow me there and get updates.
Fantastic. And Mary, where should everyone go to see where the summits are and to see what your latest work is?
Sure. Go right to our website, www.americasfuture.net. Everything is on that page. Call to action, resources, the summit information, the bios, everything. It's a wonderful, wonderful operation and a 77-year-old organization, one of the first nonprofits in this country.
Wow.
Fighting for our rights, individual rights. So,
fantastic.
Thanks, David.
No, thank you both for being on the X22 Report Spotlight. I'll put all the links at the bottom of the video to make it a lot easier. Once again, thank you very much for coming on the show.
Tk you, sir. God bless.
Thank you. Yes, God
Thanks,
bless.
Sarah.
Thank
nice
you.
to see you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
All right, that was the X22 with Mary and Tara, and I thought that was kind of an important one. I watched that this morning. It was the first thing I saw when I got up this morning, and you guys know how I am personally about the trafficking situation, having been a child who was trafficked through the Department of Children and Youth Services of the state of Connecticut, and then also in Department of Youth Services in Utah. They're both equally responsible for the things that not only happened to me, but happened to thousands of other children who were, and this was in the 70s and the 80s. You know, it's taken 40 years for it to become prevalent enough for the American people to actually wake up and begin to understand the circumstances and in the situations that transpire with children and the organizations. Just because somebody opens a group home doesn't mean that nefariously, that is their intention, but a lot of times that is something that happens. Foster parents often end up with children and abuse them. Organizations such as children's wards at hospitals and things like that are also places that we have to be mindful of because of the abuse that goes on. And then the trafficking that can come because of it, and then at the same time, we have children that are being trafficked with the sole intent of organ harvesting. And this isn't something to joke around about. This is something that's very serious and that everybody needs to be aware of and do everything that they can to help stop it. So, okay. All right. On to our next Hulkinator space shot from this morning. Let's go ahead and get that up here. Let's do it.
Are you scared? Devil without a cause, and I'm back with the beaver hats and Ben Davis slacks. 30 pack of stroll, 30 pack of hoe.
All right, turn that down just because we don't need to be catching no copyrights on songs. I'm not sure how long this particular part here lasts. Yeah, we'll kind of get filtered through this. Let's get to the rest of the show. It's not that I don't appreciate what they do. I just, like I said, just don't need to, get taken down for a song. Okay, so let me back this up just a hair, and we'll be jumping into this here in a second now. There we go. All right, here we go.
When he walked out of Madison Square Garden, it was fucking bananas. Really? It was, the whole place was cheering. He walks out to Kid Rock's American Badass with Kid Rock and Tucker Carlson walking in like the right-wing Avengers. And the place went nuts. I'm telling you, the fucking cheers of the crowd were nuts. I mean, it was overwhelmingly in support of him, and it lasted a long time. I mean, it was a roll. I mean, you had to hear what the crowd sounded like before he walked in, and then when he did. I mean, it was just overwhelming cheers for like over a minute. I mean, just imagine a minute of people screaming at the top of their lungs. When he walked out of Mass. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Hulk and Space Shot Show and the American Badass Trump himself. I hope you guys liked that video in the beginning. I just found that before the show, the mashup of American Badass and Trump. I hadn't seen that before. Hope you guys enjoyed it. UFC was quite interesting last week, and we didn't get it in the show on Thursday, but we got it in today. Good morning. How is everybody doing? Space Shot, that's your turn.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Space Shot. Hello. Good morning there, my fellow world patriots. I hope you guys are having a great Saturday. A little rainy up here in the Northeast, but yeah, great little video. And President Trump absolutely crushes it when he goes to the UFC. And I've mentioned it a few times that they even have, former world champions when they pan, to the crowd, and they'll show, like the former heavyweight champion, woo, the former, middleweight champion, woo, and then here comes Trump. It's like it goes crazy. A lot of Trump fans in those, kind of a lot of us in there, basically, a lot of conservatives, but they see the writing on the wall.
A lot of Americans.
A lot of Americans, and they're starting to see it too. So especially when we have somebody like Joe Rogan, right? Like people say, oh, well, he's got the biggest, podcast in the world by far, and he's got a lot of conservative and Democrat viewers. I would say a whole big mix of them. So when you start seeing people like him, saying, oh, Trump's getting really big bumps and Trump's doing really good out there, and they're starting to see the light of day. And when they start to see it, I think we got some more clips we'll probably show a little bit later on along the same lines, but a lot more and more people are starting to see what's going on here. And I think this is the time when the boomerang's starting to come home to roost. You like how I put those two sayings together that don't belong?
Yeah, I like that. That's pretty good out there. Long as we're in still the same vein as some Kid Rock here, I went and picked his clip up from Hannity the other day over here. Him speaking a little truth for about 3 minutes here. Let's get into it.
Well, I'm a huge fan of Dana White. I saw you with President Trump and Dana and Tucker, and you guys all went to the MMA. What was it? The Garden.
UFC, yeah.
UFC.
Garden.
All right. So he was on this show,
I saw.
and it was about Bud Light. He took,
Here we go.
he took on as a sponsor. Now, I'll tell you why I've never in my whole life ever supported a boycott. I've never called for a firing or a cancellation ever. I mean, even people that I can't stand, like Bill.
By the way, I didn't either.
Yeah. Okay. So what I worried about in that case was the guys that have the beer
Working
route.
class people.
Right. The guys that work in
course.
the factory, the guys that load the
Yeah.
trucks. They're not the guys that made that stupid,
Oh, they had no dog in this fight at all. It's
Right.
actually funny. Speaking of that UFC fight, I'm standing there with our favorite president.
Right.
And someone comes over to like the CEO of Anheuser-Busch standing right behind you.
Right.
So I go to the POTUS. I'm like, hey, that's the CEO of Anheuser-Busch. Trump's like, you want to go talk to him? I'm like, I do. So me and him go over. We actually had a great conversation.
Really?
Because, if you put this in context, why did this start? It's like, I told him that night, I go, you signaled to a lot of people like myself, like-minded people. Put the trans thing aside for a minute, right? I was like, but by sending that can to the trans kid, you kind of signaled to us you support this lifestyle, and more importantly, like men being in women's sports or in my granddaughter's locker room. Most of us draw a hard line right there. Nah. What are you
have
doing?
a granddaughter? You're like
I got 2
40,
grandkids.
You're like 42 years old. Well, go ahead.
It gets cold in Detroit, Sean.
Yeah, I guess it does.
So I said, you signaled that to us. I said, but speaking of, I was like, if someone wants to be trans, I was like, I didn't rip that kid. I said, F you guys. I said, I didn't even say boycott or cancel. I said, F you. I said, what are you doing? Injecting yourself into this conversation, these polarizing social issues. I was like, you could be doing so much more positive stuff, just making us laugh and drink beer. But I said, someone wants to dress up like a girl, they want to be transgender, whatever. A lot of people fought and died for them to do that. Go for it. We can coexist, in public places. You might not be my first dinner invite, you know what I mean? And I'm probably not yours. And if you're gay, no one cares anymore, right? We all got gay family members, gay friends, gay coworkers. It's like, cut it out. Just be gay.
You know,
How about, I'm not going to clap
what I hear-
louder for you.
You know what I hear you saying? You believe in freedom.
Yeah.
But
Very
if
simple.
you want to indoctrinate kids in school,
That's what I
Boom.
tell my. Let me say this to the trans and gay community right now. Be yourself. That's cool. You're cool with me. I'm cool with you. That's how most people are. But as soon as you bring our kids into this, that's where you're going to bring hatred into it. Leave our freaking kids out of it.
Exactly. Leave the kids out of it. Do what you want to in your own privacy of your own home and bedroom and whatnot, but not out in public. Not in front of the kids at the library for the drag queen story hour. Right there, Space Shot.
That's it. That's what it's always been about too. And that's and they're trying to make the normal thing. And we've talked about this going on 5 years or so, right? Homosexuality, they pretty much normalized, no biggie, right? Well, then they're going to start trying to normalize the transsexual stuff. That's where we're at right now. And they're already pushing the envelope and pushing that line towards pushing pedophilia, right? So it's not like, oh, well, you crazy conspiracy theorists are making this stuff up. No, you can go take a look around and see that they're trying to instill this on our younger generation. And that's where it is, and that's where a lot of people draw the line. Just like he said, you want to live your life, do what you want to do whatever freaky little things you want to do in your own little house. That's cool. But when you start bringing it to school and putting it in front of my kids and my neighbors' kids and the rest of the people of this country's kids, that's where we all have a problem. Let the kids grow up, let them have their own little lives. And let's be honest, it's confusing enough growing up being a kid, right? I can remember being in 6th, 7th, 8th grade and thinking every little thing was like the end of the world, right? Like, oh my God, like I just went out with this girl for a lunch period and she broke up with me. Everybody's going to know about it. Oh my goodness, it's the end of the world, right? Like, so that was like one of my favorite quotes is, and I'm probably going to butcher it right now, which I think a lot of kids should remember, especially when they go to school, is you would care a lot less. It's something along the lines of you would care a lot less about how much people think about you if you knew how much or if you knew how little they did, right? So everybody always thinks like you're the center, like I'm the center. Space Shots, everybody's talking about me, everybody's thinking about me, but no. Hulk's over there living his life. The mods in the chat, they're living their life. The viewers in the chat, they're living their life. They're not centered on, oh my God, what is he doing? Did he make a mistake on this? Did this person mess up this? So it's confusing enough being a kid growing up in these days, but to have to be throwing this stuff on top of it is just an extra curveball they don't need.
Well, I do worry about content, and I do feel like, like you were saying, my girlfriend broke up to me. When I was a kid back then, it was like, dude, I dropped my freaking ice cream cone in the dirt. I would be a lot more heartbroken than some girl breaking up with me at that age itself. But when I'm going through doing content for the show and you get something wrong, I feel like that. You know what I mean? You're like, fuck. It happens. Shit happens, and we try to correct ourselves. That's why we were telling you guys in the chat, take it with a grain of salt. Go do your own research, see what you put together, and then come up with your own beliefs. That's what it is. I'm not trying to tell you what you believe. I'm telling you what I believe, and if you want to choose to follow that vein and thought, I'll give you enough information that you can make it a worthwhile conversation with somebody else.
Yeah.
What else do we got for you? What else do we got for you? Oh, we did get January 6th stuff out there. We did get January 6th stuff. So it's interesting. Give me your first impression of this, Mike, because I did see your tweet out there. And before we go into some content.
Yeah. So you had dropped it into Discord, and pretty much on the way home, I'm dropping. I'm like, yes, we get all the tapes. This is awesome. This is great. And then I start going to the website where it is, and I see that there's 5 pages of videos. And I'm like, all right, that's cool. If they're 5 pages of, 20 or 30 videos per page and, they're 5 or 6 hours each, that's awesome. Well, when you go there, there are 5 or so pages of videos that are like 10 minutes each. And there's no way in hell those are all the tapes. Because, even I posted out a little X last night that, while I haven't gotten a chance to take a look through all of the files that are in there, what I have gotten a chance to look at were just what I was explaining, very small clips. So if you click on any of those right there, 232 megabytes. Hulk, we know like if that's 6 minutes or how short these videos are. They're all like 10-minute clips. So I'm not happy with that at all. And by the way, you can see is when you start these videos, already people are in handcuffs. There's people running around. So this is already as things. I kind of butchered as how I posted this last night, but essentially I posted that they're posting these videos or showing these videos right now as if or after everything's basically going on already. I said, I've not gotten a chance to look at all 5 pages of the videos. However, there's no way there's a 4,000 hours. From what I see, they're mostly 10-minute clips. Nothing I saw was early on. All seemed to be after everything was kicked off. So as you see, there's already people in handcuffs there. They already have the zip ties, and it's like, wait, a 10-minute video? What the hell? And this was created in September 6th, apparently.
What do you mean 4,000 hours?
Well, they were saying before. Well, remember before they were saying there was it 4,000 or 40,000 hours? There was something ridiculous.
40,000 hours.
Yeah. So there's no way near anything like that on there. There's,
So did you go look at Speaker Johnson or anything that he said?
No,
I just wondered.
Pretty much went off your post.
He said that he's going to release almost everything. He's going to release all but 4,000 hours of security video that would be in secure areas, those types of things that he says he's not going to release. So we're going to get about 96% of the video will be released over time, is what he said, because they do have to go through. So they're starting with the first group of the FBI stuff that's already been delegated safe and doesn't have any restricted access that was over with the guys over at the Blaze and all that shit those guys were using. All that stuff's going to be released. So they have to just go through and verify again. There's no paperwork that says addresses or people's faces in certain areas and shit like that. Other than that, he says we're going to get it. And they're going to come out over in big chunks over time. And then there's already a signed committee that's going to go through and make sure that this stuff keeps going. So those are positive things. So in the grand scheme of things, the way I look at it, this is better deal than we got with 80-20 from the team, if anybody remembers. So before it's going to be 60-40, we got it to 80-20. And here we are with damn near all of the video, all but 4,000 hours is what he's saying. So it's going to take some time. I get it, maybe a year, but eventually we're going to go see it all.
Yeah, that's the only issue that I had with what I saw is pretty much anyone you click on, all the videos are already mid-afternoon from what I've seen. So
yeah,
but I'm sure there's probably gold in there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, look, here we go.
Get back, guys.
I'm like, what are we looking at here? Okay, now I know.
I was waiting for you to say something, dude.
Look at those violent J6ers on top, guys. Look at them all. Walking by, single file, respectfully, not hitting anybody. And then we have these people on the bottom. Well, they can, do whatever they want for their country. Yeah, throw them down the stairs.
So, Capitol Police officers saying during the riot with the pro-Palestinian people over at the DNC headquarters, they were scared, more scared than anything happened on January 6th. So here's some, more video right here. Here, we'll play this one really quick. I got a beam in here. See, look, the cops just hanging out right there. Wait, how did Trump get there?
It's like, thank you. Well, remember, he started the whole thing, right?
This is great. Sorry, I got to put some funnies in here in the morning.
That's crazy. Who's that? Who's posted that video?
I don't know. I just go search for this shit, and it kind of comes together.
Pepe did
that. Was Pepe. Yeah.
Yes.
Good so morning if you're watching.
Yeah, those are the type of videos right there that we need to share out, and we need to be sharing with the people that are calling us a bunch of terrorists, and all you January 6 people need to be arrested. Those are the type of videos you need to show to people and say, wait, how come they're going to charge everybody to the moon and back that was there on January 6th? And as you can see, most of them in most of these cases were peaceful, right? We had one wing of it. And I agree. People that were violent down that one row or whatever it was, you did things that were illegal. You hit people, you hit officers, whether they were real officers or not. you did violence, then yeah, you should be doing some time. I'm sorry, but you know, if you went there with the intention to be violent and did violence, then you should get what you deserve. But the people that simply walked in and took pictures and walked out peacefully that are getting charged is absolutely disgusting. And then when you look at these other people, it's like, what's going to happen to them? Absolutely nothing, right? Nothing at all.
So like Jay Next type of people, let's explain what their role is in this entire thing, because I've seen people out on social media talking about the tapes and what he was doing, and he just looks like he got sucked up with it and, you know, got excited and blah blah blah. But he's that Black Lives Matter leftist type of deal that got paid to go into discords and collect patriots up and point them in a particular direction with the 80-20 bullshit that Alex Jones likes to do. Gets them excited, and we're going to go to the Capitol, we're going to go inside, and you got the Ray Epps stuff doing the exact same thing, which we're going to bring up here for a second. So these are infiltrators that do these types of things. We've seen them come through Discord when the team was posting a lot. You see them in the chat, you see them in the Discords. They're all over the place. They're paid infiltrators. So that's what Jaden X is, in my opinion. You got paid, what, 70 grand for that video to be up in that speaker's corner over there? But hopefully he gets charged just as much as the rest of the guys from January 6th.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
If not more. But the one good news is we did hear, right? Because we were complaining about it. Like, oh, these jerk offs, you know, sold their footage for 70 grand. Didn't they get that money taken away too?
Yes.
I think shortly after. So that's a good plus. And, you know, we saw the whole damn thing. You know, we got the guy, Jaden X, John Earl Sullivan Jr., who was adopted by a Navy guy, I believe it was, or an Air Force guy. I think it was a Navy guy. What was it?
White parents, if I remember right. He has white parents, white adopted parents.
White adopted parents, and they believe they are, his father was, I believe, Air Force or Navy. I want to say Air Force, but I remember he tried out for the Olympics for speed skating or whatever, but we have the whole damn video. Right. Yeah, and he's right there. Oh, look, a gun. Oh, look, he's got a gun, everybody. Oh, look, he just shot Ashley Babbitt. She's gone, man. She's gone. I mean, the whole damn thing was set up, in my opinion, that whole little area.
Oh, yeah.
Even the shooting, right? She steps a foot through the gap there, a female, down a whole big hallway where there was plenty of room where you could have detained the woman. But now we're just going to pop. We're just going to shoot away. No problem. Definitely weird.
Here, let me get this up the screen really quick. Out of all the videos out of this one, I saw this one come up and I was like, oh, look, this guy, they're being rough with this guy, dude. Like, they're pissed off, dude. I mean, look, you know, they're pushing him in the back and, you know, he's pushing him down like, oh shit, dude. Like, oh man. And I'm like, what the hell are they doing right here? I'm just watching the video here. I'm like, you know, violent insurrectionists. What are they doing? Fixing his cups or whatever? And then I was like, what? Dude, you just fist bumped the freaking police officer. I'm like, can't believe this is happening in this violent insurrection, because there's people climbing the outside of the building right now, supposedly trying to break into the Senate room to stop the vote here. And then this guy just fist bumps the cop, dude. So, okay, great. We had violent insurrectionists walking around with tour guides inside with the QAnon shaman, dude. And like, okay, you stepped out of line, sir. We're going to cuff you. We're going to take you out to the end of the facility. You have to leave or you're going to be arrested. Okay, thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Fist bump. You know, we get out of here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it even looks like in the beginning, like when he's uncuffing him after he gives him the fist bump, it's like he was like, oh, hey, you really got me good in the head with that second one there. Like they were, you know, doing the whole coordination deal. Just disgusting. Absolutely.
So, I mean, oh, wait, look, we've got National Guard on. They're here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I wish audio was here. This was what, 3 minutes of this hallway?
I'm telling you, they were absolutely fake officers there too. I'm not saying every cop that you see are fake, but there are fake officers there as well. No doubt.
Dude, there's officers stopping the people. Be nice. You're gonna go upstairs and you let that one guy go upstairs. I got more people. We're stopping people from going upstairs. We're gonna go upstairs. We're gonna go. Okay, you can go. You can go. Be nice. Be nice. There's donuts and coffee at the top of the hallway. What else do we got here? What else did I pull back up for you guys here? Oh yeah, exit. The exit. You gotta get an exit out here. and there's no audio with any of these clips. So this is probably all on the north side of the facility. The south side, I believe, is where the mayhem was happening. This is where you had where we played the video from Thursday of the people talking about, and the guy from Congress, what was his name? Talking about ghost buses being dropped off with Tifa members transferring clothing into that. I have a saved clip of that. We're gonna toast that guy right in right now. I got
Is that Chip Roy?
What?
Was that Chip Roy?
Yeah. I don't know. You'd have to look. Let me go see if I can find the Tifa members.
All I know is I like that dude because he had the cojones to actually come out and start, talking about this stuff.
Yeah, right here. I wonder if this is still a good account. You think it's still good? Or is it deleted? Oh, it's Shady Guru.
What about those Tifa in the woods? Oh, dude. I got that same video.
Covering themselves back up.
Yep, she did say delete that too. I have that video where I put the words on the screen too. A couple of years ago, and I said, "Listen, what there weren't people, changing to Trump attire from Antifa attire. Well, what the hell is this?" And this one pisses me off the most, Hulk. It really does, because you got this guy who is not only part of the thing, but he was talking people into going to the building the day before, the day of, before, during, and after. Right. But this guy is like, "Oh, you guys should stop attacking the poor schmuck that's on your side. You guys need as many supporters as you can." It's like, oh, the only person in the whole bit that the Democrats are defending is this guy, the guy that's not going to get charged with diddly squat. Right.
Yeah, the paid confidential human source. Anyways, let's go right to the video. It's what he says.
Maybe it's because you're my neighbor. Where you at?
Then he leaned in and whispered something he apparently did not want to say out loud.
We're not here to fight, man. We're here to storm.
We're here to storm the Capitol. Hell yeah. All right, have a good night. Be safe. Be safe, brother.
That one moment changed what we knew about Ray Epps that night, when he whispered storm the Capitol before it had happened.
What?
Let's go back to that.
Maybe it's because you're my neighbor. Where you at? Maybe it's because you're my neighbor. Where you at?
Then he leaned in and whispered something he apparently did not want to say out loud.
We're not here to fight, man. We're here to storm.
We're here to storm the Capitol. I had missed that, where he's talking to this gentleman who's streaming and says, "I'm your neighbor," those types of things. I thought that was just quite interesting.
That's baked Alaska. So how close of a neighbor was he? I don't know this baked Alaska guy who he hangs out with. Does he make videos? Is he in jail? I have no idea what's going on. So
I believe he is in jail. I believe some people are saying he's paid off. Some people say he's a patriot. I just kind of leave it at arm's length. The last I heard, he was serving a sentence, I think, if I remember correctly. For that side. But also, I did go by here. And James Sullivan's brother.
Oh, boy. That is adopted brother?
I don't know. And again, I'm still trying to remember if the adopted white parents, those sort of types of things. So anyways, we'll just get it from him.
Said, what is just going through mental health stuff. And the January 6th, January 5th happened. I got a message from one of John's friends who's in Black Lives Matter. He said, "Hey, James, I wouldn't normally reach out to you, but John is doing some pretty serious stuff." And he said, "What is he doing?" He said, "Well, here's a link to the Discord chats." And I got into the private Antifa Discord chats from Antifa groups in Seattle, Boston, New Jersey, New York, and Virginia. And they were all planning on busing to DC to disguise themselves as Trump supporters. They had bought over, I think it was over, they had a sponsor who I know the name of now, who donated money for them to get, I think, over they didn't use them all, but 5,000 different Trump hats, different Trump apparel, so they could disguise themselves as patriots. So On January 6th, I did not go to the Capitol, but I got somebody on a live messaged me, and I watched the live that he was streaming to me, and I saw he was walking right behind John as he was instructing Capitol Police to move over. He was getting a bunch of his Trump disguised Antifa members to follow him, and they went into the Capitol. So Ashley Babbitt was actually right next to my brother when she was shot, and he actually pushed her in front of him when the cops came out, and then she was shot, and he, instead of helping her and trying to...
That's all I got on that. That's the only clip that survived on that. Give me your thoughts on that, because we all watched that. We all watched that hallway.
Well, if you remember too, if I can spark your memory to the Discord server, right, where they were posting all this stuff out. We have many videos of them wearing different attire, and it's clear that they had people infiltrating to be Trump supporters, and we spotted it pretty much almost immediately the day of, even before stuff was happening, because
a week before we smelled it.
Yeah, well, how many different people we were seeing with the with masks on, right? Because remember, the big contention back then was, oh, wear your masks, make sure you wear your mask, 6 feet, 6 feet. And then you had the people on the other side that were basically, most of the Trump supporters were not wearing masks. I think a lot of people can agree with that, unless you had like a medical condition or whatever. You were basically not wearing a mask. So yeah, that's the big difference when we saw it, and we saw the infiltration, and then, maybe it's finally starting to get exposed now, finally, but more and more as time goes on will be exposed. But I think we're heading to the right direction, and inevitably.
Yep. So how's chat doing? Good morning, chat. We'll check in with chat. Oh, look, there's our Dr. D. She climbed up into the window on her own accord. She was smashing the window. Yeah, we all saw that too.
But she was not a threat to kill anybody, and therefore she should not have been killed there. In air quotes.
Yeah, what was the guy
killed?
The shooter, Lloyd, whatever his name, Lloyd guy, kept losing his gun in the bathroom in the Capitol.
Exactly. Guy has a history of messing up and leaving his handgun around. Whoopsie.
Well, good morning, guys. Did you guys go check the tweet over there? You guys can go ahead and start dropping the song over there. So if the mods want to always grab that link from my Twitter feed over here, I'll go and grab it. I'm going to drop it again over here so we can do the exit song a little bit later out there. We'll get that thing rocking.
Oh, do we use Ardoc's song, by the way?
No, we did not. I did queue it up, and then I was going through and looking at songs, and I just happened to look because I was thinking American Badass, trying to find a good combo for the Trump and the entrance into the MMA thing, and then I came by that video, and I'm like, yeah, this one's gonna win. Sorry, we're playing this one this morning, so let me go drop this.
Nice. We can definitely maybe do it for an outro.
Did you guys like that song, or was it too much rock and roll, or what? Too much Kid Rock?
There was some swearsies in there, but otherwise
there was some bad words, but some great video in there.
American Badass. Yep, the whole thing.
Military's the only way. Under the correct president, I would agree with you. Okay, so I'll just work and drop that song over here. So if anybody's looking for this thing later, I'm gonna drop it in the bottom of the show over here. So
that
this
song
is the
was
way
7 years old. Wow.
Yeah. We've been around a while, bro.
Yeah. Oh, and hey,
so that's how you basically post it. Now it's right here.
I'd like to make a little memorial here for my buddy Mile, Patriot Politics Research. It's been 2 years since the passing of his mother when she went up into heaven, and basically he had tried to fight to get into the medical facilities, and he had to feel that stuff firsthand. What a tough spot it was to be able to get into. They wouldn't even let him go in to visit his mother. We tried to get him, we didn't try to. We got him ordained as a minister so he could get into to visit his mother, but inevitably lost his mother 2 years ago. So I do know what that feeling is like, brother. And you're never old enough to not be missing your mother when she passes, of course. So hopefully she's looking down. I'm sure she's proud of you, looking down on you from heaven, brother. But thought I wanted to point that out because not only him but many other people. We lost a lot of people during this stuff, and people need to realize that real people lost lives during this thing.
Yeah, exactly. And I just find it weird to be older than my mom lived, which is interesting if you think about that. So
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Read that tagline.
Rewind. CNN celebrity J6 hero cop Michael Fanone, prep schoolboy masquerading as F-bomb dropping redneck, has Pelosi and Swalwell on speed dial and hangs out with Sean Penn at his Malibu mansion. Oh yeah, this dude was just completely set up, right? He's a prep schoolboy. He's got tattoos everywhere. That's funny.
Yeah, exactly. So enough January 6th stuff. So I was over here Saturday. So this is my view Saturday night. So I thought that was pretty cool. So you're looking at that's like Prado Park right there. So you're looking at the backside of Saddleback Mountains over here. And so technically the 91 freeway runs between this little hill way off in the distance. So this is up against the Prado Dam area, and they were doing the cowboy camp out or whatever. Our wife got tickets with it. We were just down there and saw the concerts, and they had what was that dude's name? Jason, I can't remember the name. I'll figure it out. No, nobody super big like that. But I recognize the songs, even though I'm not a cowboy fan. Chris Jansen was the second headliner in the end. So he's done some pretty cool stuff. And it was good to see some of the cowboy girls out there. They're pretty, but there's a little piece of country left in Southern California. This is as they kind of mow over the farmland and put more placemat communities in there. This would be one of your last little areas. So this is a state park that they have over here in over there next to the dam. So it's pretty cool. It was fun to hang out over there and that. So I just took some pictures of the sunset right here. So that's looking technically towards Disneyland. It would be probably 40 minutes away that direction towards the sun.
Does that run perpendicular to Brokeback Mountain?
No, that's in the different state of what state are you in again?
We're in
Idaho. Yeah,
we're in Rhode Island. Yes. Oh boy. Yeah. Oh yeah. But no, I like
that
those
a pretty
pictures.
picture, chat? You like that?
Can only get a picture like that on a flat Earth. Total joke.
I took that with my cell phone.
I know, just busting.
So let's get into some newsy news.
Oh, we're gonna have
I got
some fun
this
here. Oh yeah. Yes.
Go ahead and talk about this.
Yes.
Rip the Band-Aid off.
Well, who are the people that have been a thorn in our side for quite some time, Hulk? Right? We got Southern Poverty Law Center. We got Media Matters. Oh, look at this. The split-second court opens on Monday. X Corp will be filing a thermonuclear lawsuit against Media Matters and all those who colluded in this fraudulent attack on our company. This week, Media Matters for America posted a story that completely misrepresented the real user experience on X in another attempt to undermine freedom of speech and mislead advertisers. Above everything, including profit, X works to protect the public's right to free speech. But for speech to be truly free, we must have the freedom to see and hear things that some people may consider objectionable. Oh, absolutely true. We believe that everyone has the right to make up their own minds about what to read, watch, or listen to because that's the power of freedom of speech. Despite our clear and consistent position, X has seen a number of attacks from activist groups like Media Matters and legacy media outlets who seek to undermine freedom of expression on our platform because they perceive it as a threat to their ideological narrative and those of their financial supporters. These groups try to use their influence to attack our revenue streams by deceiving advertisers on X. Here are the facts on Media Matters research. To manipulate the public and advertisers, Media Matters created an alternate account and curated the post and advertising appearing on the account's timeline to misinform advertisers about the placement of their posts. These contrived experiences could be applied to any platform. Once they're curated on their feed, they repeatedly refresh their timelines to find a rare instance of ads serving next to the content they chose to follow. Our logs indicate they forced a scenario resulting in 13 times the number of ads served compared to the median ads served to an X user. Of the 5.5 billion ad impressions on X that day, dude, that's huge right there. If you think about that, 5.5 ad impressions in a day. Less than 50 total ad impressions were served against all of the organic content featured in the Media Matters article. For one brand showcased in the article, one of its ads ran adjacent to a post 2 times, and that ad was seen in that setting by only 2 users, one of which was the author of the Media Matters article. For another brand showcased in the article, 2 of the ads served adjacent to 2 posts 3 times, and that ad was only seen in that setting by 1 user, the author of the Media Matters article. Media Matters article also highlights 9 posts they believe should not be allowed on X. Upon evaluation, only one of the 9 organic posts featured in the article violated our content policies, and we've taken action on it under our freedom of speech, not reach enforcement approach. Here's the summary to all of this. X will protect the public's right to free speech. We will not allow agenda-driven activists or even our own profits to deter our vision. Everyone has a choice on X. User and brand control on X is superior to a year ago. 3, data wins over allegations. Media Matters does not reflect the user experience on X. As we've seen in some parts of the world, when free expression is taken away, it is very dangerous and something to get back. That's why the people came before us fought hard to protect. Without freedom of speech, we lose checks and balances critical to a thriving democracy. We must defend our individual rights that lives and flourishing society depend on it. If you're really in on protecting free speech, then we all need to protect it completely. Stand with X to protect free speech. I like it, dude. Nailed it. Absolutely.
Yep. You're definitely going to go after those guys, and we have a little history right here so everybody remembers. Go ahead, and if you want to read some of that, maybe some people don't know this.
All right, Liz Crokin, always doing some good stuff from the beginning here. One of the originals. And remember, she was an investigator, well before this stuff too. So Elon Musk calls Media Matters evil. Media Matters is a left-wing organization co-founded and run by David Brock for years till he stepped down recently. This organization has probably spent more time and resources covering up Pizzagate than any other media outlet going back to 2016. Brock is the ex-boyfriend of psychopath James Alefantis, who owns Comet Ping Pong, the infamous DC pizza joint tied to Pizzagate. And let's not forget, he was one of the 50 most influential people in DC, a guy that owned a pizza stop, and allegedly he's a Rothschild as well. Alefantis, who was a pal of Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, John Podesta, had posts all over his Instagram pages promoting pedophilia and all kinds of sick depravity. His restaurant, that the media told you is, quote, family friendly, hosted bands like Heavy Breathing that openly promoted child rape and child sacrifice during performances at Comet Ping Pong and Pizza. Also, the band promoted sexually exploitive material of children on their website that Comet's site used to link to.
Really? Come on. You got to be shouting at people in my chat. Okay. I mean, I'm scrolling back here over an hour. Okay. And, in the chat. And this is what I'm going to tell you. Every person who is in my chat believes in God. They believe in the 10 Commandments. They believe in Christ. Okay. And they don't need to be shouted at. Okay. Quite often we spend time reading the Bible together. We have prayathons that are up to 72 hours long. Okay. How about we stop distracting the chat and let people pay attention to what the information is that we're trying to share with them. because even though we are all waiting on Christ's return, there is still truths that we need to learn that are here on this earth. So be respectful, okay? Stop dominating my chat. Stop shouting at people, okay? Thinking that you're not heard, okay? Everybody here is a believer. I don't think I have any atheists in my crowd. There's absolutely no reason for it. And to me, it's actually very disrespectful. Okay. Believing that you're the only people who believe in God, that believe in his scripture or his gospels, you know, because that's not, you know, that's not the intent. Okay. So chill out, you know. People can't even have normal conversations without being downtrodden or being told that they're not worthy or that they're sinners and everything else. Okay. You're in the wrong chat for that. I can point you to some channels to go to that can use that help. I mean, like a lot of help. Okay. But we all believe in Christ. We all believe in God. Okay. We all read the scriptures. Okay. And we don't need to be, you know, it doesn't matter whether it was one Christ denier. If it was one Christ denier, then there should have been one comment to it, and that should have been the end of it. But instead, I'm sitting here and I'm actually scrolling back, okay, for like the last hour and a half, 2 hours, is a couple of people shouting at everybody. Okay, you don't need to do that here. Okay, it's distracting. It doesn't give people time to absorb the information that we bring these podcasts to this channel so that people can learn about what these people have researched and found. Okay. Sure, you may have researched and found a lot about God. You may have researched and found a bunch about the Bible and everything. Well, then make a channel and spread your word that way. Okay. You don't need to go in and dominate somebody else's chat thinking that nobody here is worthy of God's attention or Christ's love or God's love. Okay. Because that's not the case. Okay. You're in the wrong chat for that. Okay. That's why this channel is called Hawk's Mustard Seeds. Okay. If you have faith as small as a mustard seed, as a small grain of mustard seed, you can say to that mountain to move and the mountain will move. You know, it's come on, you know, give it a break. Okay. They don't need to be preached to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Okay. That's not what our intent is. Hi, Ramon. How you doing, brother? You know, dropping a scripture every once in a while and things like, you know, a verse or something like that, you know, a couple of times and things like that. That's great. Okay. But to flood the entire conversation, or, you know, other people are trying to have other conversations and stuff, and they can't have it because they're being shouted at. Okay. And that's not what it's about. We've got to share the space. Okay. And you know, it's simple. It's simple. And Remote, how you doing, brother? I hope you're feeling better. I saw you were not feeling good last week. I hope your health is doing much better, brother. I know you've been having a tough time. So, and we prayed for you quite a few times. All right. All right. Back to it. Okay.
In 2012, Fox News reported that Brock paid a gay ex-lover $850,000 in a blackmail payment after being threatened with damaging information involving the organization's donors and the IRS. Brock had to sell one of his homes to make the nefarious payment. I'm sorry, but what innocent man pays a blackmail demand like that if they have nothing to hide? In the lawsuit, Brock stated his former lover of 10 years, William Gray, contacted him 3 times after their breakup and demanded payment, or he would embarrass him to his donors and report him to the IRS. Brock has been under fire from Fox News in the past over whether Media Matters, which is closely aligned with Democratic donors and policymakers, should be allowed to keep its nonprofit tax-exempt status, which prohibits it from directly engaging in partisan politics. Elon Musk is correct. Media Matters is an evil organization on a level that most people cannot even fathom or comprehend. Is that David and his boyfriend there? That David Brock? Go down a little bit. David, oh, look at James Alefantis on the right and David Brock on the left. Tell me these two don't look the part. They weirdo looking Fs. Pardon my French, but you weirdo looking fucks.
Yeah, exactly. Because the whole Pizzagate thing ended up being what is it, a whole year before the team even started posting out on the boards and 4chan and even started talking about anything about Hillary or whatnot there. When I started digging into the story over there, there's some weird stuff that was going over there because they're saying, oh, they're running some child pedophile deal. No. It was a data center basically, and they were serving CP out onto the internet through it. So, when you have a pizza place that ends up having a data connection that's bigger than some office buildings would host for offices and doing stuff like that, like a 40-story office building, they had a huge data network there.
I'm not saying no God talk. I'm just saying you don't need to preach to the people in the chat. Okay. They're all believers. Okay. We may have one or two that might not be. Okay. But really, seriously, over 100 comments in an hour. Okay, you understand where I'm going with this. And Remote, I'm glad you got the RSO, brother. That's going to make I think that's going to make a huge difference for you. You got this. Yeah, there's nothing the devil can do to you that you can't beat, brother. Absolutely nothing. And you got this 100%.
With all these computers serving files out there. And when you went and looked at the police report, I think it was in New York or DC or whatever it was. And when you go look there, because they said that the gunman had showed up and then shot up the place itself. That guy was so accurate, he was able to hit all the hard drives in the computers that were still installed in the case. The cops are like, I don't know how this guy did it, because you'd have to physically remove the drive, shoot it, and then put it back in the computer. So that's pretty damn accurate if you're going to look at stuff like that. So there's just weird things that I found out about the computer data and all that kind of crap they were serving out of there. And if anybody's seen that TV show, I think about it here in a second. Anyways, go ahead, Mr. Space Shot.
Well, all you have is, it's easily explained how that could happen, how that shooting could happen in the server there, with all of these type of, I'll just call it like, conspiracy shootings and weird stuff, like Kennedy, right? We had the magic bullet. So, of course, this guy had a couple of magic bullets in his rifle. It's easily explained.
11 different computers.
Oh, yeah, it's easy.
11
easily.
different computers.
Well, he had a dozen magic bullets, and he only needed 11 to do what he got. The guy was so good, he got his stuff done in one shot underneath he thought he was going to. So, let's not go down the conspiracy theory road here. I mean, come on. It is beyond ridiculous. And look at these guys. Okay. You party of two to have your toenails pulled off. Yeah. Head to the back.
Well, and that was the other thing, dude, because they said that this place didn't have a basement. All right. And then which one owned it? I can't remember. Is it the guy on the right that owned Comet Pizza? Okay. So we're digging around to figure out into the story. We come across an article of this guy talking about how he makes the pizza sauce, right? And they said that they make it there and they store it. Guess where they store it?
On the roof.
In the basement. In the article they're talking about, because it's like a cooking thing and blah blah blah, and they're going over the whole article, and he says that they store the pizza sauce in the basement that he doesn't have. So
and it was like an old Instagram post. And whoops, sorry, he made that mistake. And yeah, they often come to fruition. You know, he had pictures of it, and I remember people were saying, "Excuse me," a little Pepe in the throat there. People were saying, "Oh, you didn't have you didn't have a basement. Well, what's this on your Instagram showing your basement?" Like crazy.
Oh wait, oh, look, yeah, it says, yeah, shot a hard drive through a locked metal door. That was not it. See, yeah, exactly.
Told you the guy's
See,
good.
So magic bullets on that stuff. So I don't know where to put this crap every morning, but here we are. Here we are. What else do we got out here? Oh, another thing that happened out here that's totally going through the tech industry here. 1 second, give me a second.
Absolutely. There's nothing you can do. The legacy of Pizzagate.
Yeah. And yeah, Liz Crooksland's all over that too. This is new and interesting here. You can read that. Read the tagline. Come on.
Excuse me. New Wikipedia labels Elon Musk as far-right conspiracy theorist. Follow insider paper. Hilarious. Is a businessman, investor, and far-right conspiracy theorist. I love it.
So that happened today. He also shot off a rocket this morning. If anybody's paying attention, it was kind of a cool little video to watch right here. I'll turn down the audio, but they're launching more stuff out today.
Oh goodness. Some of the I don't know.
Don't go there. I know it's all CG. It's fake.
Well, I don't know.
What
I'm saying is I don't know where they're at now.
The firmament and bounce right off. And
well, you said it, not me. But I don't know where they're at now. But I know a couple of years ago, 100% they were faking their landing of this stuff. It was completely CGI, and it was just very convenient that every time they would re-land. I mean, how are you going to re-land an object like this with the weight of it? And then it re-lands, and then all of a sudden, oh, well, they're going to land it out on this barge out in the ocean. And then inevitably, 15 seconds before the thing lands, it turns just what you guys just saw, a big blank black screen. And then it pans back, and all of a sudden the thing's landed, and they're all, yay! Maybe they got there now, but they weren't there 2 years ago. That's all I'm saying.
All I'm saying. And then the other thing, everybody remember we had the big tech entrepreneurs all show up in San Francisco. They cleaned it. They all did the oils and lotions with each other, met Xi Jinping, picked the new president, and then they all decided to not advertise out on X because X is now this right-wing takeover because Elon Musk bought him because they don't like him anymore. But they like his cars, Starlink and SpaceX, but not Twitter. So other than that, he's good. And then OpenAI met a lot of people. AI is a new talking point here, and probably the most important story that came out this week is this: President, Chairman of the Board, co-founder of OpenAI and ChatGPT, Greg Brockman, quit the company. He quoted Sam Altman's post while making his announcement. This comes just hours after the CEO and the co-founder, Sam Altman, was fired by the board. Based on today's news, I quit. What's going on in the world of the leading AI company? So remember, Microsoft owns 49% of them here at this point. This has been a contentious point for Elon Musk because he's the one that dumped a bunch of money in the beginning of it. It was going to be open. We're not going to charge for it. It'll be free. We're not going to turn it into some woke AI. And that's exactly where they went to. And he's been saying it's going to be a problem. So again, right after this tech meeting and they all had, they decided to oust this. My idea is probably the government is taking it over here at this point and the U.S. government wants to lead the direction this is going to go with that new executive order that they just had come out with, keeping AI woke, and then mix a little bit of that FCC internet right on top of it, handing it over the administration side to the administration, so we don't need any committees or anything like that. We just get back to censorship as usual with the leading AI company in the world. Yay, it's going to be awesome because there's going to be that point where nobody's going to be able to tell the truth on videos. At least it's going to start that way because we all remember seeing stuff 10 years ago and we see that. And sometimes we get that Mandela effect everybody talks about. No, I remember the way it was before. What are they actually changing right now? And there's going to be that point where we won't have that memory. We won't be sure what is actually true and what is actually not true. And that's a little bit scary in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't like the whole thing where they're making all this craziness that they said technically as it stands right now, it's almost, so if they start doing deep fakes and stuff like that, it's almost completely undetectable. But I feel like, and I fear that pretty soon we're going to get to a point where we're not going to be able to deal with that stuff. And that's why I feel like if we got evidence on some of these people, it needs to come out sooner than later, so that way they can't use the whole, oh well, it's it's AI stuff. And another thing having to do with AI, Hulk, which I thought was pretty ridiculous, and I thought it was an ad, but it ended up being a post from some, I won't even mention them, but it ended up being some random site or some random account on Twitter X, where they were a law firm, and they're talking about how they're using AI to cultivate like the best deal for their client and this, that, and the other. And I'm like thinking, you're a law firm. There's 2 or 3 who's talking about how you're using AI to deal with your customers' issues. So at what point do you say, why do we need these lawyers when we could just go do AI ourselves? Like, why am I going to pay a law firm, let's say a $10,000 retainer to have this guy ready to rock and roll, go to court with me, and he's just using Chat GPT to make a deal for me in the end? Why don't I just go do that myself? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. My buddy who runs a kind of a tech company and stuff, that they're offering AI to companies. One would be that lawfare type of action, and they set it up and they showed them how to use it. But they're also using it for nonprofits a lot of the times to help out write a lot of their newsletters and stuff, because he's finding that a lot of these newer, mid-20s or whatever, people were unable to collectively put together some sort of memo pamphlet of some sort consecutively every week and make it engaging for people to read. So they use the open AI to go ahead and generate these types of newsletters out there, because they can get it really fine-tuned and make the AI really perform on the message that they want to give. So that's what they're going up and showing up them how to do and how this operates and setting them all up, which is quite interesting, because you can get it almost to do anything here at this point. So that's pretty cool. That's kind of the business side is what he's using it for. No, that's Matrix and Shady Groove. He's talking about MG over here in the chat of those guys over there. So that's that. So this guy's out over here. So this guy was like the darling of OpenAI. They just had the super meeting with all 20,000 tech industry leaders over in San Francisco. That was a huge thing, and this is a shock to the system. And the people in this industry are absolutely astonished that it happened. Some people say it was maybe sexual allegations. Some people maybe say it was an anti-Semitic post. Something has to do with him arguing with somebody on the internet. Again, I don't know. And I don't know how much I want to go into this and blah, 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 but he's out is basically what it's coming down to. But other exciting news, this happened.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Who's that?
That's her twin brother. Oh, actually, it's her brother-in-law. Colin Rugg, Stacey Abrams' brother-in-law, Jimmy Gardner, has been arrested on human trafficking allegations. And I don't know, dude. I feel like they're, as much as I think people need to be arrested for this stuff, but I feel like they should label it correctly, because he basically tried to hook up with a 16-year-old girl. Something went wrong and he ended up choking her. But where does the trafficking come in? Isn't that like, sexual abuse of a
putting her
minor?
in a car and driving her to the hotel or whatever? That's what the officers charged her with. Who charged him with? That's not her. That's not him making it up.
Yeah. So you know what I'm starting to think is that maybe he's not the John, he's the pimp, right?
Yes. There you go. Bing, bing, ding, 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 ding.
All right. Gardner
Go ahead.
reportedly met with the minor at a hotel and invited her to his room. When she arrived, Gardner offered money in exchange for sex. The victim initially agreed, but later told Gardner she had no longer wanted to engage, and he became angry. Gardner advised the victim that she needed to leave his hotel room. The two got involved in a verbal altercation that escalated to a physical dispute after Gardner placed his hands around the victim's neck, impeding her breathing. Gardner was convicted in 1987 for the sexual assault of 2 women in West Virginia, but was exonerated in 2016. 2016? What? 2 years after he was released, he married federal judge Leslie Abrams Gardner, the sister of Stacey Abrams. Dude, how disgusting is that? This guy got busted for that, and he marries a federal judge. A federal judge would marry a guy with 2 charges like that. Dan Abrams' family secret from the Mark Levin show in all capital letters. Dan Abrams, founder of Mediate, host on One Nation cable network, legal analyst on ABC News, host and producer of numerous court and law and order shows on cable, has failed to reveal on numerous of his platforms that his brother-in-law, Greg Andres, was assistant special counsel on Robert Mueller's team investigating the Russian collusion hoax and President Trump. Andres is married to Abrams' sister, Ronnie Abrams, who was appointed to a federal judge by Barack Obama. This explains, in part, Mediate's unhinged obsession with smearing Trump. Oh, my goodness. Is that the guy?
This is how they locked on to frickin' Georgia. This group right here, dude. Think about these people, dude. That's how they got it locked down over there. And plus, they played the drunk lady for the county commissioner. We were fucking yelling at the cops and all that stuff, and they weren't charging her for anything for all the shit that she was doing, being drunk and out of control. This is absolutely funny. And then he put Fannie Mae and the rest of that group trying to hold on to the election.
Fannie Willis.
This is like a big Fannie Willis gets. That's a big giant fucking bombshell. I can't wait till that thing pops because they're trying to hold it in there. You just keep adding more air into that balloon, and eventually. It goes. I'm just saying. Here's another funny thing. If we're just looking here, he could read this.
Breaking: Jerome Brooks was found dead days after audio was leaked of Sheila Jackson Lee berating him. Jerome Brooks, the staffer who was called a fat ass, stupid idiot by Congressman Sheila Jackson Lee, is dead. Oh boy.
So don't leak audio from internal memos of Sheila Jackson Lee yelling at this guy, saying he's a fat ass stupid idiot. So he leaked the audio and some other stuff, and he ended up dead. So we don't know what's going on with him.
Politics is dangerous.
And then again, this is dangerous. And then it comes to this guy. I'm just going to bring this up because I ran by this again.
But it is going to bother you because you're human, and I was human. I am human still. But I was just referring to myself in the past. Not that I was not human. But it is going to bother you because you're human, and I was human. I am human still. But I was just referring to myself in the past. Not that I was not human.
Just saying. Just saying. I had to play that twice.
I mean, when you gotta explain yourself. No, really, I'm human.
Well, explain himself. Is this guy human?
Oh, dude, I'm telling you what though, I cannot stand this guy, and to see him more and more, especially every day, 20 days. I've never been so proud to be Jewish, and and then all of a sudden out of left, right? And then out of the left field, the Jews, we're not going nowhere. We're not going anywhere. We're doing it. And then all of a sudden he cracked. He friggin' cracked. He calls him, pig dick, Donnie Trump.
We're gonna play it. Let's get into it.
How's this crow soup taste, my friend?
Exactly.
In New York City, climb in public in front of crowds of people, rip down UN flags, rip down Israeli flags, rip down American flags on Veterans Day. When the economy is the way the economy is, when I'm paying fucking mortgage rates up, I mean, I'm getting, forget a colonoscopy. You don't need to get a colonoscopy. Go buy a house. The interest rates, go buy a car. And I know Smoking Joe has done some things I know. But I'm telling you right now, go buy yourself, go check what it's like to buy a car. Buy a house. The money. The fucking chaos in this country. The chaos around the world. If it comes down to pig dick Donald Trump and Smoking Joe Biden, I'm sorry. I am sorry. Voting for pig dick Donald Trump is on the table. I'm sorry. I'm fucking I'll still call him slob dick Donald Trump, pig dick Donald Trump, and all that. But we need to get this whole fucking situation under control.
How bad does it have to get? Is it bad enough, chat? out there, when you're starting to see these leftist
In
guys
New York City,
see the truth and hate Trump with every beaming part of their body, but they know that Trump is better for America than anybody else in the point of history right now. Are you going to pick one person? Is it going to be Trump? I was watching some MSNBC type of thing, and they're just doing a general poll of the audience and stuff like that. And they're talking about the presidential candidates, and they're just doing a show of hands. Nobody raised their hand for Joe Biden. Couple for Nikki Haley. Well, one or two for Ron DeSantis. Nobody for Biden. Absolutely nobody. And then a few people raised their hand for Trump, more than anybody else that they voted for there. And this is over them just doing an open poll. So it's interesting to see that they're done with Joe Biden. He is out the door. The question is how are they going to play their cards? Because we just got blessing from Xi Jinping over in China. We're going to pick Golden Boy from California, and we're going to shove him right down our throat right before was that October or September when they could flip it after they make their nomination next year, and to give us about 2 months, maybe 3 of a new candidate, something shiny new. They're going to shove it down our throat, and we're go vote for this person, whether it be Michelle Obama or Michael Obama or Gavin Newsom. It's going to be interesting, but they're not playing Joe Biden. They can't do that. So shuffle's going to happen here shortly.
Or The Rock. Why was The Rock on Joe Rogan last week?
Oh,
think about it. Well, I know. What I'm saying is, why was he on Joe Rogan last week? He wasn't selling any products. He wasn't pushing anything. He wasn't pushing a new movie or anything. So then people start to look around like, why would he be out here? Oh, maybe he's, placing himself for that. But he kind of came out himself and said he doesn't really want any part of it. But to answer your question that you were asking the chat earlier, is it bad enough, chat? And I think most of the people in chat would agree. We were ready to flip this sucker a couple of years ago. But this, unfortunately, is what we've been waiting for. And I even posted it out like late last night, maybe even early this morning, like 3, 4 in the morning. This is what we've been waiting for. The hardliners against Trump to finally say, wow, it's so bad that I'm even thinking about voting for Trump. Like the people that have been so hardcore against him find it so bad that they're even considering voting against Trump. And then when they see their people for the last 2 or 3 years, every video, every day, this guy, Trump this, Trump that, pizza crap, da, 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 da. Now he's saying, yeah, well, maybe we need to vote Trump back in there. I mean, that shows a lot. And it just doesn't, it means a lot more coming from somebody like this for their side than it does from us, clearly, right?
Yep, it's exactly. So, I mean, when they got to show you how bad it can get, I mean, I don't want to take it at the cost of America, but you're right. Rappaport is a paid influencer, and he does a very good job of doing those types of things. But we got plenty of those guys over Twitter doing the exact same thing, spreading misinformation that's not correct. We know it's not correct, but again, people buy it on it. They get the views on there, and away they go. But here we are.
Like the Krasenstein twins?
Yes, like those crackers. What's this? Oh, yeah, crackers up. I thought this was interesting. What's the little tagline say right there? You see that?
Oh, damn. The calm before the storm. That's crazy.
That's the Las Vegas Sphere over here. If anybody knows that, that's the one where they're doing the U2 concerts out of. So this is evidently your racetrack that they're running over here that runs along the edge of this F1 track that they're doing this weekend that was out there. So I thought that was interesting there. What else did we have over here? Oh, that was him.
Just give me like 2 or 3 minutes. I'll be off of the mic for a second.
Yeah. Ooh, I wanted to throw this out there. That's out of order. We'll get to that over there. Back to Las Vegas here. We're going to play this little clip here really quick because Liz Kirkland picked this up.
Mr. Trump, one of the things people love about you is you speak your mind and you don't use a politician's filter. However, that is not without its downsides, in particular when it comes to women. You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account...
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, yeah. And you got him freaking out here doing the same thing. So, yeah, tit for tat. I mean, Trump's done the same thing there from before itself. All right, let's get over to I want to get over to this thing. Oh, we don't want to get there yet. Where's the other clip of it? This is it. I think this is it. So anyways, we started the practice racing over in Vegas out here. Oh, you know what? I probably have a better clip of it because I'll have it over here on this side. Sorry, guys, as I go dig a link out for you. I'm gonna grab it right here. Where was it? Oh yeah, right here.
Great Scott, Marty.
Yeah, we'll get to that. That was funny. So over here at this side, this is them doing their first couple of laps on the new track to do for the practice race. So they're driving by, and you can see all the sparks right here. That's a $15 million Ferrari. And these cars got so much downforce, they could pretty much drive upside down is the way that they're set up to go. So you could see the first car go by and the second car hit something in the road itself. Well, when this car goes over, it pulled the metal pothole cover off the sewer cover off the middle of the road and pulled the actual metal plug out of the ground, and it smashed itself between the bottom of the car and ruined basically destroyed a $15 million F1 car. So they had to stop the practice race and go over. Then they ended up filling all these with concrete. But that's the car driving over that metal plug, ruining an expensive car. So that's yay.
Hopefully they'll shave that sucker down.
No, what they did, they filled them with the cement. Where was it here? Did I have the cement story right here? That was Abrams' lady. Yeah, here they are. They're putting cement in it. Well, that's their fix. So they had to stop, fill them all with that, get rid of the metal plugs, and then go ahead and continue the practice race. Well, I think the race is today or something. But they got this place on lockdown. Vegas spent $320 million on this stuff to get this race here and functioning, and fucking just ruined a $15 million freaking Ferrari. So I thought that was interesting. So that's happening. So if anybody's over in Vegas area, they have blocked off all viewing angles of this. You cannot see this race for free. They're going to charge you $1,000 to $2,000 per eye or per person to watch this race. So any hotel rooms or any place that's pointing towards this, they've already cordoned off, and you won't be able to be there and be able to see any of it. What was this little clip?
Formula One Las Vegas race began and then ended and was canceled in less than 10 minutes. Just a few minutes after getting started, the Ferrari car hit a drain cover on Las Vegas Boulevard, causing a substantial amount of damage to his vehicle. We could see a large burst of sparks from the Encore Tower suites. And then the car's journey came to an end in front of Paris. The vehicle was rendered unusable. The race was unable to be continued, and if they're able to do the second scheduled race tonight, Ferrari will not be able to participate. Right now, crews are working on the affected area. There appears to be teams of people walking the track looking for issues, but it seems like this is something they would have already done. I will say that this is consistent with the quality of road work I've experienced in Nevada, and no one who lives here will be surprised. The massive grandstands in front of the Bellagio fountains appear to be mostly empty, and those are $18,000 seats. We're not off to a great start. People are disappointed and waiting for the next update. I'll put all the current information in the comments. Share your thoughts and follow me for all the Vegas.
So that's interesting. Wonder how fast they're going to go around the track itself. But yeah, that happened. Oops.
Yeah, you gotta have some cars test that. You know, you gotta have really low cars go around and test that stuff fast before they put these freaking, like you said, $15 million car out there. That's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous itself. All right, I'm down to funny stuff. You want to do some funnies and weird shit? Talk about destroying cars. I found this. That kind of reminds me of what you do here. This guy is an artist with this thing. We're going to give it a quick refresh. Dismantle a car in under, what, 5-10 minutes?
Dude, folding that top off like a tin can.
Exactly, dude. They separate all the shit, dude. I mean, he does a really good job of getting everything that's not metal out. Door panels, side panels, stuff in the dash. Dash.
Not for nothing, but that thing is highly responsive too. That thing he's got, that forklift is highly responsive. Like at every little, millimeter he pushes, that thing's moving almost instantly. If you notice.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. A little sped up there, not too much, but I thought that was damn interesting there about how you destroy a car there. Oh, speaking about Ferrari, I ran by this one. This is the guy from Richard Rawlings from Gas Monkey Garage, and he just unveiled his new Ferrari, his Ferrari EV. I thought this was pretty cool.
The Testarossa is literally, all the engine, all the weight, everything from the R&D from when they started making these cars is in the rear of the car. So it still is. All the batteries, the motor, the fan, the drive is back there. And I just wanted to make something that was really, really cool. And I think I'm going to get my letter from Ferrari this week, and I'll probably get one for Elon Musk too, because I called it the Testa. A lot of people vote for Testa.
He called it the Testa, T-E-S or T-E-S-T-A, Testa.
But I couldn't be more proud of my team and the Legacy's team. Just everybody stepped up and made this happen. This was a wrecked car 45 days ago. Hold on. Did you guys hear that? 45 days ago, this was a wreck. So how much actual time do you have in the building? I'm not sure, because we also built the C10 over there. The Testarossa.
What do you think of that car? That thing looked pretty cool.
Yeah, that thing looks clean. And the funny thing is, he's Gas Monkey Garage, right? And they make an electric car. Pepe in my throat again. Hold on.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I actually cut the whole windshield off, everything from the A-pillar to whatnot there. So that's a pretty cool looking little car that they did. So anybody watch Gas Monkey Garage back in the day of Discovery Channel's heyday, they did some pretty cool stuff that was out there. And then Aaron Kaufman did that twin turbo Ferrari V12 install. That was crazy.
Now, you got to ask yourself a question here. When you're looking at this car, look at where the steering wheel is in the center of the car, right? And then you got a passenger seat on both sides of you. Okay. Now, how much is that going to interfere with the driver? You know what I mean? It's like, you think about how you drive your car, whether your steering wheel is on the left or on the right, depending on what country you're in. Okay. It's like your driver's space is your driver's space. And it's there so that, for the convenience of the driver to not have any type of interference whatsoever. Now, the second question is, how do you look over your shoulder to make sure that somebody else isn't speeding up on you when you want to change lanes? Sight lines would be horrible. Exactly. Totally unsafe. So it's like, I'm not so sure that this is something that I would even think about considering putting into my garage. Not that because I can't drive anymore. They took my license because I have seizures. So, but you think about that, and it's kind of the concept of it. It looks cool, but the fact of the matter is a driver wise, I think it's probably going to be the most unsafe vehicle on the road ever. I could be wrong, but and then look at the iPad, where the iPad is directly in front of the steering wheel. So when you've got your hands on the wheel and you're making a turn or something, that iPad is going to be a very, very blocked off thing. You know, it's like, yeah, you know, yeah, it's yeah. I didn't know if anybody else noticed that, but that's just what I saw.
That they got that thing in there. Oh, yeah, guys, I got something interesting to make a quick mention on here. The guy, Peter Davison, which was on
Car Monkey Garage. Now, now I used to watch him on Discovery when he had his thing on there. He designed some really awesome automobiles. Took some old frames and things from older vehicles, and really, I mean, really did some outlandish work on them. And you know, ended up providing the person whose vehicle this was going to be with an incredible uh you know uh automobile, for long term. He even did quite a few disability cars, with for like handicap, whether it be having the controls on the steering wheel, or uh driving capabilities with a prosthetic, things like that, you know um so he did, quite a bit, you know uh accessibility for a wheelchair to actually pull into the driver's seat instead of the person having to get out of the wheelchair. The way that the thing was designed was for the person to be able to enter the vehicle in the wheelchair and be able to operate everything in the wheelchair, and then be able to get back out, and not have to use a handicap spot. That was one of the things that he was working on, was because of the fact that so many people are filling up the few handicap spots that are available at these different stores and on different roads and things like that. He did some incredible designs, but that one there, I just think it was kind of to me, that's kind of not so safe, but that's just me.
SNL, dude. He went out and he bought sealed VHS tapes. Remember all those VHS tapes that you had back in the day? Well, look at what this guy's going to do with them.
Yeah.
Oh, where's the? Oh, wait, hold on. I got to refresh it. Kill the audio. I actually muted it over here.
Are now going for like 20 to 30 grand a pop. So I started collecting VHSs that were sealed like 3 years ago because I was really high one night. So in 2026, it'll be 20 years since the last VHS was made. So 20 years goes by. That's enough time for people to be like, oh, that was cool, remember? Like vinyl. So I bought all the sealed ones that exist, 3,000 to 5,000 tapes. You guys sound like my mom. I have about 3,000 to 5,000, but hear me out. So, but as of a month ago, sealed VHSs are now going for like 20 to 30 grand a pop. Oh, that's not. Rocky just sold it for like $27,000. What? Yes. You serious? Yeah, it's my GameStop. Like this is my, like, dude, I own all of them. This
Isn't that crazy, dude? And we got some sealed VHS tapes stored away somewhere. You might want to go check to see what you got out there.
So he's talking about the ones when from the factory, they have the plastic around them that you've never popped open.
Yep. Some of those can be worth a lot of money if you've got a like a newer not digital, but the newer versions of the movie. The last couple of ones where the audio's still good and whatever. So yeah, go look around, see if you got one.
I know I definitely have none of those. I still got to go find my old 9/11 tapes where I was recording the news after 9/11.
But this guy here says, I do a lot of Gas Monkey live events. These guys are freaking awesome. Really? You do it at their location in Texas or whatever, or around the world? Just wondering.
Just to comment on your remark there, remote. He says so many fires from EVs, they won't be viable long. Pipe dream. You're 100% correct. Okay. Now, areas that have been flooded with regular water, the cars can be recovered. But if they get salt water, that's it. They start on fire. You know, so for like Californians and people on the East Coast, places that flood with salt water, you better make sure that you live on high ground and that your car's not accessible to that salt water, because that salt water will start your car on fire. You know, and it definitely has something to do with the salt content, because you know I've seen people take Teslas through you know, regular rain puddles and things like that. You know, yeah, exactly. Digital. There you go. Why does salt complete a circuit? Yep, exactly. It fills the spot and it cauterizes it. And once that happens, then all of a sudden you're driving down the road and your car starts on fire. You know, Marianne Fisk says it happened during Hurricane Ian. 100% correct. How many Tesla dealerships did we see where there was major fires going on because the salt water came in? You know, it's just yeah, you know. And then Lisa Anderson says there are a few in South Florida yesterday that caught fire yesterday in the flooding. Yep, because you got the salt water. It's, you know, people don't think about it when they buy these fancy dancy toys. You know, that what can happen, you know, and you think about it, it's if a battery is costing you $23,000 to replace, what's it going to cost you to replace your whole car? Okay. How much of that is going to be covered by the insurance company? And how much is your insurance compared to a gasoline vehicle? You know, because to have to replace $160,000 car, and from my understanding, it's like the cheapest one is like a 70 or an $80,000. Okay. And then the midsize is about 160,000. And then the fancy dancy ones are well over 200 grand. You know, we actually had one that came through our area out here that cost more than $1 million. It's a Tesla limousine, and it cost the guy $1.7 million. Okay. And that thing was down in California during the one of the floods that happened in California. And the guy got 10% of the value of the car. Okay. 10% of what he spent on the car is all he got back. So basically he got 150 grand for a 1.7 million dollar car. You know, that's crazy. Absolutely.
Who was that? Just Mojo. Just wondering. What else did we have for you? Oh, I got this. This is kind of cool. This is kind of cool. So remember those big giant LNG super tanker deals that they fill the ships with LNG? Well, this is one of them. This is what it looks like inside just one of the containers, and they're doing service work on it.
Welcome to the inside of one of the most expensive tanks in the world. It's designed to carry liquefied natural gas at minus 160 degrees, and we've got 4 huge tanks just like these inside our ship. We can carry enough gas to power the average UK household for 140,000 years. These tanks only get opened every 5 years, and so we've got the incredibly rare opportunity to come and take a look inside. They're super sensitive though, and so just to enter, we've got to go through a decontamination procedure and wear fully protected clothing. You're not allowed anything in your pockets. Even the smallest scratch inside could mean millions of dollars of repairs. And after the final inspection, not even a grain of sand can remain inside. Anything left behind could eventually deteriorate the membrane and cause a catastrophic failure of the tank, i.e. sinking. And, well, we don't want that. These tanks are built to last a lifetime. The secret is in the coating itself. Oh, it's a secret for a reason. What I can tell you, though, is that the combined cost for a ship like ours, equipped with these tanks, runs into the hundreds of millions of dollars.
That's crazy, dude. That thing is huge. There's 4 of those on that ship carrying liquid petroleum. Wow. What
High
else do I
tech,
have
huh?
for you?
Can't have any type of stuff in your pockets. That's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. You ever see an earthquake underwater?
Can't say that I
Nothing
have.
else. One more time.
Wow.
Just I find it interesting how far this guy goes. Right about there starts. So you see how hard he was holding on right there? Look, see?
I just think it's amazing how much you're hearing the thing shake in his hand, the camera, but you gotta remember he's underwater. That's crazy.
Exactly. That's crazy. Earthquakes, yay! Good morning, chat. What is going on? Exactly. Big disco ball.
I did drop a couple things to you like super late night last night, so I don't know if we already handled those. Oh, I think we did.
We'll get to it. There's another
Okay.
earthquake that happened a couple of days ago. This one's over. This is actually at I think it's a school. Just to kind of get an idea how much the stuff above ground happens, underground.
Damn.
I'm sure this is at least the high 6 somewhere. Nobody's been through an earthquake. Stuff does shake a lot. Kill the audio there on that side. I got a couple. I think I got. Oh, that was that. Do we want to talk about that? Do we want to do this? Yeah. Okay. Let's get to yours because that was my last thing. I got some other kind of crap to talk about, but we'll go there. Where'd you leave in our DM? Which one? The second to bottom one? One to here? No, you already did that one. What else we got? Talk about
Looks
your
like we-
space shot.
Looks like we did the Elon Musk one, but the Chuck Calestro one has to do with the MH370, and I have an idea behind what he's looking at in this video.
Okay, so that video is deleted.
We played that.
The video you're talking about is deleted.
Which one? Chuck Calestro?
Yeah.
It shouldn't be. I just pulled it up.
Doesn't exist.
Let me pull it up again here. Hold on. Open on X. Here you go. The post has been deleted. So it's really, I can still watch the video.
It's on your phone?
Yeah, weird, right? Let me try to drop it to you again, see if what happens.
No, it won't. As soon as you get off that page, the video's gone.
Really?
Yep.
Interesting. So they were showing the MH370 with a bunch of like orbs going around it and stuff. And they're like, oh, this is working too. And I'm like, well, what if the whole video is like fake? You know what I mean? The whole thing could be AI. I don't hear anything. Okay.
Well, no. I'm just going through the list just to see if I see the video that you were talking about here. 19 hours ago, because that was yesterday, before all this stuff came out that was here. So Yeah, I don't think it's here. It's Rappaport. Yeah, so it's not here. It's been deleted. Oh, look, there's the one we pointed out too. Okay, so it's not here.
All right, I got another one. This one's basically showing, I think, the same thing here. I'm dropping it. It's Just Axton. Just X Ashton. I dropped at the bottom there. I think this is basically showing the same thing. Thanks for Kim.com. Time for me or whatever. But they're showing these orbs that are flying around MH370, and then inevitably you see the plane just disappear. And my thing is like, maybe the whole video was fake and it's just AI.
Yeah, I've seen this video because the MH370 is talking about the plane that disappeared and supposedly, out in the South Indian Ocean, if I remember correctly. And it was something a lot of people are talking about. But some of the videos are showing here in this one on the left, you're going to notice these one object, and then later in the video, you'll see two objects appear, and then you'll see three total as they do this thing around the plane itself. And they're saying that this plane shortly disappears later. Some people say that they had found it, tracked it on some island somewhere, blah, blah, blah. I don't know where to put it. But this is some of the videos that they're talking about, some weird stuff. So, yeah, do we have alien abduction videos talking about, or movies showing people being abducted from airplanes before and put back on airplanes? I mean, yeah, we've seen that before. Or a whole plane disappears. Not the first time. Just saying.
Yeah, some really weird stuff around some of these missing planes the last few years. What were they really going for? You know what I mean? Were they really blown up? Was there a high value target on plane? What was the reason?
Yeah, that I'm not sure of. Okay. Video evidence from 2014, U.S. military has possession of technology that most would describe as alien objects that fly with some sort of gravity propulsion, unbelievable speeds, and maneuverability, shields by vacuum layer that can potentially penetrate anything. These advanced objects seem to be able to create a portal that can make a Boeing 777 airliner disappear in an instant. This evidence has been out there for decades. Look at this investigation. Many of you have seen the Tic Tac UFO film by the U.S. Navy jets in 2004. The 2014 evidence seemed to suggest that this technology has been in possession of the U.S. military for a long time. The evidence is compelling because it was filmed from 3 different surveillance platforms simultaneously, 2 U.S. spy planes and 1 military drone. The leaked video, when combined, created a problem for debunkers because the physics match up from different angles. It would take a giant effort to fake something like this. This could be the most significant leak of military technology in history. Surely the U.S. government will attempt to discredit it, but now it's up in the public domain. Blah, 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 MH370. You can watch the whole thing over there. So I would still, I don't think it's us taking it. I would say it's alien, to be honest with you, if we're going to put it anyway. It's just we allow them to do that. Oh, yeah, go ahead, take that plane. But who knows? Who knows in the end? They're just picking up samples, guys.
Right. Like you said, it was filmed with how many different cameras and stuff? That's crazy.
2 spy planes and a U.S. drone. 2 spy satellites, excuse me. People from space picked it up and 1 U.S. drone tracking it. So, yeah, that's very interesting. That's very interesting. What else you got? You got anything else? Or should I go to the crap that I didn't get a chance to organize yet?
Yeah. I'll have some stuff in a second. I'm just wrapping up some mac and cheese for the boy here, but I'll get back to the table in 1 second.
I got some more stuff. Did I do the cable management? Oh, wait, you know what? I got some more funnies. I'm not sure if I got a chance to include here. China has their anti-fatigue lasers in China. Hopefully you're not epileptic, but... Oh, turn it down. Turn it down really loud. So you don't fall asleep on the road in China? See the lights above it?
Go take some ecstasy driving down the highway. Yeah, man.
So China doing their weird shit out there. What else do I got over here? Oh, I don't know if I showed this last week or I don't know if I showed this, but the White House cable management in the White House posted 12 days ago.
So
Great.
I got invited to go to the White House, and naturally I had to document all the audio things that I saw, and a lot of them pissed me off. Is it the press room? This is the White House. This is the White House. They just got power strips hanging out, and like these TF1s. Look at this, just sitting in a hallway somewhere with a fucking bunch of cables just bulging out of a cart. Look at this. No cable management whatsoever in the vice president's press briefing room. Just absolutely disgusting. Who is running this place? Like 18-year-old interns? They got this Sennheiser. Hey, yo, Corn Pop, pass the aux. Yeah, no problem. It's just taped to this sign right here. What the fuck? Y'all know Bluetooth exists, right? Oh, yeah. And even in the White House, you gotta attach all your dongles together because someone might fucking steal them. Awesome.
So that's the White House cable management if anybody's into that sort of thing. What else I got for you? Ooh, yeah. If you're transporting nitric acid and this happens, don't do what this guy did. So the guy in the passenger seat gets out, or I don't know if it's the opposite road. No, it's right. That guy's like, nope, I'm getting out of here, bro. See ya. What the hell's going on? Man, that thing's leaking. Maybe I gotta go jiggle the handle. Oh, look, the cap fell off. Yeah, nitric acid. Hold my breath. Jiggle the handle. Jiggle, jiggle. Screw the cap on. Damn it, it didn't work. What am I going to do now?
Oh, shit.
This guy's like, run!
Damn.
So I don't know if any of those people are alive anymore, but that's pretty noxious gas. Surprised that car's even running right there. It just sucked all the oxygen out. So that was that. So yeah, chemical stuff. Oh, I got another one for you. What's that movie? Home Alone with Macaulay Culkin? What about if it's 30 years later? You guys ready? 30 years later, Home Alone? You ready? I just found this the other day. I didn't know it existed. It's a commercial, but I still like it.
Mom? Dad? Hey, Google, what's on my calendar today?
You have one event called House to Yourself.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Google, add aftershave to my shopping list. Hey, Google, remind me to clean these sheets later.
Okay, I'll remind you. Someone's at the front door.
What do I owe you?
Looks like you paid online.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
Okay, cool.
Hey, Google, turn down the temperature 2 degrees. Hey, Google, begin Operation Kevin.
Operation Kevin underway.
Gotta get out of here before somebody sees us.
I thought it was cool. Going back 30 years, I thought they did a pretty good job. Chat, was that pretty good? Did Google do a good commercial there? What do you think?
Well, definitely bring back a lot of memories for all the people who watched that. Don't forget Donald Trump. Did a little cameo in there, right?
Oh, yeah. That's right. They edited him out of some of those movies. What else I got? Oh, people doing incredible things. You ready? It happens quick. You ready? How many people can you get through a hula hoop? How about 4? One more time. Humans doing incredible things. Is that 4 baskets, 4 hoops? I don't know.
Hey, do it one more time. I want to show my son this one. Oh, he's
That's
too cool
pretty
now.
cool.
He's like, cool.
Very cool. Cool. Humans doing incredible things. What else I got here? Oh yeah, this video popped up over here. This lady, she says she's got an issue with her her vaccine or whatever, but she's very positive in it. But her eye. Did you see this video?
No, but I could tell her eyes messed up right off the bat.
Like, OMG, this is one time I got COVID back in 2020, and I was like, OMG, this is the worst, but also I'm 21 years old. It should be relatively okay. I've never had any prior health issues. But then I started getting numbness in my hands and my forearms, along with really persistent headaches, which I never really had before. I attributed this to just being really stressed out because I just started the serving job. I was crying in the walk-ins. You guys know how it is. You know how it is. But then my tongue goes numb in my mouth and I'm like, that's not supposed to happen. So I go to the ER, I pass out in the ER, drama queen. I know. They tell me, don't even worry about it. You're just anxious. Like they were agreeing with me. I was like, I knew it. Like, so sorry to waste your time. I go back home 3 months later, I'm hanging out with someone. My entire left side of my face starts to droop. They're like, okay, time to go back to the hospital. I'm like, no, it's just anxiety. Don't you worry. But sadly, not anxiety, it was a stroke. And I had been having strokes, apparently, because my internal carotid arteries were closing up to be this teeny tiny small. So they had to open them back up with stents. And I was like, great, okay, that's totally great. We're done. Haha, that was traumatic, putting that in the past. I fly to New York City because what else am I supposed to do? And then whilst in New York City, I get numbness again, this time in my head, and they find a big old marshmallow of inflammation behind my eyeball. So I go back home because no way I'm dealing with that by myself. Absolutely no way. In New York City, are you kidding? And when I wake up from the flight, no vision. No vision at all. So that's kind of unfortunate. And now it's 2023, and no one really knows why all of this happened exactly or how to get rid of it.
Yeah. Get a shot. It's nice. Just get it. You won't get sick after that. There's no after effects. We tested it all, guys. It's absolutely great. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, that's bad. And we've seen so many of these too, right? So many issues that we've seen that have happened because of the clot shot. What'd she say? The poor girl was 21 years old in 2021. Yep. So what? She's 2023. She's having multiple seizures, or what is he? Was it seizures or strokes?
Yeah,
she was having multiple strokes. Obviously messed up her eye. I mean, I don't know how to explain it really, and I'd be interested to see the chat explanations too. How come certain people got so messed up like this? Is it because of the biological of each person, do you guys think, or do you think there were different batches of the vaccines that were going on out there? What do you guys feel? What do you think, Hulk?
Well, I mean, obviously we know that they didn't test it far enough, and there's certain biological chemicals that react different in different people's bodies, and they come up with different issues. So they weren't really sure what the hell they were doing, but they were going to make sure that they were going to try to kill off a bunch of people off the face of the earth. That's their plan. Got to remove 5.5 billion people from the face of the planet. So we'll just do a little DNA editing and change that, and we'll see what happens in 20 years when people start growing, like a third eyeball in their middle or their forehead or something like that, a third leg. Yeah, exactly. Different batches, chemicals, everybody's body, just the amount of jabs they took too. So yeah, cocktail. Some got 6 or 7 or whatever. But yeah, I go with batches 100%.
All I know is my bodily fluid's going to be worth some serious money come soon.
Because you're pure blood.
Pure blood. But then you have to worry about the, what do they call it? The leakage or shedding, right? So is shedding a thing? What do you guys think?
Yes.
Yes or no? You guys think shedding is a real
Yes,
deal?
they
Like if
did.
you
They
don't have
did
a
say
vaccine,
that was a thing.
So if my significant other has 1 shot or 2, I'm screwed as she is, even though I didn't take a shot.
You could get the reaction, a low dose reaction to her antibodies of some sort, and then you would get kind of sick and do the same thing, but not to the original vaccination person. You know what I mean? But they have noted that they did see it happen. So yeah, and China just showed up last week and to a victory dance over in California. Good job, Gavin. Thank you for the lockdowns. Yeah, shedding gave
Ain't
me
that
COVID.
disgusting?
And again, my wife's friend from grade school, her sister got the vaccine and had not AIDS. It was the same thing as AIDS. The what do they call it? AIDS is
VAIDS, VAID, vaccine autoimmune deficiency.
No, AIDS. Say the AIDS. AIDS means what? I can't remember the acronym. Immune deficiency syndrome. Yeah. So COVID gave her that and basically attacked her own body, and she was going to die. She probably got the shot 2 years ago, and she had to go help her friend's sister pack up her life with their little 8 or 9-year-old daughter, pack up their life, and the granddaughter's going to the grandparents, but this person is going to die very shortly because of being injured by the COVID vaccine. So it's crazy, dude, that she had to go do that. It was like 4 or 5 months ago she had to do that. So yeah, I know plenty of people that have either instantly died or a slow death and get that autoimmune deficiency type of deal. And it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. They did that. And they're still trying to push it, but no, we don't need it. Exactly. Turbo cancer. That's another thing, dude, that's been going on. And I believe that did happen. My stepmom died from cancer, but it's been a long battle for her anyways. So she picked her battles the way she was going to get cured. But I do think in the end, the cancer and these vaccines could have some correlation. And some of the people over there, the people that do the cancer research and stuff, they say that they do see connections to it and whatnot. So it's pretty interesting to see that acceleration happening. And I've seen some of the reports, but again, I can't put any validity into it here at this point. But I keep hearing a lot of people talk about it. I see a lot of reports talking about it itself. But, again, I'm not some cancer researchers person, but I feel that, in my personal opinion, it is accelerating. But I mean, you got to remember, 40, 50 years ago, it did seem like that we had a lot of that talk about cancer. What's the other one? The kids started getting, what's that? Neurological disease. I can't remember what the hell is autism. A lot more autism. I'll talk to those things are coming into society as it grows. So are these the result of things that they did 40, 50 years ago, and then we're starting to see the ramifications of it? You're seeing autism and people with these weird cancers or whatnot. And now, throw 20 years from now, after everybody goes through this COVID stuff, and what those people are going to develop and what happens to them, because it's going to take a little while as it goes through another generation. So 20 years. Am I crazy? Come on, Space Shot. Got to be awake.
I had to get SpongeBob turned down a little bit, buddy. But yeah, it's a crazy thing, and too many people were hurt because of it, unfortunately. And I put a little funny post on, not changing the subject, but I think this is kind of where our crazy world has gone. Put a little post out yesterday, and this is 100% a true story, right? So I'm not going to put any names out there.
Wait. Before we go any farther, because there's a lot of people in chat making these cancer statements or whatnot. So if you've had a family member that has died of a cancer since the vaccine has been instituted, and you feel that they're closely associated with the two, I want you to put a 1. If you don't think it's associated with each other and you have been in that situation, I want you to put a 2. So 2, you don't think there's no connection. And 1, yes, there is a connection. If you've had a family member or somebody you know, just wondering.
Yeah, I think there's going to be, unfortunately, a lot of those. My favorite moment this year was Jake Tapper saying Trump was right. We're getting a lot of those lately too. And while those are coming there, thank you, Angel Christine Patriot, for the Rumble rant. Says, "Hi guys, been with you since 2018. John Sullivan, aka Jaden X, was found guilty of 7 counts, including 4 felonies for his role on January 6th. He is in prison now. I believe he should be
Awaiting
too.
sentencing. He's not in sentencing yet. He just got sentenced a couple of days ago, or he found guilty. He has to go to sentencing here shortly.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
And
condolences to all you guys out there putting ones out there, because we see it. We know exactly what they're doing. Evil, sick people. This is the stuff they do to us. We learned all about how the team was talking about it, especially if you listen to Bill Cooper. Oh, is it Beyond a Pale Horse or Pale Horse or whatever?
Behold,
They
yeah.
talk about these things. What is it? Behold? What is it called?
Behold. Yep, Behold the Pale Horse.
Yes,
Lots
very
of them.
interesting. I recommend to go listen or read it, because they talk about these things. And then he also talks about aliens and those sort of things too, of why they do these type of things. So
Well, lots and lots of ones there. And if you go down, I think you're caught it, but it's Pharmakia Witchcraft, Airman 66 CES. Yep, Pharmakia Witchcraft.
and and all the people putting ones, were these people young in your opinion? Just wondering. If you just type young for everybody who put a 1 in there, because some people are saying, yeah, a couple of friends, if they're young or old, you can make your own determination of what you felt that is.
Miss Q, if you got anything you want to send it to my email, spaceshot76@protonmail. Says I found editing anomalies in the J6 videos. I think a lot of those videos that were released today were heavily edited because they were only 10-minute, the ones that were released yesterday, because a lot of them are 10-minute clips, which we know these are just, ran on strings of what should be hours of clips. So the fact that we get, 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there is a little ridiculous. I smoke and think the nicotine blocked access to COVID entering those receptors. Patriot Mike, you're spot on. Nicotine absolutely does push back against certain viruses and whatnot. And so for that reason, that's why I continued to vape. And I also take that sweet wormwood, which also inhibits the replication of any virus, including COVID-19. You guys can look that up and get those pills pretty much for like $20 for about 120 pills. It's called sweet artemisian or sweet wormwood. Artemisian or sweet wormwood. Pardon my French. Yeah, I got.
It's just the marijuana, bro. That blocks it, man.
Smoke the weed, man. It'll keep you happy, bro.
What else do I got for you guys here? Director Ray Crap. Ooh, I thought this was interesting. This is a long form video. I'm only going to play a little bit of this, but this guy was interesting here. This guy shows up on TikTok.
I tell Millie from Patriot Politics. I said this is the skin. This is like the skinny version of his cousin.
We're gonna play a little bit of this.
This dude nails it though. He does a lot of good video, a lot of good investigative little clips this guy puts out.
Yeah, we'll get it. Watch this.
I gotta tell you guys one of the craziest Biden stories that you probably never knew happened. Super relevant to an election year coming up and the media controlling what we do and do not know about. Have you ever heard of this woman, Vivian Schiller? She's the former CEO of NPR, the former head of news and journalism at Twitter. She's also the former senior vice president and chief digital officer of NBC News, including oversight of NBCnews.com. So this woman is dick deep in the media, particularly the mainstream media. And it's 2019, and we're coming up on an election, and Joe Biden really needs to get elected for many reasons. And Vivian Schiller is part of this globalist think tank called the Aspen Institute. And as the 2020 election is nearing, this dude's son, this guy, with his myriad life connections, yes, you are seeing that family tree correctly, is starting to really concern people that want Joe Biden to win the election. Maybe they even knew about like certain drug habits and certain laptops. I don't know. But what I do know is what they did about it, which was to hold a secret Hunter Biden media exercise. Independent journalist Michael Schellenberger leaked documents about this event. It was attended by a who's who of big social media and mainstream media minds. And they ran an 11-day scenario that began with the imaginary release of falsified records related to Hunter Biden's controversial employment by the Ukrainian energy company Burisma. Quote, the goal was to shape how the media covered it and how social media carried it. But coincidentally, the drill was put into practice just weeks later when New York Post broke the news about Hunter Biden's infamous laptop. So let's review. Vivian gets a whole bunch of her media friends together at the Aspen Institute, this globalist think tank organization, right before the 2020 election, and they hold essentially a war game about media relations. If there were to be some disastrous leak about Biden's son, who has lots of things that could be leaked or problematic, they ran through an official scenario of how they would manage the fallout in order to best represent Joe Biden. And here are the documents explaining this exercise. It is a day-by-day hypothetical set of events of what gets leaked, what different people act in different ways. You can screenshot this to read if you want. It has hypothetical different events that happen on each day that they went.
Just want to point out, CrowdStrike announces right there. Everybody knows CrowdStrike. Everybody where they get all wrapped up into that. Just wanted to point that out.
Discussed how they would deal with it.
What?
And the crazy thing is here, right? They're wargaming this stuff. This is, September and early October 2020. And if you remember, we were all kicked off of, YouTube on October 15th, 2020, or right around that. Some people were a couple days after, but most of us were on that October 15th, the day after the article on New York Post came out about Hunter Biden's laptop on October 14th, 2020. So this is all very timely.
Yeah. Yeah. It even says right here, BidenCrimes.info is the work of Fancy Bear. Fancy Bear, bringing that shit back up again. They even got the statement released 9 a.m. told him the director of intelligence, John Radcliffe, he has no reason to believe the document of crime is a forgery. So even John Radcliffe at the time was saying that it's actually real, but this is them running through. So they're going all through the administration to see what they're going to say. And if the director of national intelligence, John Radcliffe at the time, says that this stuff is absolutely 100% real, how we're going to deal with it, and ignore the intel community and all that. That's interesting. I'm going to keep going.
Events that happen on each day that they went over and discussed how they would deal with it in order to best control PR. You can just imagine what maybe the head of media relations at Twitter is thinking. Don't worry, I have this button that makes it so that things don't get spread on my platform. Nothing to see here. Oh, and Vivian, the one who set it all up, she's also a member of the Council on Foreign Relations. These guys that are backed by these guys that are chaired by David Rubenstein, head of the Carlyle Group. The same Carlyle Group that was meeting with bin Laden's father the day before 9/11. Whole other rabbit hole. See, that's the thing about actually doing your research, is that all of these wild theories are very evidenceable with publicly available information on the internet. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to put 2 and 2 together. Isn't it weird that guy had this weird board position on this controversial Ukrainian energy company in the midst of whatever the hell is going on here? And then we wind up at war in Ukraine during his dad's presidency? And then when you go to opensecrets.org and you look at what senator has received the most money in all of history from pro-Israel PACs, the one who's received the most money in all of U.S. history is Joe Biden, with $4 million. And then guess where we're winding up at war next? For all my real conspiracy theorists, I'm just going to share with you one more photo. This one is sourced directly from the Times of Israel, just so you know. This is his latest wife, who he married 1 week after he met. Within days of meeting Melissa Cohen, presidential candidate's son got the word shalom inked on his arm to match hers. How cute! Isn't that interesting? I wonder what else Mossad has done in the last couple decades. Weird.
Wow, I missed that last part there. Let's go back to
Allegedly. Melissa Cohen. Huh.
that. October 24th, 2019. Went to Israel. That's interesting. Hebrew tattoo. Interesting. What do you think, chat?
He's
We're
still
being
married
played
to
or
her?
what? I have no idea. Hiding in plain sight. Are we getting played or what? That was good.
Melissa
Yeah, that guy
Melissa-
does really good stuff. I really like this guy. I'll put his Twitter link out here for you
To
guys
match
to
hers.
have it. Oops.
She's a
Top
South
button.
African American activist and documentary filmmaker, a member of the first family of the United States as wife of Hunter Biden, son of U.S. President Joe Biden. She's born in Johannesburg, South Africa. And is she still married? Spouse, Hunter Biden, married 2019. So she's technically, as of Wikipedia, she's still married to Hunter Biden. And the picture
You
of
have a Rumble Rant over here from
Gonzo Rules.
Gonzo Rules.
Thank you for the Rumble Rant. Says thanks for rocking the truth, Hulk. Be a good human. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You should have went on Hulk side for that one though, but thank you. And the funny thing is the picture that they're showing of her, Melissa Cohen Biden, is a Wikipedia picture of her with a mask on, so you don't even really get to see her face. I mean, shit. If you were married to Hunter Biden, would you want to show your face?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Now I know why you married her.
What else do I got for you over here? Oh, I haven't listened to this. This just came up. This is the extra potpourri shit that I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't get a chance to listen to it. But then again, this is President Harry Truman on the creation of Israel. That's what caught my eye. I'm like, let's do a cold listen to this thing.
People in the country, even among the Jews, the Zionists particularly, who were against anything that was to be done if they couldn't have the whole of Palestine and everything handed to them on a silver plate so they wouldn't have to do anything. It couldn't be done. We had to take it in small doses. You can't move 5 or 6 million people out of a country and fill it up with 5 or 6 million more and expect both sets of them to be pleased. We had all sorts of objections to everything that was done. Something had to be done. We went ahead and done it. I don't think that decision to recognize Israel was an easy one. I had to make a compromise with the Arabs and divide Palestine.
Can you tell us specifically that a lot of Jewish people were against you too?
Oh, well, there were a lot of Jewish people against me because they wanted the whole of Palestine. As I say, they wanted to drive all the Arabs into the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. People in the country.
That's interesting. That's an interesting little piece of history right there. Huh.
I like how he makes the distinction though, talks about, the Zionists, right? Because what are Zionists? Are those the good people? Are they the real, Jewish people? Are they the people that were from that land? Or are they more of the satanic groups, right? Because, if you remember, I had a pretty decent video too. It talks about the difference between Zionism and Judaism. I played it like maybe a week or two ago. If I can find it, it's actually might be worth playing. It's pretty good, but very interesting stuff. It basically talks about the Zionists being Satanists.
Yeah, exactly. Let's drop this out there so everybody's got a copy of this one over here. You guys, so bang bang, and then we'll drop it in my chat over here.
Don't forget to
super
vote.
secret chat over here.
Don't forget to vote for your final song. I'll drop the link here in a second.
Oh yeah, might as well play this. Some people may not be aware, but Judge Joe Brown is an expert in Barack Obama family history. Very intelligent. A lot of people don't realize the things that he does know, but this is a newer video of him talking about the same thing again. So we'll play a little bit of this.
You can run for president, but now here's the problem.
Obama released a birth certificate when he was enrolled in college, and it lists on there the room number, the phone number of the pediatrician who did the delivery. It noted his mother was 18 years, 3 months, which meant she got knocked up at 17. And she was a citizen of Canada, and it lists all of the details. The phone numbers were working ones, so that's one birth certificate. But he's in the White House for 18 months before he gets one from Hawaii. Now, the problem with that, I see, is two people that were on my show worked on my show first couple of years were from Hawaii, and they needed the passport because they were going to take a trip. So I'm in my office in the headquarters for the show, and I made the phone call to the Department of Vital Statistics in Hawaii and had them expedite the delivery, and they got their birth certificates in 48 hours. So if I can do that back in 2000, to hell with the President of the United States taking 18 months to do it. See, I don't buy it. The other thing, too, is where he went to school. Now, 20-some years ago, more than 20, my now ex-wife wanted me to send my oldest son to one of the same places over there. In fact, the same place he went to school. And when I checked, I said, this boy is not earned this, because the tuition, not including room and board, was $95,000 a year. And I talked to two people, one of whom worked out in Hollywood and one I met in Hawaii some time ago, who bragged about going.
Interesting. A couple of clips. I wanted to bring him up. So go do some more research with Judge Joe Brown. He puts a lot of information out, especially about Lolo Sotero, his dad out there. Where are we at on time, by the way? Just make sure I'm not.
He was good friends with George Bush Sr. George Herbert Walker Bush Sr. was good friends apparently with Lolo Sotero, who was apparently very, very well off. That's kind of a point that a lot of people skim over. Said he was worth a little, very, very lot of money.
You should go check Exit Song Time.
Yeah, it's 304.
You guys putting exit songs over here?
You did. We put the links in there a little while ago.
So nobody voted for mine. Where's my song? You gotta put your own song here.
Oh
yeah, you gotta put
like
your
a
own
week
song.
ago. Like, drop it again, Ardoc. You put it like a week ago. 5th week trying.
Let's see. We got only single songs. I'm gonna drop the link to the show again. It's time to vote. Or I'll just go pick Ardocs if nobody's gonna vote for any of them. Low audience participation. I don't know about you guys. Let's drop it in the Space Shots chat over there. We'll drop it in the super secret chat over here. Right here. Yeah, so from now on through the show, guys, if we could also drop the link for that show, it always ends up being at the top of the deal over there, and come out and get some votes or whatnot here. Do I have anything else to cover over here? We want to make
I dropped something in there for you. It's about a minute and a half in our DMs there. That's the difference between Judaism and Zionism. And my buddy Patriot Politics had sent that over. It's the video that I reposted last week. About a minute and a half. Very interesting, this guy, and nails it.
Zionism is a political philosophy which has brought about the state of Israel, the so-called state of Israel. This political philosophy has nothing to do with religion. On the contrary, it seeks to confuse others and let them think that Zionism and Judaism is one and the same. I am a conscious African. I know properly my history. I know that Africa gave Judaism to the world. I know that the first Jews in the world were Africans. Not only do I know this, but I inform everyone who has doubts about it to read a book by Sigmund Freud entitled Moses and Monotheism as a beginning. Consequently, I know that Judaism and Zionism are not the same. Zionism had its first organizational expressions in 1897 in Basel, Switzerland, in Europe. Here was a man by the name of Theodor Herzl, H-E-R-Z-L. He was the founder of Zionism. He said that he was going to find the state that God promised the Jews. Listen to this very carefully. This man, Herzl, was an atheist. he had believed that there was no God. He said God did not exist. Now, how is it the man who believes that God does not exist is going to find a state that God promised to his chosen people? I'm telling you, this man is Satan in disguise. Zionism is a satanic movement. It is devil. It is imperialism. It is racist. It has gone and taken the lands of the Palestinian people and through terrorism has driven them out. And through terrorism, it maintains its power. And the United States of America, with over 6 million homeless, sends to Israel billions and billions and billions of dollars everywhere to bomb Palestinian people while homeless people are here and unemployed are here. Zionism is going to raise this war and make the people of America become clear to what it is and become anti-Zionist and stop the aid to Israel and use the money to take care of the homeless in this country.
Except for the Hamas issue. That's the other part of the issue. Nobody's paying attention to. All right.
Well, they did just like, the Afghanis that we trained to fight Russia. They made these guys to fight, Iran, and then inevitably, maybe people will finally take a lesson in a little history and say, oh, hey, whenever we go and take a group of people and train them up and give them weapons, it doesn't ever end up being good in the long run, right? Because inevitably those same people are going to be the terrorists or the group that pushes back later on.
We'll throw a little bit of this in the front end here.
I like
this is kind of, this guy's another good guy over here. 18 Attorney General's filed a brief in support of President Trump's appeal of Judge Chutkan's gag order, January 6th prosecution. I put it together in the first couple of minutes. I thought it was pretty damn good.
18 state AGs, attorneys general, now supporting Donald Trump against Judge Chutkan's gag order. This is at the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, and we got this filing from 18 states. Now, of course, Trump allegedly is an insurrectionist. They don't want him to speak about anything in this case because it might jeopardize the trial. Now, what about Trump's free speech rights? Doesn't he have the right as a political candidate to get out there and do politics and speak and communicate his ideas and his policies, one of which might be that the DOJ is broken and corrupt? But not only Trump, what about our rights to hear from him and the people in the states to be able to go and vote for him and to be able to hear his perspective on the corrupt DOJ being the victim of the corrupt DOJ? And so 18 state AGs say he needs to be able to speak about this so that our rights are not violated. We'll read through the filing. We'll also hear what Brian Kinzinger and Chris Christie has to say about this before wrapping up with Marjorie Taylor Greene and her take on what happens if Trump goes to jail. But we have 18 state AGs filing an amicus brief, which is a friend of the case brief, and it's coming in the Court of Appeals. And this is what the docket looks like there. Out of the DC Circuit, you're going to see a lot of activities. We've got the Christian Family Coalition out of Florida. They're also filing an amicus. We also have here America First Legal filed an amicus. We have this one is the one we'll look at. 18 states. The states are Iowa, West Virginia, Alabama, Alaska, Idaho, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Nebraska, North Dakota, Oklahoma, South Carolina, South Dakota, Texas, and Utah. Now we're missing Arizona here. We don't have Republican AG here, unfortunately, but other states are also missing.
That's
but
funny.
18 is a pretty good number. And this is what was sent in to the Court of Appeals for the DC Circuit challenging Judge Chutkan. And you can see it's a 23 pager, and something's looking a little bit strange with my red pen. So let's get this brief situated here. It is United States of America versus Donald Trump. Trump is appealing this to the DC Circuit Court out of the United States Court of Appeals. This is the brief for the amici, the friends of the court, the various states that we just talked about. And what are they asking for? Supporting Trump and reversal. Supporting Trump against Chutkan. The table of contents telling us that Chutkan really did not narrowly tailor this and that this whole thing is unconstitutional. Let's see what the state AGs say. They tell us that the states of this country stand foursquare behind the protections of the First Amendment of the Constitution, saying no branch of the government may abridge the First Amendment. They tell us that this right is paramount when it comes to protected political speech. It's at the core of what we talk about in this country. The district court here, Judge Chutkan, overstepped its role in issuing an overly broad order denying Trump from making public statements about individuals involved in the judicial process. The court, through Judge Chutkan, imposed limited restrictions on extrajudicial statements that hinder and inhibit an ongoing presidential campaign campaign, particularly as applied to President Trump's ability to make statements about witnesses who are themselves a part of the campaign. Now, that overbroad order, an order that a major United States presidential candidate must mute himself on a major campaign issue, cannot survive any level of scrutiny. And when we talk about the Constitution and constitutional violations, there are different standards of scrutiny that we look at. How closely, how magnified with a magnifying glass do we look down at this thing? If it is a law that is not violating your constitutional rights, we don't look at it that closely. We just say, if you have a problem with that, go vote about it. But it's not a constitutional violation, so we don't really pay much attention to it. But if it is a First Amendment right and you're a political candidate in the middle of a political campaign and they're saying, you can't talk about politics, we go, what? We got to take a very, very high-powered electron microscope and look at that thing and scrutinize it very, very in-depth. And if we do that to this gag order, it's not going to survive. We're going to look at it and say this thing's bad. So beyond its overbreadth, meaning it's just too over.
You guys get the, come on, there you go. Hold on one second. Hold on one second.
Very interesting stuff there, but you got a lot of courts or states backing up the fact here, which is clearly, how is he going to be able to, talk at all? The fact that they're trying to shut him up is just ridiculous.
Yeah, that was that. So that guy's a good guy to go follow. I was going to go look at Exit Song there just to give you guys a few more minutes to see where you guys are at, if you guys are putting anything down, because we're going to go take a look and see what you guys got so far. Audience is sleeping this morning. He's got 3. So technically, if our doc's got 3 over there, we're going to play his song. Oh, we got 6 military heroes over here. So you guys did get active over here. So I think Chris's song's going to win for us today here.
Z Patriots put that out for the last 5 weeks.
Hold on one second, please. Give me 1 second.
Absolutely. Somebody's calling. Oh, good. Look at what's trending over there. The firmament. That's fun. That's always fun to talk about. Let's see. Trending. Show more. I'll get it over on my side of the screen. I'm sorry for Hulk's side. Can't really see what's trending. Treason. Liz Cheney. BlackRock. Israeli terrorists.
All right. We got to roll. I got to go do stuff. Kids are driving me up the wall. Let me get over here to this song.
All right, let's roll.
Do you want to do any of your thank yous or anything like that to go through?
All right, we're going to go ahead and kill that there because they're getting ready to do their closing song and chit chat and all that stuff. And frankly, like I said before, we're not going to get taken down for a copyright, but we are going to get into our next video, which is a there we go. SGT report. Here we go.
And at that point, we were taken for another round of questioning, this time related to our allegedly being members of Mossad. The fact of the matter is, we are coming from a country that experiences terror daily. Our purpose was to document the event.
Hey friends, Sean from SGT Report here. That was the dancing Israelis who were returned to Israel after 9/11, where they admitted their purpose was to document the event. This important conversation with author James Perloff is meant to share the true history of the terror emanating from Israel for so very long. Spread it far and wide, friends. And before we start, just a quick word about our sponsor. There have never been more medical breakthroughs than there are right now. So why are millions of Americans more unhealthy and overweight than they've ever been? According to U.S. board-certified physician and expert nutritionist, Dr. Amy Lee, one of the main reasons is 3 harmful foods that are being passed off as health foods all over the country. And wait till you hear this. Because these foods can cause weight gain, clog your digestive tract, deplete your energy, and wreck your skin, they are banned in other countries. Yet shockingly, they're still legal in the United States, and it's time someone shined a light on what they are. Dr. Amy Lee does just that, while explaining how the side effects of these foods are wreaking havoc on the health of millions of Americans. The great news is it's easy to stop and reverse this damage by simply learning which foods to avoid and how to spot them. And by doing so, you can experience easier weight loss, smooth digestion, and vibrant energy. To find out these 3 fake health foods, go to 3harmfulfoods.com/SGT or click the link in the description below. After years of extensive study, Dr. Amy Lee put together a revealing video totally free to the public, so you never get duped by these foods again. Find out all you need to know right now to regain control over your body at 3harmfulfoods.com/SGT. Click the link below. Hey friends, welcome back. Thank you so very much for tuning in. It's Sean from SGT Report here. Guys, we're going to cover what's happening between Israel and Palestine because it's one of the world's biggest stories right now. And in 1 second, I'm going to play a clip from our friend Max Egan's latest video. And I think everybody needs to understand exactly what's going on in this world. To that end, we have James Perloff, author and friend of Truth, back on the show to help us break it all down. James, how are you, sir?
I'm doing pretty good. Got a little bit of a cold lately, but my throat's a little bit lower than usual, my voice, but hopefully it'll hold up during the program.
All righty. Well, you're going to take us through your latest article here, From the Arab Platoon to Hamas, Israel's Abu Nidal Strategy. But I just want to set the stage, and then I'm going to just turn you loose, okay? Nobody needs to hear me blather about this stuff. You're the expert. So we're going to talk about the problem with Zionism and what's really going on here. But I want to play this first from Max Egan. In the eyes of the system, we are all Palestinians. I want you guys to let that sink in while our borders are wide open and they push a vaccine, a bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine on humanity. Listen to this.
Israel killed its own people. Israel admits Apache helicopters fired on their own civilians running from the Supernova Music Festival. Tuval Eskapa, the security coordinator at Kibbutz Be'eri, said Israeli commanders made difficult decisions, including shelling houses on their occupants to eliminate the terrorists along with the hostages. Israel's military released footage showing hundreds of scorched cars moved from the Nova Music Festival, which it claims that Hamas attacked. The cars have been targeted with highly destructive weapons that Hamas does not own. An IDF soldier admits it was the Israeli who killed and raped their women, not Hamas.
מי שחט, מי אנס, מי רצח, מי ערף נשים, זה האזרחים, זה לא חמאס, זה האזרחים. זה מה שלא מבינים, שזה האזרחים. החמאס בא, פתח, הוריד חיילים והתקדם קדימה. מי שבא ואנס וביזז ועשה את כל הזוועות, האכזריות הזאת,
This all falls under the Hannibal Directive. So what is it? The Hannibal Directive is a top-secret Israeli order of the General Staff, which was first devised in 1986. Its purpose was to prevent the enemy from escaping with the soldier, even if it meant endangering that soldier or any civilians. It was last executed in 2014, known in Israel as Operation Protective Edge, which killed 72 Israelis and over 2,000 Palestinians. We see it being implemented now. Israel doesn't like having hostages. So let's wrap this up. First, the IDF used aircraft and tanks to bomb Israeli houses that contained hostages instead of negotiating professionally, which caused the massacre. Israel was so humiliated on October 7th that they panicked and slaughtered their own people. The IDF propaganda machine then generated fake news to spread through their proxies like Ben Shapiro to generate sympathy for Israel, not to mention terrible acting.
Incoming.
These lies are still repeated today with no remorse. The photos of burned bodies came from Hellfire drones or JDAMs. This is who you support, who you fund, who you cheer for. Those who would kill you in a heartbeat.
All right, we'll pause it right there. Guys, again, I am not taking sides here. We're just sharing the truth that the mainstream horror Mockingbird, Rothschild media refuses to share with the American people. And frankly, a lot of the media in the Western world, they just choose to paint the picture however they see fit. And we're going to break that all down today with James Perloff. James, I have to tell you, I've heard of the Samson option, right? But I've never heard of the Hannibal Directive. Where would you like to begin? Because I'm glad you wrote this article.
Well, I'd like to talk about 5 things today. I'd like to talk about, first of all, I want to put this recent Hamas incursion and the Israeli retaliation in context. I'd like to talk about the history of Israeli false flags, number one. Number two, I'd like to talk about the history of Israeli penetration of Arab groups, which won't take much time at all. Number three, I'd like to talk about something which might surprise much of your audience, which is that Abu Nidal, the greatest Arab terrorist of the 1980s, was actually working for Israeli Mossad. Number four, I'd like to talk about the parallels between Abu Nidal and Osama bin Laden. And finally, I'd like to look at the October 7th incursion of Hamas into Israel and the subsequent retaliation and see if that does not fit into the pattern of many decades of Israeli false flags.
Well, how about this, James? You take it away in 1 second. You have the floor, but let me read the opening paragraph here of your article dated October 30, 2023. Acts of terror have been carried out by people of many nationalities and ideologies. Okay, it's not just the Palestinians or the Israelis. By the way, let's recall what happened on 9/11. I think the Mossad was very much involved in what happened that day. But you write, contrary to the mainstream media's spin, since World War II, Israel has probably been the world's #1 sponsor of terror, implemented by way of deception. Words from the motto of Mossad, Israel's intelligence service. These acts have almost invariably been executed in a way that Arabs would be blamed. That has included, for example, the King David Hotel bombing. All right, you take it away. By the way, I just heard, I'd never heard this before. I just heard that a day before 9/11, there was an Army report issued, a U.S. Army report issued saying that it is highly possible that Israel could execute an act of false flag terror in the United States and blame it on Arabs. James, I just heard that. I never heard that before until just the other day. It's a report that evidently came out the day before 9/11.
Yeah, I've seen that as well. Well, Israel has a long history of false flag attacks. And we could start with the bombing of the King Jordan Hotel in Jerusalem in 1946. Now, you remember for the Balfour Declaration, the British had promised the Zionist homeland for Jews in Palestine. And so the British were governing Palestine, but they were governing it from the King David Hotel in Jerusalem. Their military and diplomatic headquarters were there. And in 1946, the Irgun, which was a Israeli terrorist organization headed by Menachem Begin, entered the King David Hotel disguised as Arabs. That's important. And they brought in explosives and blew up the hotel, killing 91 people and mutilating many more. Now, after enough of these things happened, the British got the message and they left Israel, and Israel proclaimed itself an independent state, which was the goal. Now, moving up to 1954, there's the Lavon affair, which is very well documented. You can even find an article on it on Wikipedia. Lavon affair, the Israelis instructed their operatives in Egypt to blow up American and British civilian facilities so that it could be blamed on the Arabs and the Egyptians. However, the plot failed because the explosives blew up prematurely, and even Israel has been forced to admit that affair. But you bring it to 1967, you get a really egregious event, which is the attack of the Israelis on the USS Liberty, which was a reconnaissance ship in the Mediterranean. And the Israelis killed 34 American sailors, wounded more than 170. They attacked the ship initially with napalm and rockets, and then they fired torpedoes, one of which hit the Liberty, and they machine gunned the lifeboats, which is a war crime, to kill the wounded. And we know from the intercepts of ground-to-air Israeli communications that their orders were to sink the Liberty and leave no trace. And the purpose of this, remember, they flew in unmarked planes. The plan was to blame it on Egypt. Now, at that time, Israel was embroiled in the 6-day war with Egypt and Jordan and Syria. And Israelis wanted America to come into the war on Israel's side and say that it was Egypt that had sunk the USS Liberty. But fortunately, through the heroism of its crew, it stayed afloat. And Israel was forced to say, well, we mistook it for an Arab ship. Well, how could they mistake it for an Arab ship? It's got English writing on it. It's got a huge American flag. There's no way they thought this was an Arab ship, but this was accepted nonetheless by Lyndon Baines Johnson. I have a post on the Liberty on my website. However, the best place to go, I really think, is the survivors' website, the veterans of the USS Liberty. It's gtr5.com. Okay, then you move it up to 1986.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, anytime. Yeah.
I think the attack on the USS Liberty is probably the #1 most important thing for folks to know about as it relates to this relationship, this special relationship between Israel and the United States. And I'll loosely paraphrase, forgive the swearing, but I believe the quote from Lyndon Baines Johnson was, as these men fought for their lives, as they were being attacked, as they reached out for help to Command Central, Lyndon B. Johnson's quote was, "I want that goddamn boat at the bottom of the sea." Correct?
Yeah, he was very much a part of it. You know, the Sixth Fleet tried to send rescue planes to defend the Liberty, and when the Israelis heard these planes were on the way, they, like cowards, they ran away. You know, the U.S. Liberty only had 50 caliber machine guns to defend itself, and but the Israelis fled when they heard the U.S. fleet was on its way. But Lyndon Baines Johnson ordered the U.S. fighter jets to turn back. He did that twice in 1967. So no attempt by him. I should compare that, by the way, to the non-existent attack of the Tonkin Gulf, August the 4th, 1964, when Vietnamese torpedo boats allegedly attacked the U.S. Navy. Yet that's been proven to be a false incident. There was no attack at all, no casualties. But when the Israelis caused 200 casualties on a U.S. ship, what does Lyndon Johnson do? He triples. In 1968, he tripled U.S. military aid to Israel. No punishment whatsoever. All is forgiven. No problem.
It's treason. It's just more treason coming from the Oval Office. It seems to be something that's in the wide open now. Joe Biden commits treason against our nation every day.
Right.
But at least back in, 1967, during that attack, the treason wasn't quite so overt and people weren't so aware of it, although they did execute our president, John F. Kennedy, which is why Lyndon B. Johnson was in the Oval Office. Right? Otherwise, he shouldn't have been. He would have never been in the Oval Office had they not murdered our president.
I don't think Kennedy would have reacted the same way as Johnson did, which was like no reaction to the attack on USS Liberty, which was given a 1 week investigation by the Navy, whereas a real investigation would have required many months. But you can find all that out on GTR5.com, the website for the USS Liberty survivors.
All right, continue, please.
Okay, so in 1986, U.S. soldiers were going to a discotheque in Berlin called La Belle, and a bomb exploded in 1986, which killed two U.S. soldiers and wounded dozens of others. Now, U.S. intelligence picked up messages from Libya congratulating the attackers. However, you know, even though Ronald Reagan accepted that and he bombed Libya as a result, which is really, by the way, I should mention, is the first blow of the U.S. in the war on terror. Victor Ostrovsky, who was an officer in Mossad, and here's a beaten up copy of his book, The Other Side of Deception. In that book, he revealed that actually it was not the Libyans at all. The Israelis planted a transmitter in Libya, which sent these messages, which faked out U.S. intelligence, which faked out Ronald Reagan. And according to Ostrovsky, this was considered by the Mossad one of the greatest successes. I can bring it up to 1994. If you go to my recent blog post on jamesperloff.net, against my most recent blog post from the Arab platoon to Hamas, Israel's Abu Nidal strategy, I've got a clip of Annie Machin, who was an officer in MI5, that's the British FBI. Now, in 1994, there was a bombing at the Israeli embassy. It didn't kill anyone, it injured a few folks. According to Annie Machin, MI5's own investigation revealed that the Mossad did this. You know, the Palestinians were making great progress in England. They were getting a good reputation. They were conducting fundraising. Israel didn't like it. So they bombed their own embassy, according to MI5, and blamed it on the Palestinians. But if you really want to go to the mother of them all, that's 9/11, and we wouldn't have time to go into it all. I'm sure you know a lot of this, but some of it, I might have some things that are new for some viewers. We got the dancing Israelis, right? These guys were photographing the bombing of the World Trade Center, the destruction, the cost of thousands of American lives, and they were jumping up and down with joy, high-fiving each other and celebrating and dancing. But people saw them and they were caught by the NYPD. Well, you know, I don't know if you know this, Sean, but every one of those 5 Israelis had plane tickets to leave America for Israel the very next day. And here's another interesting fact. The owner of the company they worked for, which was Urban Moving Systems, Dominic Suter, closed his company on the day of 9/11 and then fled to Israel. But it's so much more than the dancing Israelis. There's Larry Silverstein. Now, Larry Silverstein acquired control of the World Trade Center just 6 weeks before 9/11.
Can I add something though? Hold on.
Yeah.
Well, let me just jump in before we move on too far here. I want to just add to the fact that those dancing Israelis were detained for some, I don't know, you might have the right number, 74 days, something like that. And then they were sent, then they were sent back to Israel, where they went on a TV show and said our purpose was to document the event.
Right.
Literally on TV, they admitted to having foreknowledge of the event, because how would one document the event of 9/11 without foreknowledge? So clearly the Mossad was involved at some level, and I would say at a very, very deep, important level. In fact, I think the Mossad pulled this off, probably with the CIA's help. Certainly NORAD stood down that day. But yeah, I mean, it was either allowed to happen. Well, the point is that the Mossad was very much involved on 9/11, and they had foreknowledge.
Right. And how could the Israelis be celebrating and dancing on the day of 9/11 when the FBI, it took them 3 days later to identify the hijackers as Muslims? So how did Mossad know in advance, and why didn't they warn us in advance of this attack taking place, to look at the least possibility of their guilt? In addition, I was talking about Larry Silverstein. He acquired the World Trade Center 6 weeks before 9/11, technically a 99-year lease. He only put up 124 million, which is most of which was borrowed. Only 14 million was his own money. Yet he got an insurance payout of 4.6 billion. Now, how'd you like to get make a $4.6 billion on a 6-week investment? That's what Larry Silverstein did. Now, normally Larry, Lucky Larry, as they call him, would have breakfast at the North Tower every morning at the restaurant called Windows on the World. But there's one day Larry didn't show up for breakfast. That was the day of 9/11. His daughter and son, who both worked at the World Trade Center, didn't show up on 9/11 either. And this is something probably most of your viewers don't know. Larry Silverstein's partner in buying the World Trade Center was Frank Lowy. Now, Silverstein bought the on-the-ground buildings, but Lowy bought the underground shopping concourse. And like Silverstein, his ties to Israel are quite intimate. Lowy in 1946 had been a member of the Haganah Group, which was an Israeli terrorist organization. And then in 1948, he joined the Golani Brigade, which was involved in the brutal expulsion of Palestinians from Palestine, which we call the Nakba. And I should mention that the most brutal commander in the Golani Brigade was Ariel Sharon. And Ariel Sharon on 9/11 was in fact the Prime Minister of Israel. And I should also mention in regards to Frank Lowy, who also, by the way, did not show up on at the World Trade Center on 9/11. Frank Lowy subsequently retired to Israel with a estimated worth of $8 billion. But there's some other things we should mention about Israel's connections to 9/11. Zim Navigational was Israel's largest navigation firm, and they had its American headquarters in the World Trade Center for 30 years. And then 1 week before 9/11, they broke their lease, moved out with their 200 employees, and departed the World Trade Center. In addition to this, the security at the World Trade Center was handled by Kroll Associates. Now, Kroll Associates was run by Jules Kroll and Jeremy Kroll. Jules Kroll's wife, Lynn, was the head of a large, actually a massive Israeli fundraising organization, the United Jewish Appeal. She was the vice chairman. Who do you think the chairman was? Who was Larry Silverstein? I should also mention Logan Airport Security, where the two planes took off from that hit the World Trade Center. Logan Airport Security was run by ICTS International, which was owned by 2 Israeli internationals. In addition to that, who was put in charge in America in the investigation of 9/11 is Michael Chertoff, the Assistant Attorney General for the Criminal Division of the Department of Justice. Now, Chertow's parents were founding members of Israel. His mother was the first stewardess for El Al, the Israeli airline, and she was said to be an Mossad agent. So how do you get Mossad people as being in charge of the investigation of 9/11 on the American side? On top of that, in the U.S. Defense Department, we have Richard Pearl, who was director of the Defense Department Policy Board. He was actually caught in 1970 by the NSA spying for Israel, but he was never charged. He never went to jail. Also, the number 2 person in the Defense Department after Donald Rumsfeld was Paul Wolfowitz, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. He lived in Israel as a teenager, and he was extremely pro-Israel. In addition to that, you have Douglas Feith, the Secretary of Defense, who had a constant stream of Israeli military officials coming in and out of his office. And he was a guest of honor at the 100th anniversary of the Zionist Organization of America, where he received the prestigious Louis D. Brandeis Award for his loyalty to Israel. I could go on and on about this. I could give you quotes from Pat Buchanan and others, but it's no question that Israel had its fingerprints all over 9/11. I want to talk about Arab infiltration by Israeli groups, but before I do that, I should throw it back to you to see if you have any comment on what I've just said.
Well, the only thing I would add is that those Mossad agents dancing Israelis were detained for some 74, 76 days, something like that.
Right.
And then they were sent back to Israel, where they appeared on a talk show and admitted that their purpose was to document the event.
And at that point, we were taken for another round of questioning, this time related to our allegedly being members of Mossad. The fact of the matter is, we are coming from a country that experiences terror daily. Our purpose was to document the event. Our purpose was to document the event.
Okay, that speaks directly to foreknowledge, of course, because how can anybody document an event that they didn't know was going to happen? So Israel and the Mossad were definitely part of what happened on 9/11.
There's no question about that. And I have links from my website article regarding that. I wanted to talk a little bit about Israeli penetration of Arab groups. And this is a quote from Alan Hart, who was the Middle East specialist for the BBC Panorama. This is what he said in an interview in 2010, quote, I forgot to get the quote and then link in my article. Quote, now it's not a secret. From almost the moment Israel was born, it had its agents penetrating every Arab government, every Arab military organization, and every Arab terrorist group. End quote. Now, I've got a book here. It's a 750-page book. It's not that old. It's called Rise and Kill First by Israeli author Ronan Bergman. The subtitle is The History of Israel's Targeted Assassinations. And here's what he says, quote, the Arab platoon was established when they had Ghana, which was a Israeli terrorist organization, decided it needed a nucleus of trained fighters who could operate deep inside enemy lines, gathering information, carrying out sabotage and targeted killing missions. The training of its men, most of them Jewish immigrants from Arab lands, included commando tactics and explosives, and also intensive study of Islam and Arab customs, end quote. So here you have an Israeli organization which is completely fluent in Arabic, completely knowledgeable of Islam, which is designed to infiltrate Arab groups. And I've got another book. When I was researching 9/11, a book I never got to finish. This Half Truth by Farik Mur, who was a Pakistani author, 500-page book. And in this book, he describes a event that occurred in the 1980s when the president of Pakistan, General Haq, that's H-A-Q, was entertaining a famous Pakistani journalist named Mirza, M-I-R-Z-A. And Mirza noticed that the President Haq got up and he was talking to two tribesmen, and they were speaking the traditional Pashtun language, which is used by Afghanis and Pakistanis, and they were dressed in Pashtun costumes and they wore long beards, and Mirza was surprised because usually General Haq would never talk to lower people. He usually confined himself to people at the upper level of society. And here's what General Haq said to Mirza after these two tribesmen, or alleged tribesmen, departed. He said, do you know who they were? They were Israeli Mossad. They're training the Afghans in Afghanistan, end quote. So you've got this whole history of Israeli Mossad penetrating Arab and even Afghanistan groups. But the main thing I'm going to concentrate on, and the main focus of my blog post, is Abu Nidal, who is considered the greatest Arab terrorist of the 1980s. And I start my blog post with a very short clip, taken out of a longer clip of Oliver North, who was being questioned by Congress as to why he had installed this very expensive, extraordinary security system in his home. And Oliver North replies that he did it because Abu Nidal, he calls the greatest assassin in the world, has threatened his life. Now, here's what people need to know. Abu Nidal, considered the greatest Arab terrorist of the 1980s. I've got a book here, Abu Nidal, A Gun for Hire, by Patrick Seal. Patrick Seal was a British author, a specialist in the Middle East, and he found out that Abu Nidal was in fact working for the Israeli Mossad. Example, Abu Iyad, who was the intelligence chief for the PLO, the Palestine Liberation Organization, requested an audience with Patrick Seal in Tunis in 1990. And he told Patrick Seal, there's no question that Abu Nidal is working for Israel. Everything he does hurts Palestine, helps Israel. He's killed all of the top diplomats for the PLO. And so Patrick Seal took this under consideration. What do you think happened to Abu Niyad, who gave him this interview? Well, he was shortly forthwith murdered on orders from Abu Nidal. And Patrick Seal also has quotes from the top officials in the CIA, German intelligence, French intelligence, Jordanian intelligence, and I have the quotes in my article. But they all agreed that Abu Nidal, the alleged Palestinian terrorist, was in fact working for Israel's Mossad. And I want to point out a coincidence of dates. In 1977, the Likud, which is Benjamin Netanyahu's party, the Likud grew out of the Irgun, which was an Israeli terrorist organization headed by Menachem Begin. In 1977, Menachem Begin became the prime minister of Israel. And in 1977 is also when Abu Nidal began his terrorist operations. And at the same time, interestingly enough, Hollywood began its depiction of Palestinians as terrorists. For example, in 1977, there's a movie called Black Sunday. And in this movie, the Palestinians planned to blow up all the fans at the Super Bowl with a shrapnel bomb, which is ridiculous because Palestinians couldn't even get out of Palestine, let alone go to the Super Bowl. But who rescues them? According to the movie, it's an agent of Mossad. An agent of Mossad saves 80,000 American lives. And then this continued throughout the 1980s. You had the movie Delta Force with Chuck Norris. I like Chuck Norris a lot. But in Delta Force, the Palestinians hijack an American airliner, and then the Delta Force rescues the hostages and brings them to safety in Israel. And this continued throughout the 1980s. Again and again, Palestinians were depicted as terrorists and the Israelis as our heroes. And I got to mention a reason for this. The PLO had given up on violence against Israel. And the reason for that was Israel had won the 1967 war against Syria, Egypt, and Jordan. They again won the 1973 Yom Kippur War, where they defeated the forces of Syria and Egypt. And the PLO said, look, if the foreign nations with tanks and air forces can't defeat Israel, what chance do we have to overthrow them with small arms? So the PLO, from that time on, was always pursuing peaceful negotiations with the Israelis. But the Israeli government under Menachem Begin did not want negotiations with the Palestinians. They had stolen land from Palestine in these wars, and they didn't want to give it back. So it's very important for them to portray to the world that Palestinians were terrorists, and therefore Israel could not engage in negotiations. I'm going to give you some examples. Okay, in 1982, Israel invaded Lebanon, which was defenseless at that point. There was no Hezbollah there at that time. They invaded with 1,250 tanks, 1,500 armored personnel carriers, air bombardment, naval bombardment, and they murdered 17,000 Lebanese and Palestinians. But before that attack took place, the U.S. Secretary of State Alexander Haig advised the Israeli government, look, if you're going to do this, you need an international pretext for this invasion. Well, who come to the rescue of Israel? It's Abu Nidal. He had his men attempt an assassination on the Israeli ambassador in London, Shlomo Argov, who was expendable, according to Menachem Begin, because he was actually in favor of a peaceful negotiation with the Palestinians. He was expendable. Now, Abu Nidal's men botched the assassination attempt. They wounded Argov, but they didn't kill him. But if you look at history books, the official reason given by Israel for invading Lebanon and killing 17,000 people was this assassination attempt by Abu Nidal. No, Lebanon and the PLO had nothing to do with that assassination attempt. It was all the work of Abu Nidal, who took credit for it. But the chief of staff of Israel's military, Raful Atwan, said, Abu Shnidal, we have to strike the PLO. So they went in and attacked them, and they never went after Abu Nidal. Now, Patrick Seal, again, this is a book, A Gun for Hire, published in 1992, a long forgotten book. It gives many other examples. In 1985, I'm quoting him now, quote, Austria and Italy were the two European countries with which the PLO had the closest relations. With their encouragement, a European-Palestinian dialogue had been developed satisfactorily, end quote. So what happens? Right after that, Abu Nidal, and I can remember this myself from the headlines at the time, Abu Nidal had his young fanatics doped up on amphetamines, attacked the Rome and Vienna airports with rifles and grenades, and they killed 18 civilians and wounded 110. And this was something that could not in any way help Palestine. Then Cyprus, again quoting Patrick Seal, quote, Cyprus had long been sympathetic to the Palestinians, having supported them during Israel's siege of Beirut in 1982, and given them a haven when Arab states expelled them. Cyprus seemed more committed to the Palestinian cause than many Arab countries, end quote. What happened? May the 11th, 1988, Abu Nidal's organization detonates a bomb in Cyprus, killing 15 Cypriots. After that, Cyprus' favor towards the Palestinians disappeared. Then Sudan, according to Seal, he described Sudan as, quote, even more consistently pro-Palestinian than Cyprus. Now, Abu Nidal's men then attacked Sudan. They attacked a hotel and a restaurant with machine guns and grenades. They killed 7 people, wounded 721. The victims' nationalities included Sudanese, British, French, Americans, Swiss, Polish, no Israelis. So now Sudanese support for Palestine declines. Here's a big one. Seal notes, quote, Greece was the European country most sympathetic to the Palestinian cause, and its prime minister, Andreas Papandreou, was a European leader who most effectively defended the Arabs against Israel's charge of terrorism, end quote. So what does Abu Nidal do? On July the 11th, 1988, his men, armed with machine guns and hand grenades, attacked a Greek cruise ship with hundreds of tourists on board. They killed 9, they wounded 80. Now, how could anyone think this is going to help the cause of Palestine? The Greeks were furious that Palestinians had destroyed their tourist trade, and the government of Papandreou then fell from power. But the worst thing that Abu Nidal did occurred in late 1987 into 1988. In December 1987, the Palestinians rose up against the Israelis, trying to take back their freedom. This is called the first Intifada. Now, what Abu Nidal did at that time was he massacred almost half of his followers, almost all Palestinians. And in November 1987, he murdered, just one night, in November 1987, he murdered 171 of his own Palestinian followers, claiming that they were spies for foreign intelligence. He lined them up, they were blindfolded, machine gunned, and dropped into a ditch, many of them still alive and struggling for life. And that, of course, prevented them from joining the Palestinian Intifada. Now,
hey, James, why don't you remind the audience what the Israeli Mossad motto is? Could you do that for us, please?
Sure. It's by way of deception, which is the part of the title of the book, The Other Side of Deception, by former Israeli intelligence officer Victor
But complete the
Strauss.
motto. Would you complete the motto? By way of deception, what?
Make war by way of deception.
That's right. By way of deception, thou shalt make war. And that is what we're learning about here. That's why we're sharing this information. For those that don't know it, it may seem just like a litany of crimes from one guy. What's the big deal? He was Mossad. He was Mossad. He was Mossad. He was Mossad. All right? So that's what we're trying to do in this interview, is just share the truth about the terror emanating from Israel through false flags time and time and time again, including what happened on 9/11, friends. So that's what we're up against. All roads go back to House of Rothschild, the Balfour Declaration, and Israel. All right? Mm-hmm. So this blind loyalty to Israel, right? This Nikki Haley, give them a blank check, no questions asked. This is the root of the criminality of our nation and the traitors within our nation who say everything for Israel, no questions asked at every turn. That's why we're sharing this history, because people who don't understand history are condemned to repeat it, James. And the whole world seems whipsawed into just war after war after war because of this thing that happened on October 7th in Israel. More war, more war. It can never end. We can never have peace. And Abu Nidal's job was to never allow there to be peace so that Israel could continue to take Palestinian land. Okay, that is the model here, correct?
That's absolutely correct. And it continued. It seems like terrorism requires a poster boy. So the poster boy in the 1980s was Abu Nidal. But after he started murdering almost half of his own Palestinian followers, people defected from his organization, and it's very hard for him to recruit new people. And so terrorism needed a new poster boy. And for a brief period of time, it appears that poster boy was Ramzi Youssef, who was the alleged mastermind of the 1993 attempted bombing of the World Trade Center. Now, you look at my notes for my article on the 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center, you'll find there were many, many Israeli connections to that. We won't go into that here. But Ramzi Youssef, he was to be the new poster boy for terrorism, he was stopped in that role in 1995 because he was arrested in Pakistan. So in 1996, Osama bin Laden becomes a new poster boy for terrorism. And, in 1986, Osama bin Laden declared jihad on the United States. I just want to point out that his reasons for declaring jihad were very, very flimsy. He said that his main reason was that U.S. troops were in Arabia, which is where Mecca is, and therefore infidels were desecrating the sacred land of Arabia. But I want to point out a few things. First of all, it was Osama bin Laden's own government, the Saudi government, which invited U.S. troops into Saudi Arabia to fight Saddam Hussein in the first Gulf War of 1991. And in addition to that, you might recall that Saddam Hussein had been part of the Mujahideen, which was the Arab group fighting, or the Afghanistan group fighting the Soviets in the 1980s. Well, they were financed by the United States. And in fact, Osama bin Laden himself was trained by U.S. Special Forces. So it's kind of strange that he turned on his own benefactors so quickly.
Oh, and by the way, James, as you know, I think most of the audience probably knows by now, Osama bin Laden was CIA. He had a CIA connection at any rate, and I think his code name was Tim Osmond.
Yeah, another thing about Osama bin Laden, his older brother, Salem bin Laden, was a partner of George W. Bush in the Arbusto energy company in Texas. George W. Bush, of course, was the president at the time of 9/11. So Osama bin Laden has all kinds of connections to the West, which raises a question mark. But I want to mention some connections between Abu Nidal and Osama bin Laden. There's a lot of parallels, and you'll find these in my article. But they were both very wealthy. Abu Nidal was said to be worth $400 million. Osama bin Laden, $250 million. They both had bank accounts in the same bank, the BCCI bank. Both men operated out of desert compounds where they radicalized young Muslims into terrorists. Also, despite his vast wealth, according to Patrick Seal, even though it's worth almost $500 million, Abu Nidal never gave one dime to the Palestinian people who were suffering so much. And in my own research, I never found evidence that the very rich Osama bin Laden, despite his proclaimed solidarity with Palestine, never gave a dime to the Palestinians either. And something else that's very important. Abu Nidal never attacked Israel, and Israel never attacked Abu Nidal. Likewise, Osama bin Laden, he spoke against Israel, but he never attacked Israel, and Israel never attacked Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden only attacked American targets, our overseas embassies in Africa, for example. He could have attacked Israel overseas embassies if he wanted to, but no, it only attacked American embassies, which is exactly what Israel wanted, to bring America into the war against its enemies.
Well, and by the way, Abu Nidal was never brought to justice.
Right.
So imagine if what we're told about him is true and he was a kingpin terrorist from Palestine. Wouldn't he be the #1 hit on Israel's list? Wouldn't that be a trophy they would want? They would want his head on the wall, right?
Right, but this is the amazing thing. Abu Nidal began his terrorist activities in 1977, including assassinations, massacres, and airline hijackings. In 25 years, the combined resources of American, British, European, and Israeli intelligence was never able to find the guy, and all the combined military resources we had were never able to bring him to justice. He was finally taken out in 2002 by Saddam Hussein's intelligence service in Iraq. It was the Iraqis who took him out in 2002, but ironically, in 2003, we invaded Iraq. But it's the same thing with Osama bin Laden. I want to read you a quote that most of your viewers have probably not heard. This is from Gary Bernstein, who is the U.S. field commander in Afghanistan and the hunt for bin Laden. He wrote this in his book, Jawbreaker, which you can find probably in your local library. Quote, day and night, I kept thinking, we need U.S. soldiers on the ground. We need them to do the fighting. We need them to block a possible escape of al-Qaeda into Pakistan. I'd sent my request for 800 U.S. Army Rangers. I was still waiting for a response. I repeated to anyone at the headquarters would listen. We need Rangers now. The opportunity to get bin Laden is slipping away. I made it clear in my report that our Afghan allies were hardly anxious to get at al-Qaeda in Tora Bora. So why was the U.S. military looking for excuses not to act decisively? Why would they want to leave something that was so important to an unreliable Afghan army that had been cobbled together at the last moment? This was the opportunity we'd hoped for when we launched this mission. Our advantage was quickly slipping away, end quote. Now, a little later in the book, Bernstein writes this. He's got bin Laden cornered, all right, in al-Qaeda, but suddenly the Pentagon decides to transfer him to South America. Here's what he writes, quote, now that we finally had bin Laden and his al-Qaeda cadres trapped in the mountains, why was headquarters pulling us out? Why was Washington hesitant about committing troops to get bin Laden? These were questions that keep me up at night, end quote. Gary Bernstein, the commander of U.S. forces assigned to get bin Laden. Now, you have to look at this. They didn't want to get Abu Nidal for 25 years because he was giving Israel an excuse not to negotiate for the giving away of any territories because Palestinians are terrorists. Same thing with bin Laden. 10 years after 9/11, we still hadn't caught the guy despite all our intelligence resources because if we got bin Laden right away, Americans would have said, well, we got the guy that caused 9/11. Why do we need all these other wars in the Middle East? It's pretty clear. It's a parallel here. I want to get up to the Hamas incursion of October 2023, the recent event. But before I do, let me throw it back to you, Sean.
Yeah, let's wrap this up here in the next 5 minutes because I just want people to understand and remember that we've got the goods on this. We already know all of this, right? Because of that Aaron Russo interview with Alex Jones back in the day.
Right.
For those who haven't watched it, go watch it. Listen to what Aaron Russo, the Hollywood producer, told Alex Jones would happen. He had a Rockefeller friend who told him that there would be an event in New York City. This is prior to 9/11.
Right.
And as the result of that event, U.S. troops would go around the world. They'd end up in Afghanistan. They'd have to hunt through caves looking for the boogeyman terrorists. And Rockefeller laughed. He said, they're not going to find anything because there's nobody there to find. Okay, it's all premeditated. 9/11 was an inside job, and it was blamed on these forces so that we would be whipsawed into wars in the Middle East that the American people would otherwise never, ever support. So go listen to that. Aaron Russo, and by the way, Russo also said it's all part of the plan for their new world order, their one world government. They want to chip and track and trace everybody. The ultimate payoff for the bankers being that y'all will take the mark of the beast, the chip. So it's all part of the plan. And I just wanted to share that with the audience. Aaron Russo told us the truth. And you know what? Alex Jones has been right about an awful lot over the years, James.
That's very, very true, despite criticisms that people have made of him. Well, regarding Hamas and this October the 7th, 2023 invasion of Israel, Ron Paul explained, and I've got the clip, that's just a 2-minute clip, that Israel created Hamas. And here's what Yasser Arafat of the PLO said about Hamas. quote, a secret Israeli organization functions inside Shin Bet, which is the Israeli FBI, in cooperation with Hamas, and their aim is to disrupt the peace process, is behind these attacks, meaning suicide bombings, and many others. End quote. In other words, Israel created Hamas, again, like Abu Nidal, to create terrorist events that would give Israel an excuse not to engage in negotiation. And if you watch my most recent post on the Hamas Israel event of 2023, I have short clips from 3 former IDF soldiers, Israeli defense soldiers, who served on the border between Gaza and Israel. They explained that this is the most secure border in the world. It's littered with observation posts. It's the most high-tech observation post in the world. And yet, we're supposed to believe that somehow on October the 7th, everybody was asleep at the switch. All their high-tech surveillance shut down. And somehow Hamas was able to enter Israel at 15 different locations, and nobody knew about it. And there was a delay of close to 7 hours before Israel Defense Forces responded, where normally it only take 5 minutes for tanks and helicopter gunships to arrive. This raises the question of whether Hamas has Israeli penetrators. And I just want to quote Vanessa Beasley, and is a journalist who specializes in the Middle East. She says, quote, Hamas founder Moses Hassan Youssef was a spy for Zionist intelligence from 1997 to 2007 before being given U.S. residency. Shin Bet, again, that's the Israeli FBI, considers him the most valuable source within Hamas leadership. The information Youssef supplied exposed numerous Hamas cells and assisted Israel in hunting down many militants and incarcerating even his own father, Hamas leader Sheikh Hassan Youssef. I'm just going to mention something here, Sean. Israel is bombing schools, hospitals, churches, claiming that they know exactly where Hamas terrorists are. If that's true, then why is it that on October the 7th, they didn't know the location of a single Hamas terrorist? And why did they wait so long? It just doesn't make any sense. This was their Pearl Harbor. This is the event they needed in order to destroy Gaza. And how could Hamas leaders possibly not know? Remember when I was talking about 1982 with the destruction of Lebanon, where in retaliation for one wounded Israeli, Israel murdered 17,000 Lebanese and Palestinians. How could Hamas leaders possibly believe that this incursion would not result in a totally disproportionate reaction, which is what we've seen ever since the event? So I can't prove it, but I would suggest to you that there was cooperation on both sides in order to create a pretext for a false flag that would give Israel the pretext to destroy Gaza, which, you know, they're a poor country. They can't rebuild all these hospitals and schools and mosques and churches. They can't rebuild it. Their goal is to turn this into another Nakba, to drive 2.5 million Palestinians out of Gaza, rebuild it as luxury beachfront hotels for Israelis to live in, and then they can turn all their attention onto driving the remaining Palestinians out of the West Bank. This is so obvious if you study the history of Israel, what they're up to. It's evil. We should not support it. And I also want to point out, this is most important, we're risking World War III here. If Hezbollah should attack with missiles and kill intentionally, accidentally, U.S. soldiers, the U.S. could, not run by Joe Biden, he's senile. His handlers could order the U.S. aircraft carriers to attack Hezbollah. Hezbollah is controlled by Iran. Now, Iran could counterattack with missiles, which might damage or sink a U.S. aircraft carrier. The U.S. could then invoke the NATO treaty, which says that if one member is under attack, all members are under attack. This would bring England and Germany and France and other European countries into a war against Iran. Iran would then invoke its alliance with China and Russia. And for World War I, it only took one incident, the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, to bring about a world war that killed tens of millions of people from Canada to Russia. We don't want that to happen. I greatly encourage Hezbollah to exercise restraint. What we need is diplomatic and economic sanctions against Israel to such an extent, an exposure of its crimes to such an extent that it'll be forced to call a ceasefire. I don't want to see this explode into World War III, but I think that Benjamin Netanyahu is just psychopathic enough to want that to happen.
Yeah, and I just want to round out the conversation by reminding people what Zionism is. For those that don't know, James concludes his article by saying, and for those Western Christians who think they have an obligation to stand with Israel, no matter the cost, James suggests further reading on his post about Christian Zionism. When you hear people like Ben Shapiro foaming at the mouth to give everything to Israel, no matter the cost, it really starts to wake people up. That's why there's a fissure right now. There's a division. There's a divide over at the Daily Wire between people like Ben Shapiro and people like Candace Owens. Candace Owens pointing at the atrocities in Gaza saying, hey, these are war crimes. So it's not anti-Semitic to point out the war crimes being committed against the 2 million people trapped in Gaza, James. So that's what we're trying to do here. We're not taking sides. We're just saying, hey, in a just world that's not inverted and upside down and completely insane, the whole world would be angry about what's happening to Gazans on the back of this October 7th official story.
Right, exactly as they would be outraged if it happened to any other country.
Well, you'd think. But for some reason, there are rabid Zionists who foam at the mouth to lay waste to Gaza and to never stop. They want to turn it into concrete. They want to turn it into a parking lot. And we're just praying that cooler minds prevail because,
yes,
at the very least, I don't want that blood on my hands, nor do you, James.
Absolutely.
All righty. I will leave a link to the article below, guys. We'll show James' website one more time here. This is the article as we scroll right back to the top. You can read it yourself. Go back and play those clips. From the Arab platoon to Hamas, Israel's Abu Nidal strategy. Abu Nidal being one of the chief terrorists and, frankly, bloodthirsty murderers in the history of the world, certainly in recent history. James, I want to thank you so much for your time. Thank you for the education and for the history here. This is just a history lesson. That's all this is. It's not anti-Semitic to have a history lesson that says Israel's done some pretty shady stuff over the decades. That's not anti-Semitic, is it?
No, the truth is never racist.
The truth is never racist. All right, guys. The link is below. Our guest has been author James Perloff. James, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. God bless.
Right. God bless. Friends, thanks so much for tuning in. We appreciate you so very much. May God bless you and yours. And I'll remind you every single day for free. Check us out for free at sgtreport.com. That is the antidote to corporate propaganda and all of those Zionist Mockingbird mainstream media lies 24/7. Bye-bye.
All right. That was SGT, but we still got more to go. I'm going to keep you guys busy tonight. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. And Sam, I am not. Okay. So we saw this one the other day, right? But we didn't see this one. And this where whoop, nope, we don't want to see that one. All right. There we go.
I don't care if you think I'm Satan reincarnated.
Coming at you live from the apocalypse book. Oh yeah!
All right, folks, welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm joined once again with Daniel Brinkley, and Daniel Brinkley is the author of the book Saved by the Light, best-selling book, reveals a lot of, I guess, what are they, predictions, Daniel, or
well,
I mean, go ahead.
When I received them in the first near-death experience, David, it was beings of light that I've met quote unquote, in the Crystal City. And they gave me these insights that turned out to be future events. But at the time, David, I thought it was markers. I never framed it at 25 years old, paralyzed and lying in a bed. I never framed it as future events. I thought it would be markers that I would know where I was to take certain action that I believe is my mission, okay? And so everybody has to find what their mission is. And so when each of these things came, as the years have passed.
You hit the mute. You hit mute. You hit the mute button. Daniel, you hit the mute button. You hit the mute button. There you go.
Okay.
Sorry, say that all over again. You hit the mute button.
Okay, so what happened was this. When I got struck by lightning and had the first near-death experience, or the death experience, and I went to this place I call the Crystal Cities for lack of having knowledge of it, I went before these 13 beings of light, and each one of them had individually put me into a place where I could see, feel, and look at events that were occurring. Okay, they were separate from the world that I was living in the Big Crystal City, but it was as though I was a participant in it. It would happen in my lifetime. So when I decided to tell Paul these, it was about if I had seen these visions, David, when I was dead, 28 minutes, patient unconscious, patient not breathing, no EKG in the story, covered with the blanket, sheet, rolled out of the room. Then as they would come true or would not come true, it would reinforce my perspective about there's a life after death, okay? Which if I, as Daniel Brinkley, can impact that one place in the minds and hearts of human beings, I will have done something that I think is great. Okay, this is just my personal self-awareness of what I believe I can do. So as says, because of my knowledge of death and dying as a hospice volunteer, and my whole life became about palliative and end-of-life care, I have had the markers of these boxes to look at where the world is. Okay, and so when I sat down with Paul, they tried to keep me from putting in Saved by the Light, the prophecies or the future events. And I would not do it. I would not. I said, Paul, I don't care. I don't care. I'm not going to do it. If they gave this to me and I have to live with it, then everybody else is going to have to live with it with me. You know? Okay, here you go.
How many boxes are there, Daniel?
There's 12 boxes. And what we did was we took things that associated with each other and put them in boxes so it wasn't just a string out consciousness. And I honor Paul Perry for doing that. Okay, but I have been able, when I wrote Saved by the Light with Paul 29 years ago, okay, and it got published 28 years ago, I told what I saw as a 25-year-old prick. Okay, this is how I looked at it, trying to get up to walk, but I had to write it down because it was burning inside. And what came is a timeline based on this. What the first said was, if you keep doing the same things that you're doing, this is after Vietnam, the same things that you're doing, you're going to find yourself in the same place again, and it will be the positioning of a world war. And by looking at how we as a nation and a country and what we're allowed to occur right now in our name, as the United States of America, in my name, there are killing women and children. In 2023, they are killing them, and they're killing them in multiple countries, and I am funding it. That is insane, David. Yeah. This is insanity. And where we are as human beings in a evolution of consciousness, a shift and change that's been foretold forever. We are there. We sit with that change and that shift in consciousness, like the Mayas say. But in order for the new to live, the old must pass away. And we are watching the vestiges of a time period holding on with wars, with pestilence, with hunger. What people better pay attention to is their medicine. Okay, if you're going to pay attention to anything, you pay attention to your medicine. What you need to take care of yourself, you pay attention to that, everybody, because if you don't pay attention to it, that's the one that will sneak up on you. That's the one. So as I
nothing
look
is
at
more important than prevention, first of all, right? Like, I mean, I'm not a big advocate for Western medicine anymore, to be honest, especially after what happened in 2020.
well, how could you be? This was a complete failure and a complete betrayal. The thing that bothered me most about it was the what it said at the end of the Nuremberg trials. What it said would never be allowed to happen again. Never.
Yeah.
Okay. And guess what? All 9 tenets of the Nuremberg trials were broken.
Do you think
All
that
of
we're going to see a Nuremberg Trials 2.0 come?
I tell you this, David. If you played it on that hand, where people who have been a part of this and who they are, if you play it on that hand, the nations will collapse. That's what will happen. A nation will collapse. This one would. There would be very few surviving Western countries that would survive the control system that's been in place for the last 300 or 400 years, but since 1871. You can marker it, and reread the Constitution, and you realize who we the people are. Okay, so my point is this is an exciting time to be alive.
So what box are we in right now, Danny? And where are we at with all this right now? I mean,
we're in box 4. I'll
and
read
there's
it to
12?
you. Yep. Okay, so
we're just getting
box
the party
4.
started.
Oh yeah, strife and hatred in the Holy Land. I could see Israel becoming isolated from the rest of the world, and things worsened. There were images of Israel preparing for war against other countries, including Russia and a Chinese-Arab consortium. Jerusalem was very important in the eye of this conflict. The vision revealed, let's see, I could see Israel becoming more isolated. Images came of Israel reacting with hatred toward the Palestinians and then other Arab states. Okay, so there's a lot of things in here about oil and where oil goes. But when people start uniting against Israel and you realize that it is a holy war, okay, there is no way it's not a holy war. It's religions. And it is a country that says God gave them that land. So they are identifying and are setting a precedent for who God is. Okay? That's where it gets serious, David. When people don't stop and get a grip on the fact that you are in a holy war, okay? Everything else is trivia. It's trivia. And if you look at it from it being a holy war, then you open up your mind and your heart to reality. That's the trap. Okay, so if we were going to have a 2.0, I mean, you could not take the fact of the betrayal that we witnessed on a surface level, but the betrayal of us on a spiritual level, when in the name of a religion and some property that God gave somebody, you're killing thousands of people. Okay, well, there comes a place of sanity when all of that takes precedent equal to, but not more precedent than it is a holy war. And it is God being defined in Israel. Okay. Now that's what's occurring. So people's whole religious viewpoint is being reconstructed for them.
Look what's happening in Israel right now. I mean, they're pulling Palestinians out of their houses for posts, for social media posts. I mean, this is like what they did in Germany, Daniel. I mean, it's like they're following the same playbook. I can't.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. See, I'm agreeing. I mean, people who are reasonably aware realize what's happening. Okay. But what are we doing about it? See, you're doing something about it, David. You're creating a platform where people can come and listen to the varying views and decide about where they are and who they are in their life. No one is coming to save us. We have to save ourselves. And we have to create community that's sane and realize we're living in a holy war. And the definitive nature of who God is and our relationship to God will never be enthralled in killing women and children.
Right, but isn't this what the New World Order wants? They want this holy war. They want this to kick off so they can get rid of all religions and bring in their one world religion, which is climate, the earth, climate change and the earth, correct? So they want this to happen.
Exactly. Okay? Because why I called it the environmental religion was the whole construct of why the church built itself into reality was by destroying pagans, okay, who love Mother Earth and who love the environment, okay? And so I used to make fun and say, well, how in the world can we have a pagan ritual religion established and reinforced by the World Council of Churches and the Pope himself? That is insane. It's insane. Okay. So my world is palliative and end of life care because I make a difference there and it fulfills me in ways that nothing else has ever done it. You know, it's just fulfilling to me because I know everything about palliative and end of life care. But when you sit in a holy war and you see what they are willing to do in the name of religions, in the name of religion, not repression or suppression of a people, which that's in it, not stealing people's land because God gave it to you 3,000 years ago, okay, and that it's Palestine, Samaria, Canaan, and Judea, okay, and that whatever it is you think you're doing, whatever it is you think you're doing, for the world not to think that we of reasonable spiritual consciousness do not see the plot. Now it's what do we do about it? What do we do? You take a list of the things that come off of your shows. You take a list, and this is everybody. You take a list of the things, what you are against. I'm against killing in women and children, and I don't care what religion it is. I'm against it. Okay? Yeah. If men want to go fight, and men want to march out in the field and kill each other and all that, well, fine. Okay? I'm against anything that's collateral damage in the world. I'm against it. Okay, I can call my congressman and I can call my senator and I can say, this is my name. I'm going to vote in 2024. I'm going to vote. Okay, and these are the things that I'm against. And these are the things I'm for. Well, that means that in an election year, our audience, your audience, and whatever I'm contributing, your audience gets a chance to stop. I'm in a holy war.
Hello, look what they did in 2020 with the election. They're going to do that again in 2022.
Well,
nobody has faith in the election systems anymore. Isn't that in one of the boxes?
Oh, absolutely it is. But wait a second. I'm trying to win a war. Okay. I'm trying to win a war. I'm not going to be upset when you live in death and dying, David. and you watch what happens in the last moments of a person's life and what happens to the caregivers and their friends. You have to pull yourself together, and you have to look at a way to find harmony and balance for that family in their grief and their loss. I already know where the person leaving's going. I already know that. Okay, and then how do you find harmony and balance? Well, no matter what, the system sits in place. And trusting and not trusting creates apathy. And that never works. What happens is we still, and I personally believe that my vote was stolen. Okay, I personally believe that. And why? Because I look it up like everybody else. I see what is obvious to me, and I'm supposed to listen to what you're telling me as opposed to what I know. Forget about it. Okay, forget about it. So what opportunities do I have? What opportunities do I have to make a list of the things I'm for and a list of the things that I'm against, and to call my local congressperson? They have a local office. They have a local office. I don't care if they're Democrat or Republican or independent. I don't care. And you voice what you're against. I'm against killing women and children and old people. I'm against it. If you'd be simple, David, just like you say, you be simple. It is so easy to stop, pull back, look at where Israel is, and look at the economics. And then you look at the north equal to the south, and you look where the gas leases are. Who has gas leases off the northern coast of Gaza? Who has gas leases? Is there gas discovered there? Yes. Are there giant corporations who signed leases with the Hamas or whoever it was? Yes. And where is that field supposed to be? Northern Gaza. Okay. Then the canal. You know, the whole
Building a canal there. That's right. Yeah. And
Ben Gurion.
Bibi Netanyahu showed the picture of what he wanted to do at the UN before this war even kicked off. He showed a map of the geography and a red line going through there. And I'm guessing that was a canal. Could be something different, but he was showing.
No, it's the Ben Gurion Canal, the founder of Israel. The Suez Canal was so important. The Israel escaped through the Suez Canal with the troops that held the Sinai, so they could escape. So the canal's been around about 15 years. That story, I heard it about 11 years ago. I just logged it until it came back up. And about 8 months ago, it came back up. So for me to think that it's not economically driven, and to go ahead and look to see that these are economics, and they're still killing women and children and old people, then I'm going to be against that. And I'm going to voice my opinion in the place that I feel that the process that founded America, and my vote may not matter, but I'm going to express my opinion about what I'm going to stand for and what I'm not going to stand for. Okay. And I'm going to put it on record. Where I'm registered to vote. That's what I'm going to do. And if we don't all do that, no matter who's apathetic, David, if we don't do it, we're just sitting around waiting for somebody to come and save us. Well, I've been in too many situations in my life. And for you, let me tell you something. When that bell rings and that referee says, fight, who's going to save you?
Nobody. I got in the ring with my team, and it was a really weird thing. I see them all get out. They'd walk with me through the tunnel, through the crowd. I get in the ring, and then they're gone. And I'm in there alone with that guy. And it's just me and him. That's a very lonely place.
Then we need everybody to get there. We need to get there. We have 1 year 2024.
Okay, so let me ask you that. We're on the 4th box, okay? Right? And
Right.
you're saying that you feel the 12th box will be opened in 2025?
No, I think the 12th box is already opened.
So they're not in a particular order?
Right. Like I said, I put them together in what I thought would be closely connected. Okay, like strife in the Middle East. It's mostly about oil. But the trigger mechanism would be Jerusalem. Okay, that would be the trigger. And then it talks about disappearing of Jordan, that Jordan would disappear. Okay, well, that would be the West Bank. And Jerusalem and the old city was, why Jordan was created, was to be Islamic guardian of East Jerusalem and the Dome of the Rock. That was why the British created Jordan. So now they're just taking the West Bank and pushing the Palestinians into Jordan. That's what they're doing.
So these are like markers. Each one is like a marker for you, leading to the solar flash, correct? Leading to this big event that happens, which we can hypothesize. What we could think in theory would be the solar flash would be a CME, a coronal mass ejection, right? That's what we're gonna
right, or something far more, something that we haven't witnessed in 50, 20,000, 30,000 years. What happens if the lights go out?
Could it be an event like the Younger Dryas that happened before?
It'd be, well, you have to look at this, David. Look where we are. Look at how electrically connected we are. What happens if you turn the lights out? What happens if the structure of the burst as it moves discharges? You know, all it is electron, proton, and a neutron. What if it discharges and the lights go out, all that 10 days of darkness, and who's going to do all that? Well, everybody knows you're going to be pushed back to the Stone Age.
Yeah.
You're going to have a moment when you got a holy war going on and you're killing women and children. Everything in the universe reacts to that. It's a living being existence that we're in, everybody.
So do you think they're getting their ducks in a row for this event to happen to make sure there's a type of chaos on the planet so that we wipe each other out?
As much as the destruction of religion as you could put into place so you could initiate another system protecting the planet. We're all responsible. We have an alien invasion. All that scenarios would come into play. Okay, you would bring it into play. We live in the most powerful time ever. And every one of us that's here right now are designed to make a difference. And I know that to be an absolute, undeniable fact. Now, which of us are stepping up to the plate and being for or against something? I am not against war. I'm for peace. Okay? I'm not against anything. I'm not against Joe Biden. I'm for sanity. I'm not against Donald Trump because he's from Queens. Okay? I'm not against any of that. All right? But I know the personalities of people because I'm an old man. And I know the personalities of people, and I have watched the visions come true. And
but you would say the last vision is the solar type of flash that hits Earth or whatever happens that knocks us in, puts us into the Stone Ages, right?
Turn the lights out.
So it's a lights out scenario. Jeez.
Turn the lights out. Okay, what happens if you turn the lights out? What happens? Where is the world when the lights go out?
Wow,
and
that's
what
the name of my book.
It? Yeah, and what causes it? What causes it? You can't blame anybody.
Solar flash.
You can't blame anybody. You discover a whole new.
Did you in your box in your vision see a nuclear war at any time?
No, biological and chemical. Okay. Nuclear's holding on to yesterday. It's holding on to yesterday. We have
Doesn't mean we won't still have a nuclear scare, though.
Well, that would only be able to intimidate you and frighten you. That's stupid. Okay, you have to worry about how a terrorist would operate, so that it would be limited. Look at the Palestinians. I mean, all I want to know is what were those who came across the border, what was their toxic level? What was their blood level? Where is their blood panel? Tell me what was in their panel. Okay, because that means they were doing drugs, they were getting hyped up, they were rah-rah listening to the tapes, and then they send them across the border in that state. Okay, that's all I want to know. Don't try to fool me into believing that those guys aren't rah-rah, jacked up, loaded up, higher than hell, and going to get even. I've seen contractors and people in the dance and people in the service. I mean, everybody knows what black beauties are, and everybody knows what meth is. Everybody knows. I mean, Hitler did it, just like you said. We're watching Nazism being perpetuated on us, exactly the way it happened in the 30s. Okay,
And the people that it happened to are doing it now.
Exactly.
This is insanity. It's like we're in the twilight zone.
Exactly. So what do we do? Okay, what do? We roll back.
I'm doing all I know how to do.
Well, wait now. We roll back and we take a deep breath. If we caused it, not saying that we did, but if we caused it, then we can fix it. We can fix it. Okay? And you just start by what are you not going to stand for? Why are you going to go borrow money to pay for a war that my great-great-grandchildren will be still owing? And I have veterans sleeping on the street while people from other countries are staying in the hotels they threw them out of. And I have between 30 and 50 veterans killing themselves every day, with 86% of them having some kind of interaction with the VA. Okay, well, I live there, and I'm going to fight. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, and everybody can pick their cause, be grown up. Nobody's going to die. All that frightening stuff that everybody tells you about somebody's going to die, none of that ever happens. That never happens. That's the biggest bunch of BS ever told to a human being. It's insane. Nobody's going to die. Right. You cannot kill a spiritual being. It ain't possible. Think of how many times I've tried it.
Yeah.
I've been dead so many times, David's like a comedy routine. I'm watching a cycle come to an end. If I was watching it as if it was the Roman Empire, where the Roman Empire, when it stretched itself out so far that it was chaos and insanity internally, but it was so far that it had to recruit local militias and people into the army to sustain the army. And what the British did with the Hessians, which were Prussians, the contractors, not mercenaries anymore, we're contractors now. In the Revolutionary War, the British sent them to fight the Americans. And then the British has the Nepalese, the Nepal, the Gukra. So if you look at the military age people that's coming across the border, and you are not able to recruit sufficient military. The only ones who made it in 2023, 22 was the Marine Corps. Everybody else is 20 to 25% understaffed. And we're going to a war.
Hold
Well,
on, Dan. Are you telling me that another main reason they're bringing these immigrants is to draft them to the army, into the services? Because
Yes.
I would think that they're coming here with assignments to cause chaos and havoc here in America, or is it multiple choice D, all the above?
There is no way any party, any political party would ever structure itself to be the cause of the internal war. There is no way. And if you were going to send sleeper cells in after what's happened in the last 2 or 3 or 4 years, if that's what you're going to do, then you're going to be blamed for it for eternity. Nobody's that stupid, David.
So you think they're being brought in to be drafted into the military?
Yeah, police force.
That's what?
Like a police force.
Police force for America, or to be so they're going to use the immigrants, what you're saying here, because I'm thinking in my mind chaos. Why wouldn't they use them both? Why wouldn't they use some of the immigrants for chaos and some of them for the police force of America, to police America? They're not going to have no allegiance or loyalty to America.
They will shoot Americans.
Right. And so,
okay.
Wow.
So how would you be able to create internments?
And the cartels are the ones that are going to insert these guys into the police force and into the wow. They're already doing that.
Yep. How much more exciting can it get?
Hey.
Okay, so watch how exciting this is. I would look to see what's going to happen in San Francisco when Joe meets with Xi.
I think they're working a deal for Taiwan.
Well, I believe that also, but China's not going to invade Taiwan. That's just not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Okay? It's not going to happen. Because chips. Who manufactures chips?
Taiwan.
Who are the world's economic power of chip makers?
Taiwan.
Okay, so nobody's going to go in there and do all that. That's just not going to happen. It's just ridiculous. And I think
because they don't want to disrupt the manufacturing process and all that. So they're not going to go in there and bomb them, but they'll silence. I mean, so how would they go about this?
Just the way they did Hong Kong. The same way they did Hong Kong.
So what do you think he's meeting Biden over? What do you think Xi Jinping is really meeting Biden over?
He has to, I'll look at it politically. Joe would have to leave there with 2 things. He would have to leave there with a technology IP protection system, okay, to protect intellectual properties and software and all that. And he'd have to leave there with the reduction of military hype in the world, to reconnect military to military so that this stuff can be mediated. That means he's the peace president. And he has to come there with those 2 things, because that's the only thing that he can platform off. All this is I'm thinking politically, David. So he has to platform off of those to save himself with his little band of leprechauns around him. They're all figuring out how to save their jobs. Okay, so he would have to come away with those pieces of information. Watch, I'll be right. I mean, I understand how politics work. I grew up in South Carolina. I get it.
So do you see all of this escalating and climaxing, and you believe this box that's going to be open with the solar flash will be open? And where did you get the year 2025?
They said it. It was in the box. It was in the box.
So this all has to happen fairly fast now. We have a year.
A year. I've lived my whole life for next year. I lived my whole life to live one more year.
So what are we going to see this year, 2024? What other boxes?
Everything. Everything.
Will we see Trump come into power? Will we see the White Hats move? Will we see what are we going to see exactly? What did your boxes reveal? Do we see any of that, or we just see chaos, disruption, solar flash, and then?
David, it's all about that you don't die. If all this stuff is true, which it's true, I wrote it in a book 28 years ago from Spiral Nifty Notebooks that I had from 1977. And as this stuff has come true, which it all has,
So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We just people need to know they don't die.
And what happens then? That stuff stops. That insanity stops. Because what else comes with it? Okay, the life review, all the things that come with it of those people who've come back. Hey, everybody, it's all a big lie. None of this is true. And look at what we're allowing to have happen to us, and we're paying for it by borrowing money from our enemies. And you can sit and say that's okay and not do something. Forget about that. It's all about personally who you are.
What about for some people, like, okay, we don't die, but where do you go afterwards? Do we all have the same destiny? Do we all go to the same place? Or do some people, like seriously, some people are bad people. Where do they go? Where does their energy go? Where do the good people go? Do we all just go back into this recycling process of energy?
Stay with me. Everybody is a great, powerful, and mighty, 3 words, spiritual being. And it doesn't matter what you think. You know the definition of great, powerful, and mighty. Those are earned rights that you had achieved before you got to even come here. You're a spiritual being with dignity, direction, and purpose. Great, powerful, and mighty spiritual being with dignity, direction, and purpose. We don't all come here from the same place. You don't build a fire team in the military of everybody who does the same thing. Everybody has a job. You come together, you piece things together, and you create an awareness of transparency about peace and raising families and being honest and all of those things that we have allowed ourselves to be trapped in. We're bigger than any of this. We're more important than any of this. Because the biggest thing that all these books are about, David, is this. They need us, the extraterrestrials, interdimensional, all of them focus on us. Why? Because we're special. We have the divine spark in a world of how it creates. We supposedly cloned or created beings can reproduce. Everybody wants to be a part of that. Everybody wants to, all the fallen angels, all the religious stories, everybody just wants to be us. A great, powerful, and mighty spirit
of the universe.
No question. No question. How are we who we are? And then how can we, being who we are, reduce ourselves to blowing up, killing and bombing hospitals and shooting up a peace conference, a bunch of little kids holding a peace conference in Israel. Okay? Then you try to tell me that they didn't know it. How in the world can somebody tell me that they didn't know it if a rat runs along that border They know it.
Yeah.
And we would know it too. And the British would know it. And the Egyptians told Netanyahu it was going to happen.
So if 4 boxes are open now, we're looking at the remainder of the boxes to be open within this year, this coming year.
Yep. There's 7 major things left. And it all pivots.
And they're going to all happen within 24 and 25, or all in 24 in your mind?
I would say that most of them have already happened. Okay, so we're down to maybe 7 or 8 things. Okay, and it'll pivot off of South Carolina. From my mindset, I watched South Carolina in Super Tuesday.
You've been there a few times. I was wondering about that. Are you from South Carolina?
I am.
So
310
why South
years.
Carolina? Why is that so important?
Because South Carolina has a way about it. It'll start a revolution, a civil war. South Carolina are rowdy, okay? And then you have Super Tuesday. Okay, Joe blew off Iowa and New Hampshire and put his first primary in South Carolina. Well, Lee Atwater in the early 80s moved the first Republican primary to South Carolina. So the first major primary will be held in South Carolina, and that will pivot the unfoldment. Nothing's carved in stone, David. We have the power to influence everything. Everybody watching this and we have the power. We are not helpless, weak, poor victims.
You don't see an election in 24, correct?
I would have to say I can't allow myself to think that.
Right. Oh.
I can't allow myself to think that, because then everything that the system that wants to control us and break us down would have to create something so crazy that that people couldn't get to vote. That was 2020.
But you don't see that in your box?
No.
You see the election happening?
Yeah.
Do you see it being halted or stolen again?
No chance.
So it's a fair election.
They can't afford to lose. They cannot afford to lose.
So you're saying the black hats stay in power?
No. I'm saying that we will win.
And then that's when shit hits the fan.
I mean it. We will win. Okay? And we will win because we're standing against something. I will not allow my money borrowed from my enemies to be used to kill women and children. And everybody who's doing that, I will not support a single dime. I am against it. And if we go call our congressperson and call our senator in their local office, which is in your own hometown, and ring them up and tell them that. Just tell them just that. All of a sudden, a reality check comes in an election year as dynamic as this election year. The battle is on, David, and it's really happening.
So
and
do you believe, so when you see Hillary coming out talking about Trump is Hitler, and you see Jen Psaki coming out saying he's going to prosecute and send everyone to jail, and it's going to end democracy, they're worried. They're scared because they know.
When Hillary calls Trump a Nazi, okay, we have a name for that in the South. You call it a carpetbagger, okay? We have a name for those kind of people in the South, all right? And when Hillary, what you always remember, David, is how you telegram what you're doing is do it and blame your
Projection.
competition.
Projection.
Yeah. You blame them
Or
because
gaslighting.
it's in the narrative. It's in the narrative. And whoever talks about it, it goes back on them. It's like, are you still beating your wife? What's the answer to that? Okay.
Yeah.
So that's how you set up the psychology to put it out in the narrative. Lee Atwater was the master of this. I mean, he was the master in how you operate politically. I mean, it was unbelievable. I mean, I've known him since probably the 60s, the middle 60s. Well, I knew him until then. So let's get back to it. The fact that because we've kept doing the same thing we were doing, which from into World War II all the way to Vietnam, and we kept doing the same thing, which is what we've been doing, we would end up in the same place. So we ended up in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Syria. We ended up in all these wars that are nothing but business. They're just businesses. Okay. And that's all it is. Tell me what it was good for. And what were they trying to do? Okay. So the first thing that I would think, David, is the President of the United States administration pumping oil out of the ground in Texas and refilling the depleted fuel reserves of our strategic supply? The answer is no. Is he paying $80 a barrel and refilling it now? No. Well, what's that tell you about America's preparedness for war? What's that tell you?
Not very good.
Okay, so where is the focus? Internalization and separation. Racism and all that stuff has to come into play. So you create complete discord. Then you get a police force to police its own.
That's where the immigrants come in.
To police its own.
That's where the immigrants come in. So the immigrants cause the chaos, and then they use the immigrants to start a police force.
To control, because they know the network. So who created Hamas?
Obama, Iran. I mean,
no. The Israel, Mossad, and the CIA created Hamas so that they could compete against the PLO. Because Yasser Arafat was coming from Tunisia, he was going to come to Libya. He was coming to Lebanon. So they had to create it, and then they saw what was happening. That doesn't mean that it's still not infiltrated. We're good. We're resourceful and we're good.
So next year, really, we should be looking at chaos, and then a kind of draft for a police force, a military police force in America.
I don't have any doubt about it. Okay, here's what's got to happen, though. The blue and silver uniforms, I saw a police force coming out of this war. And they would wear blue and silver uniforms. That was 1977. I didn't know that
UN
was blue and silver uniforms. See, I didn't know that, okay? But that's what I wrote down. And that's what's in Saved by the Light, okay? So they would never allow a peace force in there that was honest, because they've been trying to do it for years. Okay, and so when Blinken said it, Netanyahu came on and said, no way would he allow a police force. They could police themselves. Okay, so that's the context of how they will create this organization.
So Biden will do this before he's ousted.
He doesn't have any choice but to do it. But everything does this, David. Our whole universe hinges on what they come back, that Joe comes away with today. What happens on this Wednesday with that meeting and what he has to come away with, those two things. He has to come away with those, and they have to use that to build his image around. This is politically. And then comes Super Tuesday. Nothing is going to get better. It's going to get worse. Okay. I pay attention to how many drugstores they close. I pay attention to access to emergency care because my world is palliative and end of life and caregiver support. I mean, this is my world. Okay. Low cost housing for vets. I mean, this is where I live. Okay. And my mind focuses on these things. It doesn't mean I don't see all the rest of it. It doesn't mean that I don't have Saved by the Light. And when I wrote Secrets of the Light, I wrote it for now. I wrote Secrets of the Light, the second book. I wrote this book for now. Because if people don't get a grounding place about who they are, who you are, who are you? You have so many titles, you have so many names, all of these names. Well, then who are you? Okay, well, I put it like this. When I wrote Secrets, okay, who are you? This is the measure of a spiritual being, which everybody is. What is the value and power of your love? What is it? Everybody waits for everybody else to give them a value of their love before they have it, and that creates the trap. What is the power and might of your beliefs about your love? What is the power of your choices that you make supporting your beliefs about the value of your love? What's the power of your prayer? Defined as willful conscious intent. Because if you don't get there, you will never see the magnificent opportunity that in utter chaos, each of us is availed in this next 13 or 14 months. David, we can transform. We can transform this whole scenario by opening up our minds and our hearts to who we really are and act accordingly. And just act accordingly. We win because we're doing that, okay? We're just not entering the system again and saying what we're not for. I will not allow you to spend my money supplying weapons to kill women and children. I won't do it. You get your cage match, go to the MMA, and you get your best into place, and you don't kill any women and children. If that's how you think you're going to design this life, we are not that. I see what war does to human beings. I die with them. I see what happens to the families they come home to. I see them before they kill themselves. So when somebody's trying to tell me you're not going to create a draft, if he can't create a draft with insufficient fighting forces in case we're going to war, who he doesn't seem to believe that's what's going to happen, then where are you going to get them? You hire them. Mercs. You hire them. Who doesn't know that? Who doesn't? If you don't have enough people to fill what it takes to go to war, then who are you going to hire? An internal police force among the ranks. And think about what the Hessians got. They got British citizenship. Think of what the Nepalese got, the people of Nepal, the Gurkha. What do they get? They get citizenship and money to send home to their families living in the mountains. Our military is built off of 1%. 1%. People looking for a way out. 1%. So that means it's up to us. Everybody who's listening to this show, it's up to you. They are borrowing money from our enemies to put a debt on us to kill women and children. How can you be for that? And it's religions doing it over a piece of land that they said God gave to them. That's a reality check, David.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a reality check, all right?
Yeah, it is.
I am smart enough and open-hearted enough to understand that the battle for our soul's identity is being waged before our very eyes. And if you don't put it in the context of that, you will fall for the trap. You will fall for helplessness and loneliness and victimhood. That is impossible for a spiritual being to be capable of doing. That's how I know we'll win. You know?
I love it, Danny. Danny, you want to show your books one last time? So you got
Well,
two.
it's-
Saved by the Light
I
and
think the two
Secrets
that
of the
matter,
Light.
there's 3 or 4 of them, but there's Saved by the Light, and Secrets of the Light. They're all on Amazon and every bookstore. But what I ask people to do, David, is this. Look and see what they go get Secrets of the Saved by the Light and look and see what those beings missed. The answer will be nothing. Okay? Then look at the final vision. The last part, that we are heroes and heroines. Why everybody wants to be a part. Interdimensional, extraterrestrial, demons, possessions. There have been a 700% increase in possessions in the last 10 years. Possessions, exorcisms, 700%
They all want bodies.
increase. Okay? And all of them wants to be us. They want to fake and pretend to be us. Okay? Because of who and what we are, that divine spark that comes to believe that we can be helpless, and comes that we can be lonely, and comes that we will not move from the fact that you cannot kill old women and wielded women and children to build a canal or to boil gas, or because you let some people come in and start it. Was Israel. Israel was at civil war. 98% of them took a shot, and they were at civil war over the party creating a dictatorship using healthcare, a dictatorship to use healthcare. And the only thing that stood between them and civil war was the Supreme Court in Israel, the Supreme Court. And so they stood up against them, and they were trying to dilute the Supreme Court. Well, all of a sudden, when they came across that peace party, all of a sudden that disappeared. Okay? That just disappeared. Now it's a united party. Now, guess what? What happens to climate change, David? When you start diesels and tanks and bombs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Goes out the window.
What happened to climate? Well, these are the things that when you open up your heart and your mind and you decide what you're not going to be for with going to work every day, you're going to fund this. There is no way we could do it. If you can rationalize to me to not make that call, to not make it, and to start down that path of telling what we will not do. And no matter what you guys do up in Washington, or how much you try to sell it, or how often you talk about it, we're not going to do it. And the other secrets. Because in Secrets, I lay out, David, from a spiritual point of view, in the other chaos that we're living in, things that you have to be balanced. Okay, everybody. And I wrote this book for caregivers, for people who were taking care of somebody. Okay, and were going through watching the transition of someone they love, and what they needed to stay balanced and to stay empowered and to stay focused on this as a job. You know, you're supposed to do it because it's the right thing to do. But at that same time, you cannot allow the killing of women and children and old people. This is not 1930. And David, I want to tell you that I'm really proud of you. And I'm proud because I watch you hold up against people who think they're experts in whatever they think they're experts in. And I watch how you
You watch
manage.
me get kicked in the nuts a few times.
Yeah, but you know what? You're gracious, and I mean, you and I are friends on top of this. We're also have grown to be really good friends. And I'm just proud that you're out here. And I'm proud that you're doing what you're doing.
I'm proud to know people like you. You're the Obi-Wan Kenobi. Or no, what was your nickname? Who did I give? Oh, no, that was Cliff High. I gave him the Obi-Wan Kenobi. I got to think of one for you. I got to give everyone like Star Wars. Huh?
I like Cliff. Cliff's a little weird, but I like
Daniel, I just want to say thank you for coming on, man. Everyone loves you. You're such a message of hope, and you give a lot of people faith in these times, man. So thank you.
I love it. And make that phone call, everybody. Make that phone call. Think of how much better you'll feel when you stood up for your tax money.
Yeah.
I'm not going to fund a holy war that's killing women and children. I am not going to do it. Not in the Ukraine, not in Africa, not in Israel, not in Palestine. I'm not going to do it. I'm not.
Daniel, so I guess we'll do another show pretty soon, right? As this escalates. As we get closer.
Anytime.
As we get closer, and I mean, we're gonna have to do a few more shows because we're on the brink of everything.
Everything, every opportunity that you could possibly imagine. Remember, evil makes mistakes, and because of Donald, they lost 4 years. They lost 4 years, so now they have a year to put it all in place, to lock him up, to get rid of him, to do whatever it is. But he only represents something, us. He represents a mindset about what America should be and ought to be, not what it is. And it's not a future event he's describing. You just look back at the last 4 years before Joe got there, and what is the reality? What is the reality? When everybody's making money, and they're taking care of their families, and that lets the pressure off of their hearts, and it gives them a sense of equity, then we were not doing that. We were letting the insanity go on, the bureaucracy and the deep states and all. We were letting it go on, and this is where we are. But it is us being manipulated. We're being manipulated, and to understand that, we must fight back. I mean, I always look for repentance. I believe that people are capable. Some are not worthy, but I believe that people are capable of repentance. Okay, because so many buy into the system for all those reasons, but I just have such faith in we as spiritual beings. I don't have much faith in human beings, okay?
Yeah.
But I have great faith in spiritual beings. But thanks for having me, David.
You got it, Daniel. We'll keep in touch, okay? And where can people find you? Where do people go?
Light Streamers.
Lightstreamers.com?
Lightstreamers.com. Everything is, anything you want to know about me is housed at lightstreamers.com. Mel, Mel handles all that stuff.
Sounds good. All right, folks, go to lightstreamers.com. Thank you, Daniel, for joining me.
All right. That's the first one, but it's not the last. We got one more coming, and I'm gonna get this kicked up, and then I'm gonna pause it. There we go. Okay. Let's see here. Until the Lord removed Israel out of his sight, and as he had said by all his servants and prophets, so was Israel carried away out of their own land to Assyria unto this day. What does that mean? Well, until the Lord removed Israel out of his sight. And as he had said by all his servants and prophets, the destruction of the kingdom of Israel had been distinctly prophesied by Elijah, the Shulamite, Hosea, and Amos. General warnings and denunciations had been given by Moses, by Isaiah, and probably by the entire series of prophets enumerated in the Bible there, or in the Torah, I should say. Okay, so was Israel carried away out of their own land to Assyria unto this day, up to the time that the second book of Kings was written, about BC 580 to 560. The Israelites remained within the limits of the country to which they were carried by the conqueror. Not long after this, about BC 538, a considerable number returned with Zerubbabel to Palestine. Okay. Now, this is from BC 538. A considerable number were returned with Zerubbabel to Palestine, and others with Ezra. What became of the rest has been a fertile subject of speculation. Probably the more religious united with the Jewish communities, which were gradually formed in almost all the cities of the East, while the irreligious laid aside their peculiar customs and became blended with indistinguishably with the heathen. There is no ground for expecting to find the 10 tribes anywhere at the present day. Okay. So Israel was carried away. The land that was not entirely depopulated appears from such passages as 2 Chronicles 30, chapter 30, verse 1, 2 Chronicles chapter 34, verse 9. But henceforth, the distinctive character of the nation was lost. Such Hebrews as remained in their old land became mixed with their heathen neighbors. So when Josiah destroyed the ancient high places of the northern kingdom, he slew their priests, whereas the priests of the Judean sanctuaries were provided for at Jerusalem. It is plain from this. It is plain from this that he regarded the worship of the northern sanctuaries as purely heathenish, and it was only in such later times that the mixed population of Samaria became possessed of the Pentateuch, and that spell is Pentateuch, and set up a worship on Mount Gerizim in imitation of the ritual of the second temple. We have no reason to think that the captive Ephraimites were more able to retain their distinctive character than their brethren who remained in Palestine. The problem of the lost tribes, which has so much attraction for some speculators, is a purely fanciful one. The people whom Hosea and Amos described were not fitted to maintain themselves apart from the heathen among whom they dwelt. Scattered among strange nations, they accepted the service of the strange gods, and losing their distinctive religion, lost also their distinctive existence. Okay, meaning that these Jews who have been letting the blood of children and mixing it in their Passover breads and everything else are not of the 12 tribes. Okay. And the only tribe that did survive, okay, after they were extinguished from the chosen land, because I'm not going to call it Israel, because Israelite and Israel was a people, never a land. It was always Palestine. Canaan was part of Palestine. Judea was part of Palestine. Okay. Galilee was part of Palestine. Okay. They were expelled, okay, because they broke their covenant with God, where if they had not broken that covenant, then the land would still be theirs. Okay. But God exiled them, said, get out. You don't get to come back. I told you to change your ways. You refused to change your ways. You continued to worship Baal, and still to this day, do they worship Baal? It's that simple. That simple. Now that I got that out of my system, okay, because I've been doing a lot of studying up on this, okay, because of the fact that, I've had so many people say, well, but no, God promised this land to these people. No, God did promise that land to those people, okay, but they went back on their promise, okay, to worship the Lord their God, the King of the universe, the King of heaven and earth, okay. They were the ones who broke that, okay, and God kicked them out and said, you are not the chosen people no more. You do not deserve my land. Okay. So these battles have gone on because the Jews creep into everybody's society and have said since the days of Pope Alexander, okay, and during Pope Alexander, they began the Crusades, okay, and Constantine as well, okay, that basically what it was the Jews would creep in, they would manipulate whoever the leaders were by offering them these great things of religious value, okay, and they would turn around and get those people from those countries to go and fight to regain the Holy Land. Now, the Arabs took control of Palestine, okay, when the Jews were expelled by God. Okay, but at that time, it was still Palestine. Okay, not only was Christ a Nazarene, and he was a Nazarene because that was where he resided at the time that he began his ministry. Okay, but Nazareth did not exist at the time of Christ's birth. Nazareth came almost 20 something years later. I think it was 20 or 22 years after Christ's birth that Nazareth was established and became a city, okay, in Galilee. Okay, but it was still Palestine. Christ was a Palestinian. Let's make that very clear. Okay, now he may have been Jewish in faith, but Jew is not a nation. It is a religion. Okay, so it was, yeah. So you guys get where I'm going with this, right? Okay, it's so before Christ, they screwed up. And the only tribe to survive that screwing up was the tribe of Judea. Judah, the son or one of the sons of it wasn't Isaac. The son of Jacob. Okay. The son of Jacob. Sorry. Brain fart. So Judah. Okay. Now, if you guys ever watch the story of Joseph. Okay, there's a version of it that's actually up on up here on YouTube. Okay, and you know, and this is the Joseph that had the coat of many colors that his brother sold him into slavery. He became the second most powerful man, the governor of Egypt, everything all the way down the line. Okay, he brought his entire family there, so all 12 tribes were gathered in Egypt. Okay, now this is hundreds of years before Christ. Okay, now when everybody escaped from Egypt, okay, you know, what people don't know is that the slavery that we were taught, okay, the whip and shackle, okay, that we were taught was in fact not the type of slavery that they were in. They were enslaved due to taxation. Okay. They did not pay the Egyptians tax after Joseph died. You know, there was a rift. Okay. And all the wealth resided with the people, the Israelites. Okay. With the 12 tribes. And, you know, but when they left Egypt, okay, they carried with them the practices of the Egyptians. Okay, Moses tried to take them away from that and try to teach them, you know, the laws, you know, basically the 10 Commandments and so on and so forth, and Judges teaches us that, you know, that Moses had to select pure-hearted, holy people in order to be the judges of that time, in order to settle disputes and things like that, you know. But it was also in order to make sure that the covenants that the tribes made at the time that the 10 Commandments were brought down, okay, were blood-bound. Okay, now a couple of hundred years later, okay, they had fallen back into the practices of, you know, of the original Canaanites, okay, of the heathen tribes that had been scattered, that were scattered throughout all of Palestine, all over Syria, and all these other places, and all these people relished and practiced the religions of all these other foreign heathen tribes, okay, because they believed that there was power in that. The power of seduction is the power of money, the power of splendor, the power of sexualization, everything all the way down. Pretty much what we're going through right now. Okay, everything that we're seeing right now is pretty much the same thing. You know, will we be expelled from the land of promise? Okay, is almost, you know, what some of us should be thinking of right now. Okay, will we be expelled from the land of promise? Because to us, this is the land of promise. Okay, we have green grass, you know, that can feed millions of animals. We have trees to build homes. We have stone in which to build homes, and great architecture. You know, we look at you know, from the 1920s all the way until today, the age of empire began in the 1920s in the building of America. Okay, what did they call that? What was that era called, John? You know, so we got all these, you know, the industrial age. Okay, but at the same time that the industrial age was created, the industrial complex, military industrial complex, also began. Okay, because of the 1918 war. Okay, the First World War began the age of you know you know what I'm saying. But yeah, it's I could go on for hours about this, but I'm going to shut up and I'm going to go ahead and get to the next video. But I just wanted people to understand that as we sit back and we're watching this, you know, all this you know, all this go on, you know, over there in the Holy Land. Okay, that that as far as I'm concerned, you know, the Israelites do not have and should never have held claim to any of this land at all, because they were expelled for their heresy, their Baal worship, their greed, everything all the way down the line. Thank you for that word, Travis. That was the perfect word at the perfect time. Greed, and so to me, they have no right to it. And they were the ones who instigated every crusade to destroy the people of Palestine in order to lay claim to that land. Okay. If they were meant to have had that land back, okay, then there never ever would have been the Crusades. The first crusade should have been the end of it, and it should never have it should have never seen war again. Okay, but look at what happened. There's the Holy Land has been battled over for what, 2,000 years, or almost 2,000 years. There's been a battle for it. Okay, that's not a holy war. That's just a couple of tribes who say, "Oh, it belongs to me. Oh, it belongs to me. Oh, it belongs to me." Okay, yes, I know that, John Dunning. Yeshua is his name, not Jesus. I got that. No problem. We got it. but war is in their dictionary. That's the thing, and they manipulate and manipulate and they manipulate to get others to fight their wars for them. If they were meant to have it, the Lord would have given it back to them. But they broke that deal. They broke it. They broke the covenant with God, and God kicked them out. And basically said, "You are not my chosen people no more." It's that simple. Why do you think Christ said? He says, it's, yeah, correct. Yep, there is Jesus, but it's not Hebrew. Yeshua was his name. So Jesus was the rough translation that they did. And the thing is when you think about Jesus, were they trying to get us to say Jessere? Because during this period of time, Pope Alexander's son's name was Jessere Borgia. And Jessere Borgia, it seems kind of funny, has a very clear distinction in paintings identical to Christ. So Pope Alexander was the first Borgia. He was the first one to initiate a papal bull. So he was also the one who built the vaults underneath the Vatican. The big basement that we hear about. He created that. The first thing that entered into there was what was called the spear of Longinus, the spear that pierced Christ's heart. And Simeon, Simeon was an old man when Christ was born, and he was there at the baptism of Christ during the circumcision. He came in and he asked where the child was, and he found him. And he lifted up the child and he said, "Behold, that I see the Savior of the world, the child of enlightenment for all Gentiles, that will gather all people together under his name." And as he handed him to Mary, he placed his hand upon Christ's heart, and he said, "And a sword shall pierce your heart." And then Mary and Joseph and Jesus turned around and they carried Jesus out of there. Okay. But Simeon went on to prophesy many more things that had been removed from the Bible, that Jasher and Jubilee covered, as well as a few of the other prophets that's where the minor prophets, major visions, and major prophecies from minor prophets that were ignored because they kind of teach a little bit different than what the Bible does, especially about the end times. We got 1,000 years of peace coming. How are we going to do that? Do the lights need to go out in order to establish that 1,000 years of peace? Don't know. We'll find out, though. All right, let's get into this. SG and on. David Nino Rodriguez. Now, I play his stuff because he won't play it on YouTube. He's afraid he'll get kicked off. Okay. But I pay for an account and I'm sharing it with my friends, my listeners. Okay. Because I'm not afraid. God's got us. We're good. Let's do it.
I don't care if you think I'm Satan reincarnated.
Coming after love, the apocalypse. Oh yeah!
Hey, what's up, folks? Welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm joined once again with SG Anon to kind of war game and bounce off each other in this podcast of what's going on. So we went through a kind of an outline of what we want to talk about, and there's so much here. SG, first of all, thank you for coming back on, bro.
Thank you for having me back, my friend. I appreciate it.
Okay, so we were unpacking some stuff before we went live, man, and it's like I got a sheet full of stuff here to talk about. But let's first talk about Biden meeting with Xi Jinping and basically his arrival here to America on American soil, where all you see is Chinese flags. I mean, just ridiculous. Like, people were praising this guy, like you just said earlier, like a communist warlord.
You know, I think it serves to highlight in a lot of ways what's really happening in the world when we talk about infiltration, not invasion, and what infiltration really means, right? Infiltration gives rise to insurgency. Insurgencies can topple governments. Insurgencies have been utilized by the CIA, the different intelligence community with the CCP, certainly the Israeli Mossad over the last 50 to 75 years to accomplish regime change, destabilization, etc. We have here in the United States of America publicly the largest invasion, I think in the last 100 years occurring over our southern border, right? We can acknowledge that that's a very plain public reality. What we have not acknowledged is that invasion has been happening softly for 4 decades, and primarily from the People's Liberation Army and assets of the CCP. We have reports not that long ago talking about Chinese police stations popping up in different U.S. cities and enforcing Chinese law against Chinese Americans, law-abiding American citizens, right? And so this event that happened in San Francisco, where we saw the rollout of the red carpet for what amounts to a conquering warlord coming into the United States, I think that serves to paint an enormous picture of what infiltration publicly is, right? They met for 4 hours. Joe Biden talked for less than an hour, meaning he was primarily dictated to. But what is significant, I think, in a positive aspect of this meeting is that there was an agreement from Xi that they would restore hotline communications between our militaries. And something like that would be absolutely critical if we were going to launch a worldwide scare event and everyone needed to receive real-time comms and real-time coordination.
So in other words, what you're saying is he's going to be working hand in hand, our military and China military, to bring down America.
I think that there are a number of factions, and I've talked about it for a while on the audio files, that control the flag officer levels of divisions within the U.S. military, and they are not patriots, and they are not going to serve the Republic. And it's worth noting that a lot of them at that level, it becomes more about a politicking game, right? It becomes more about clout and influence across agencies, leaving the military industrial complex and becoming an advisor, say, for Northrop Grumman, for example, or for Lockheed Martin. or becoming an elected representative and then participating in the complex that way. I think we've seen that shown out with individuals like Mr. Crenshaw. So when we look at, the fact that we have to be concerned about aspects of our own military and also other invading militaries or military capable parties, such as the non-governmental organizations that have been flowing over the border. And I don't think that UN peacekeepers is really off the table, right? We talk about what's happening with the Pandemic Preparedness and Response Treaty that's been recently ratified, the different emergency declarations made by the UN, which are supposed to be in effect 2 months prior to the November 2024 election. And it is my firm belief that we will see a situation happen here within the United States of America, which will ignite Biden or the Biden administration or the Democrat administration, let's just call it the Manchurian Democrat administration, to invoke the 1973 War Powers Act and suspend the electoral process.
I'm wondering, I understand this has all been gamed out on supercomputers. Okay. That's what Juan has told me. And I talked to a few other people that told me the same thing, but mainly Juan has told me this has all been gamed out on supercomputers, and it's mainly about us making our counter moves. We can't really go, let's say, we can't really press ourselves onto them. We kind of have to let them commit their moves, for them to commit to their moves and then counter. Does that sound right to you, SG?
If we could think of it in the sense of a martial arts match, right? We have two different styles of play being deployed. One is a very aggressive forward stance, right? That's always been the deep state playbook. They have the ability to be aggressive, confrontational, and to wage worldwide wars, right? We've seen this. World War II being one of the greatest examples of a transfer of wealth and power over the last 500 years, and it was primarily paid for by the same individuals. So we have to consider that is an aspect that they play with. They also play with sabotage, espionage, and clandestine warfare. So when you have an opponent that is fighting with such an array of styles and skills, the best option is to flow with their actions. In other words, their expensive energy coming at you,
Jiu-jitsu.
You move around them and through them. Correct.
Jiu-jitsu, Aikido. It's and boxing is the same way, depending on what kind of style of fighter you are.
Right. There's an Asian form of martial arts called Bagua, which is essentially a circular martial art. And what occurs in matches where those opponents are facing one another is blows are given, but the other party moves with that blow, simply moves out of the way of it, and allows the opponent to exhaust themselves. Once the opponent is exhausted and tired, then more pivotal moves, more aggressive, if we could call it that, moves can come into play and be used to drop the opponent for good. The same, I think, is true here. If we come at this complex in a standard conventional way or an aggressive posture, we're going to encounter resistance that is going to, I think, personally disrupt and potentially jeopardize the overall success of the mission, which is to free up not only mankind's consciousness, but also the different bureaucratic powers of control around the world. We have to remember that the opponent still has access, at least recently, and we saw this deployed in Mali, to directed energy weaponry, right? And so considering then that we do have concerns that are aggressive in nature and can be deployed sort of at an ace card level, if you want to call it that, or a flush level, the smartest approach, and this, again, I'm not a military strategist, but the smartest approach to me, it would seem, would be to allow that opponent to completely exhaust themselves, because then and only then can you be sure that your moves moving forward will actually be safe and effective.
This makes so much sense to me because it's equal. It's the same as boxing. Boxing to me is like all martial arts combined, bro. I mean, and also compared to bullfighting, it's like the matador versus the bull. The exciting fights are the matador versus the bull, or the bull versus the bull. And you have to be a real boxing connoisseur to really love the matador versus the matador. But I understand this completely. I'm a strategist in boxing, and I see the strategy here. And there's no way to go head to head against a globalist agenda like this unless you're going to let them commit their moves and counter and counter and counter and have effective counters while taking the public with you the whole entire way, which is why I call what we're in right now, and Trump has called it the pause. But I'm going to call this the soft pause. I think we're going to come into a hard pause soon. The hard pause is when the military takes over control, which I think will be called in by the black hats, by the Biden regime, Biden administration, in which then we commit or we somehow intercept that with a jujitsu move and give power back to Cheyenne, Space Force, etc. Do you see it happening the same way?
You know, I hadn't heard it in quite that detail before, I'll be totally honest, but it makes a lot of sense, Nino, as we go through this process. If we need military control, we have to acknowledge that there will be forever a subsect of the American population in excess of 10 to 15%, I believe, that will never accept that, even unto death, right? Even to the point where they would rather see the world perish than the institution of military law. And I think that there's some credence to some of that, but I think it's primarily a little bit maybe incomplete. You can't say ill-informed, but maybe an incomplete viewpoint of what's occurring here in the world and why the military is actually necessary to bring this through all the way to the other side. So if we're going to invoke that anyway, it makes a lot of sense that we would put it on the resident. We would put it on the Manchurian candidate to go down in history as the presidential administration that unleashed military powers within the United States of America in accordance perhaps with the Insurrection Act of 1807. And I've seen some interesting things online on the forums discussing the idea that Biden could invoke that act at any time. The actions of different MAGA movements and cults around the nation, right? And we say cults sort of with air quotes. But understanding then that this could play out that way, it makes a lot of sense when Q Drop 34 says, "You will undoubtedly know that we are taking our great country back." In other words, that seems like the point. That seems like the moment in time where if there is a move to be made, it has to be made now. And so seeing that happen, we could very well see a coordinated attack on the different black hat command posts, right? The different commanding authorities within the UN, NATO militaries, and the United States military, likely carried out by domestic protection forces and the U.S. Marine Corps. And what is so fascinating about that is there is a Q post that actually discusses the concept of the National Guard working in coordination with the mission of the Marines. And the Marines are a protection force in the sense that they keep the military's internal workings clean, right? If there is a situation like what has occurred here in the world where you have a significant component of capture in the United States military, the punitive judicial force, the arm of the JAG Corps, if you will, within the military for its own purposes is the Marine Corps. So this is a fascinating, I think, basis and discussing the idea that Biden very well could invoke that and unleash that here in the United States. It makes a lot of sense when we look to paint the record for history.
I think the meeting with Xi Jinping was to map out exactly how to spiral America into civil unrest and not show any resistance to their takeover of Taiwan. That's what I think went down, and how to keep Trump out of the picture. I think both sides know each other's playbooks by now. We've known their playbook for a while, but I think they've caught on to what we're doing with them. And I think as this progresses into 24, we're going to see events take place that will cause some kind of desired civil unrest while they recruit. That's going to happen by the illegal immigrants. And then also at the same time, in tandem, recruit illegal immigrants for our special forces, which sounds insane, but nothing that's going to be happening here is legal, folks. Nothing. As they recruit these immigrants, and having two factions, one's going to be causing chaos, the other one, military age men, they'll be recruited under our armed forces or peacekeepers to get the desired result that they want, and then they'll have help from China. Is that how you see this playing out?
I've discussed a couple of times now on air, and the research that I'm doing and the patterns that I'm seeing emerging in the behavior around the world are increasingly pointing towards some sort of a red dawn moment here in the United States. Xi went on record not that long ago stating that the future and destiny of all of mankind was going to be dependent on whether or not the peoples of the United States and China could learn to live together properly. And I think at a large part, at a we the people level, that process has already played out and would be relatively easy to institute. The Chinese people, the we the people, they're amongst the most terrorized, overlorded, if you will, or overruled sort of population in the world. But what I find really fascinating about this, again, is the angle that Xi is playing with the Manchurian administration. To pretend for a moment that Xi and Putin and Kim Jong-un and other significant world leaders with capable military intelligence communities are unaware that this is not the original Joe Biden is foolhardy. So understanding what angle is coming with this, I think that's the difficult component. And I think you're probably right. If we're talking about a coordination, a counter type of martial arts warfare, and that's really what's happening here, then we would have to allow what we'll call the evil ones to bring themselves all of the way out fully into the fold. I've discussed a number of times that the migrant crisis is primarily, not primarily, but a main angle on the migrant crisis is to remove militarized organizations from their domiciled nations back home and pit them against adversaries that can actually take them to the fight and win. And so this process, I think, is going to involve UN peacekeepers, quite frankly, on U.S. soil before it's all over. We still have pandemic number 2. No one's talking about that. But it's absolutely something that is, I think, going to happen in this process because the WHO is continually updating guidelines, pandemic guidelines for various pathogens, and Ebola is one of those pathogens. And we just saw Ebola leaked out as one of the component pathogens from that Chinese biolab in California. And Ebola is a cousin to the Marburg virus. And the Department of Health and Human Services has already spent money on preparations for an outbreak of Marburg virus. So this process, I think, is going to be really absolutely fascinating moving through 2024. I think we're going to see a 2020 on steroids repeat because it's going to
It'll
need
be
to be
so fucking obvious if they do that. You don't think they don't care though, do they? They don't care.
I think at this point, and we've driven them to this point on purpose, and it's been by design, the cat is out of the bag and everyone sort of knows it. You have even the independent conservative American acknowledging that Biden doesn't seem to be who he once was. Whether or not he's a fake Biden is up for debate, but they certainly acknowledge that he's a diminished version of the man. They see what's happening to President Trump. They acknowledge that it's politically motivated. They see the disintegration of the rule of law in their country. They know that it's politically motivated. And so we're seeing, I think, the forced awakening in a lot of ways of mankind, in a sense that now we're motivated to be involved. Now we want to take action and be a participatory lever in our communities. And that, I think, is a great benefit of this process. And 2024 has been prophesied in a number of different circles throughout the last 500 years as being essentially what amounts to an apocalyptic event for mankind. So moving through this process, we know that there is an apocalyptic style event that has to be coming because the deep state is that large, right? Julian says that it's in 98% of all governments worldwide. That's tremendous. And bringing that out is going to be, I think, a tremendous process of awakening and unpleasantry moving forward. And that's, I understand that that's difficult for a lot of people out there when they hear these sorts of things. But again, acknowledge the entrenchment, acknowledge the type of threat you're dealing with, acknowledge that in your local communities, you're not governed by those who elect you. They are selected by individuals who have their interests at heart and not yours. That's one of the reasons car washes and storage units and things like that are brought up as the main component of expansion and construction in America's small town communities, right? Backed up in a close second by big pharma, hospitals, medical clinics, nursing centers, care homes, these sorts of things, right? It's never about we the people. It never has been. And so bringing them out, dragging this complex all of the way out into the open for all of humanity, because it needs to be all of us, is not an easy or pleasant process. But it produces, I think, a vigor in the human spirit and an awakening that will never be like this again in all of human history. And we will have the opportunity to rebuild this world in the way that it is supposed to be, in a way that we've never been able to do before.
So we can say, and I think you agree with me, that we're putting pressure on them behind the scenes, such as what's happening with the House and things of that nature, putting pressure on them like vice grips behind the scenes to make them commit to these moves in a timely fashion, to make sure that they press forward with their moves so that we can effectively counter them. That's how I see this playing out. So everything that's happening behind the scenes that they're not reporting on is us putting the vice grips on them to make them make these moves for us to counter. Correct, SG?
That's absolutely correct. The more we squeeze them in the narrative space, in the consciousness space, and in the kinetic warfare space, the more that they respond in desperation and abject terror. And that's the situation we've seen playing out at the worldwide level, right? 75% of the world is now aware for example, of the Israeli Defense Force Black Hat component, including the Israeli We the People, in a way that prior to this moment in time, no one ever truly had in a unified sense, right? We knew of this, the issues going on in Gaza. There's been humanitarian questions for a long time on both sides, but now it's been polarized that this is primarily an intelligence community slave operation. And the We the People of Israel are in the same position as those that are in Gaza when we talk about the enslavement of the people, right? Because it is the people in all sectors, in all nations, in all boundary lines that serve the intelligence community at the very top, and they don't know that they're doing it. And it's through the intelligence community's control of the different bureaucratic levers of power in governments and the military industrial community, which is the punitive punishment arm, the kinetic action arm to force things if we can't get it done through manipulation. So if we're going to bring all of that out, what do we have to do? We have to make the black hats shoot their shots, because the more shots that they shoot, the more we can counter, the faster that this can go. The faster we make them wreck their own system, the quicker we can build the new system, right? It's not going to be a pleasant process, because we have to bring the old system down. And that involves a re-understanding and a re-education of a lot of different things here in the world. It's not easily accomplished in 7 or 8 years, and that's only the length of time that we've been in this war in any serious capacity. This is the war to end all wars.
So the way I kind of look at it is the game that they have to play is a very sensitive, surgical one. They have to hold on to the ball, run down the clock, while also committing to some certain moves that they have to make, in which we want them to make. So they're kind of getting glove shy right now, which means they're kind of scared of what comes, because we've intercepted so many of their plans, and we're able to like boxing or counter off them. So would you say that right now the big dilemma with them is holding on to the ball while also having to commit to some plays? It's who controls 2025 and beyond, right?
That is correct. Whoever is in power at the beginning of 2025 and then moving forward will determine the destiny of mankind. And we can't let it be the deep state. And we have to acknowledge that no significant action has been taken nationwide here in the United States, for example, to secure the 2024 election. It is illogical and immature to think that it's not going to be given to the Democrat candidate. And as much as I love the tenacity about everyone going out and voting, and you should vote because it's a right that you have that's granted to you as a sovereign choice under God, and you should exercise it. But as much as I love the rhetoric and the tenacity displayed there, it is my personal opinion that you cannot out-cheat the machine, that you cannot overwhelm the program. The program is designed to compensate.
Which they also in the mainstream media, so they can spin any narrative they want on why they won.
Correct. And we can apply AI in more compensatory variable fashion now than we could for the 2020 election. So the manipulation, I think, stands to be Leviathan and otherworldly. So the only logical conclusion from where I'm drawing the research, if we can assume that Q is right when we say patriots are in control, at least in key sectors. And remember, Q also acknowledges that there are many problem areas that still remain, right? That's a recent drop within the last half a dozen that were given. But we have to remember that if patriots are in control in key sectors, the 2024 election is for keeps. It's for the end of the day. It's for the whole pot. So we can't let them win it. And that includes destroying it. That includes crashing the election. That includes not having the election. And if we're going to throw that off on the Biden administration and invoke martial law, that series and sequence of events seems to hold a lot of logic.
You know, I've talked to Jan Halper many times publicly, well, a couple times publicly, but also off record. And basically, she's worked for the DoD monitoring the internet conversation for this event, for this hard pause. Would you say that we're in a soft pause right now, letting the Biden administration commit these crimes, commit this fraud, go through this fraudulent administration into another fraudulent election? And would you say that, do you agree with that there are people out there working for the DoD right now, monitoring conversation to see how ready the public is for this coming hard pause?
I don't see how you couldn't have that out there as a form of, sort of plainclothes civilian intelligence gathering. And every law enforcement agency in the world deploys that tactic. So to think that the U.S. military in patriotic components would not deploy the same sort of reconnoitering to prepare for, an and essentially what amounts to an unprecedented original event in American history as part of a larger and broader continuity operational plan that's being deployed. I can't imagine that not being true. Excuse me. I've seen much of Dr. Halper Hayes' work, and I find it essentially, along the same lines as many of the awakened patriots and Anons have been talking about for a long time. This is a time of essentially what amounts to dual administrations. There is a different commander in chief for the primary components of combatant command within the U.S. Armed Forces. There are a number of traitors within that same group that are being now highlighted out and have pledged their loyalty to the foe Manchurian at different points along the way. So this is a very sensitive time. This is delicate. I mean, to describe it as delicate almost doesn't do it justice. If we get anything wrong at all, then we lose the United States of America forever.
We're good. Not just the United States, humanity. It's over. It's going to be run by AI systems. It's a complete takeover of humanity.
Exactly. And so in this process, if we're going to destroy the deep state's ability to continue control of, say, the bureaucratic organizations, the agency and three-letter communities that go all the way down to the local level, right? Your local health department, your local ATF, your local IRS office, things of this nature. We're going to need something that is earth-shattering to happen here in the United States of America. Because they control the court systems, that's really why the military, I believe, is the only way, because we can't get real change enacted at the judicial level and forced in the legislative sense, because the same powers control the courts as well. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Which, guess what? Trump, when this all happens and this hard pause comes, Trump is going to be looked at as a dictator, because you still cannot trust a captured Congress, a captured or a House captured Senate. You can't trust a captured a Supreme Court. This one guy is going to have to make, understandably, the rules for America for a short period of time. Do you agree, SG?
I do, actually. And it is, I think, an onerous burden that we don't consider with President Trump often enough. This is a man who gave up a lifestyle that only, the average American only dreams of, to go out and do what he's doing for mankind, and not just for the United States. But Q says many times, drain the swamp does not just mean Washington, D.C. This is a worldwide, like you said, it's a transhumanistic power grab that's happening from a worldwide mafia, and we are defanging the mafia. And unfortunately, in order to do that, it gets a little bit uglier here in the United States. And then we move into, like you said, a hard pause where there is going to be a military administration in the public sense. And in so doing, there will need to be, I believe, for the history books, an interim civilian installation as the governing arm of the United States of America. And that stands to be the last lawfully elected president of the United States.
And so let me just read this to you. So I had this in one of my a couple morning shows ago, and I said, Andrew Tate said this as well. When you can't censor, when you can't arrest, you assassinate. Now Iran is threatening to assassinate Trump. Obviously, they're going to be used as a proxy. Who we should really worry about is the three-letter agencies or someone on his detail that has been compromised, maybe. So we need to really pray for Trump and worry about. I really take that serious, along with the rhetoric that's coming out right now by Hillary Clinton, who likens Trump to Hitler and warns he would end democracy. And she starts saying, "Oh, he's going to arrest everybody. It's going to be a dictatorship." She is really pushing this type of fear mongering. Jen Psaki says if he's elected to a second term, Donald Trump would prosecute anyone he deems an enemy, unleash troops on protesters, and essentially unravel the rule of law as we know it. Obviously, they're projecting, they're letting you know they see this guy coming, but they're also stating things on him that they're doing, that they're planning to do. But they understand, I think they're worried. Don't you agree with me, SG, that they are worried they see him coming and they're trying to get ahead of the ball, ahead of the narrative?
I think that's absolutely occurring. The entity on earth that these people are most afraid of is the American patriot. We are the only nation in the world that has guns in our citizenry, right? We're the largest standing army on earth. And President Trump has the heart and minds in favor of we the people, which is that army. So if it comes down to it, in conjunction with patriots in the U.S. military, this is the one guy who could actually align all component factions against the deep state and tell them who exactly the deep state is and was and how they've been doing things, and eliminate their ability to control not only the United States, but by proxy, the rest of the world. Q says a number of times that Trump is insulated. And we've seen the motorcades and the security and the military, personnel and the plainclothes military personnel and the heavily armed sort of SWAT gear, law enforcement agencies that surround him all of the time. Anytime that he's at any event out in the public, right? Even ones that are sort of what we would think of maybe lesser significance, right? He still has this huge security detail. And some of them, bearing military insignias, we have to acknowledge they're not. Well, I can't say conclusively, but they are most likely not retired military personnel. I think you're looking at active personnel here. So in that sense, we have an operation occurring where this guy has a very, very important role to play that hasn't even happened yet. We had the Trump presidency, which fortified the nation and really amounted to this contrast period where the American spirit was sort of reignited for a while, almost like lighting the pilot light again. And then we saw what happened in 2020, and it was such a contrast in that first 36 months, right? We're now into the last half of 2023. And so in that 36-month period that we've been doing this, we have seen such a stark contrast that most of the population has woken up to the coordinated financial corruption, the coordinated money laundering, the coordinated dual citizenship interests, not only with Israel, but many other nations that are duly represented in the United States Congress, the conflicts that produces. We've seen a lot of the population wake up to what's really at play here in a bureaucratic sense and in a soft overlord sense in the United States. And I think it is important, to highlight at this point in the conversation as we start to set up this military intervention, which is coming. We have been in a military dictatorship since 2001, 9/23/2001, when President Bush invoked 50 USC Section 1702 and the 1973 War Powers Act to unilaterally declare a wartime emergency domestically and abroad and commit U.S. forces to a full-on war and bypass Congress. And then, of course, we saw that locus of control consolidated in the legal sense in the U.S. Code through the Patriot Act, right, which was an unconstitutional act on its face. So we have been in a soft dictatorship most of our lives. Understanding then that bringing that out into the public fold so that we can then have true we the people sovereign rule on the other side in a decentralized self-accountability fashion, that I believe is a necessity in this process moving forward.
That Trump does not seem like a man that is worried, by the way. Trump posts fantasy incitement that fraud trial judge and AG Letitia James be placed under citizen's arrest. Nobody in their right mind would, especially a man as brilliant as Trump, would be playing chicken with the deep state unless he knew he was going to win this. Do you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. And we have the proof of that in Trump's many executive orders and the different laws that were passed in the Trump administration, right? We can go back and look and see why we have such a confidence period, because we did gain control of the U.S. executive. We did deploy patriotic military intelligence forces around the world. We did assault CIA Langley in 2018. We shock and awed that campaign with a couple of Ospreys worth of Marines. We took all their documents and a number of their personnel out of there. We did capture servers in Germany in the middle of the election steal. We did coordinate with the Leonardo community. We have had whistleblowers come forth, right? This is a campaign that has been won in the sense that we have the basis that we need to launch the broader war. The broader war is Trump 2.0 with we the people at his side, I think, in many regards, taking back our communities at the local level, right? At a time where we have the capability to actually remove them, when we don't have to outvote the voting cheating system, when we don't have to go in and ask the criminals to police and pursue their own activities, right? When we, the people, are restored to certain balances of power in this country, it's going to be hell on earth for these people. And what's very exciting, I think, about that is as we continue that campaign, which has yet to kick off, we will see the permanent eradication of very deep-seated, long-standing crime syndicates in metro cities, in American inner cities, in different cartels around the world, in different countrysides and mountain ranges around the world, right? The Taliban and different groups like that. And that's not to say anything about the Taliban as a group, but what I'm saying is that is a deployed tactic of non-governmental militarized organizations. And as we, the people, take back our nations, those entities will no longer be able to subsist and persist and move on, right? We don't want the type of evil that they persist in and that they participate in. We don't want the cross-border trafficking, the arms smuggling, the drug problems, right? None of us want that. And if we had control of the levers of power, and we will have control of the levers of power before this is all over, we would institute policies and reshape the nation and reshape our cultural and national identities to reflect what we, the people, actually want.
And the most critical and crucial thing in all of this, the biggest power move is the safety in place with nuclear and beyond. If Biden had nuclear and beyond, we'd be in a much worse situation right now than we are. Much worse situation right now than we are. I believe nukes would have been used already. I think the biggest problem, the biggest dilemma that he's having, and probably one of the reasons he met with Xi Jinping, was because he does not have control of the nukes.
That is true. We've seen the football behind Trump in this post-optic period, right? That has happened a couple of different times. And we know that Glenn Van Herk, who is the commanding general of NORAD Northern Command, which would be intimately involved in a decision to launch any sort of nuclear, strike on any power around the world, is not a friend of Biden's and actually met with Chris Miller prior to the launch of Devolution in January of 2021. That is the biggest complicating factor, right? They don't want to expose themselves, so they don't want to use their very advanced technology, the very advanced warfare capabilities that they have, but they don't have access to the commonly understood massive warfare capabilities that can contribute to enormous destabilization and population shift around the world. They have been trying to set off a radioactive event. We can look at what's happening at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. For a while, Russia has essentially established a fortified defensive zone around that plant because the Ukrainian armed forces have been trying for 9 months to blow the plant up so that they could blame it on Russia. North Korea has been, I think, a very measured voice in all of this, nuclear capable and with ICBM capable missile systems. And yet we have seen a lot of rhetoric and saber rattling, but not a lot of missile tests, even compared to prior to President Trump's election, right? We've seen a few. They've shot off a couple. They've certainly made Japan uncomfortable in the last couple of years, but they were shooting them off all the time in 2014 and 2015. So we have to remember how this has changed. There is, I think, like you said, they have been denied access to the conventional methods of terror that would really set up martial law situations or mass casualty events at scale, for example, in a U.S. city or in different cities around the world, right? And they have been trying to do those sorts of events and pull those sorts of things off for a while. That's, again, why this has to be an espionage situation. If your opponent is capable in some regards of making significant destabilization and significant impacts in the public space, in the casualty space, then getting to them prior to their ability to pull those things off is the name of the game. And the only way to do that is to avoid them alerting one another and giving one another a heads up. And so in an espionage clandestine war, it is sort of a silent thing, right? We can go back and look at V for Vendetta. It's very much a similar playbook. You go in silently and you handle them one at a time. You put them into submission or you replace them or whatever, and then you move forward with the rest of the operation. And eventually you reach a critical mass where everything has to flip and go public.
I think one of the big markers that we're going to see later down the road, actually sooner than later, I would say within a year, would be I think I think the people are going to turn on Netanyahu, which they're already doing, and I think Zelensky is going to get taken out, either suicide or homicide, because now he's realizing his fate is closing in on him. He's realizing now that he's not important to the deep state. Once they stop protecting that guy and once the funds dry up, he's done.
I think Zelensky knows that he's a marked man. Moscow has said a couple of times that his survival in this process is now no longer a necessary condition for their surrender. In other words, we're going to take Kiev. We really don't care if you live or not. You're not going to be given a voice at the table anymore. So I think that declaration has shaken the actor Zelensky, and I call him an actor because he is an actor in a prior life, not because he's fake. And I want to highlight that for the community out there. I think that he's well aware that this is not going to end well for him. He's hated by the NATO West, essentially for what amounts to a failed return on investment. He's hated by the Ukrainian population and most of the world in a humanitarian sense at this point. He's absolutely a wanted man. He's a war criminal in Russia. They'll waste no time in executing him. So I think you're right. I think eventually it may be a thing of I would rather take myself out and at least go out on my own terms. And I think that's very possible for Zelensky. Netanyahu is also doomed, I think, in a public favor way moving forward.
I think
because
his
we
own
now
people
have-
are going to get him, bro.
I do too, and I think that they deserve to. I think that's justice for them. The Israeli We the People have been, again, amongst the most terrorized We the People on the face of the earth in the last 50 years. We would like to think of the state of Israel as this nice, democratic, free beacon in the Middle East, and that's just not so. The Likud party is very much a sort of pseudo-totalitarian installation. They've been cheating in their elections for a long time. They've been assaulting the judiciary process and attempting to remove the ability of We the People in Israel to hold the government accountable in a judicial sense. And now we've got the Israeli Mossad, right, which has now been shown out to essentially use the Israeli We the People as cannon fodder in the middle to ignite a broader geopolitical struggle. So I do think that they're going to get this man. I think that he's actually going to be arrested by Israeli authorities for war crimes. When that process occurs or how that process occurs, I really don't know. But I think those crimes don't just extend to the Palestinians and in Gaza. I primarily believe that his takedown by Israeli law enforcement will be related to his participation in what was a false flag stand down of the Israeli military. So this is a very interesting time, right? Where, again, you said it earlier, we're squeezing the vice, we're forcing them into these maneuvers that they have to make. They don't want to make them in many regards. I think they know what's going to occur if they do, but yet they're helpless, right? Because we, the people, are awake. So now if they don't attempt to play the playbook out, they might as well just give up now. Moving through the process, Nino, I think it's going to be really epic. I think we're going to get to those biblical events not very long from now. We've already seen the Nile run red. The Nile ran red on November the 9th, 2023, right? So that sort of, is a parallel, I think, to the exodus of Egypt. And this is the exodus of humankind from the slave matrix. I think it's fitting, and it's going to be an exciting and terrifying time, but it's going to be awesome.
It is. And is this why Q says Israel's saved for last?
I believe Israel saved for last ties back to the idea that with what occurs with Israel now in the Middle East, what occurs and with what occurs within the Middle East moving forward, we now have the setup or not for World War III, right? We have the Gog and Magog war, or we do not. And the Israeli component in this is going to be big, right? You've got a tremendous amount of brainwashing on all sides as it pertains to the state of Israel. You've got a tremendous amount of brainwashing as it pertains to the military, industrial, and intelligence complex and what that really is, and how that Hydra maintains and controls power, and what the proper chains of command for that shadow community really are. And so, this event now with Israel and what occurs with Israel moving forward is going to make or break, I think, we the people, in the sense of whether or not we're going to tolerate warfare at a macro worldwide level. China stands to be involved in this if the conflict escalates. They've brokered several arms deals and diplomatic reinstatements within the Middle East. They're heavily involved economically with Saudi Arabia. They're heavily involved economically with Iran. So I think that's a component that they can't help but be involved in some regards if this goes into a much larger conflict. The Turks, I think, are absolutely going to end up involved in this before it's over. Turkey is a NATO military. They're a first world advanced military. They have a lot of standing forces in the region, and they could steamroll through the Syrian countryside in a day or two and be at Tel Aviv's doorstep. And Russia has been economically and militarily aligned with the Turks for a long time, just ancestrally, because they've shared the Black Sea. So at this stage in the game, what occurs with Israel saved for last, I think, is because this is make or break it time. This is where we move into it and we go, okay, are we going to actually, move us to a we the people power center? Are we going to overthrow these institutions and remove them from our communities all around the world, or will we fall back into the same divisive matrices that have really resulted in our conquering our own selves for thousands of years, Nino? So this is going to be, I think, a make or break it time for the human spirit, for humanity's understanding of what it means to exist peacefully here in the world with one another, and frankly, for what the realization is worldwide on how we can, if we fall asleep at the wheel, how easily and how quickly and with such finality control of our own communities can be usurped and taken away from us.
And I'm going to end it here, SG, but I'm going to bring up one last thing and let you speak on this for a second. Another great thing about, which there's no great thing about war, but what it's doing for the people of MAGA and the people of America is the Israel war is exposing the right. It's exposing the swamp rats on the right that are the conservative podcasters, the politicians, condemn everybody, favor Israel. We are exposing the right on this. So you're seeing people like Tommy Loren, Ben Shapiro just jump in bed with Israel, and the politicians. We're seeing the exposing of the right now, right, SG?
Absolutely. I think this is, the highlighting of the swamp on the other side. And we have to acknowledge that there's infiltration amongst us. There's infiltration within our ranks. That includes podcasters and information outlets and news outlets and all sorts of things, right? Because you have controlling interests in finance, you have controlling interests in familial relationships, you have controlling interests in the sense that perhaps you own property in certain areas of the world that you want to see maintained at your status quo, right? Your standard of living. And then you've also got the issue of corruption and blackmail, of course, in the very back. Ariel Sharon is on tape actually with is Israeli radio Kol Israel. I forget the year. It was within the last 20 years, saying that no one needed to worry about or pity Israel because Israel controls the American government. So understanding then that the political lobby that sinks its teeth and feelers into both sides. It's not limited to just the communist lobby. It's not limited to just the progressive left. There's also that side that appeals to the right, that side that appeals and has made it its personal mission in life to enrapture the spirit of the evangelical American. And we have to not allow ourselves to be sort of caught up into the muckety muck. This is an awakening experience for a reason. There's going to be unpleasantries on all sides. Q tells us a couple of times that you're going to be surprised at the individuals who are on your side and who aren't on your side. So moving through this process, I think is moving through this process. It's difficult. It's arduous. It's disappointing in a lot of ways, right? I had much higher hopes for the new Speaker of the House, but we've seen actions sort of speak louder than words, and yet I still think it's serving our purposes, Nino. I still think that everything that is maneuvered by the deep state ends up being used for good by God. We saw that money that was given to Israel removed from the IRS budget, right? So how are they going to pay for the 87,000 new agents? So there are some things that are working for our purposes. It is a difficult time.
That's right. So they can't fund the IRS anymore, right? With those new agents?
Correct. So now, it's worked out for our purpose in sort of a blessed way in some regards. And yet it has served its purpose to highlight as well that there is capture on all sides. There's capture on both ends. And wisdom is somewhere in the middle, right? Get wisdom and get understanding. And that I think is the main purpose of this. And when we, the people, come out on the other side, I think there will be a newfound appreciation in the human spirit and with all of us, what it means to be totally accountable for one's personal opinion and one's personal beliefs, right? So much of the time we parrot the beliefs that were taught by academia or by our loving family members or those that have influence and clout over us, and we don't give it a good airtime in our own head. Is this really what I believe? Is this really what I want to espouse and move forward with in life? Is this the type of lifestyle or the type of system that I want to perpetuate moving forward? And so there's going to be, I think, a tremendous personal sense of accomplishment for all of humanity on the other side of this as we capture back not just our systems, but our own minds.
SG, thank you for coming on, man. It's always a pleasure. I think we do a great volley, man. You're a great guest, bro.
I'm honored, my friend. I look forward to coming back. Stay safe.
You got it, SG. Take care of yourself, man.
All right. Oh, and we lost Facebook in the midst of that. Let's see. Let's go there. Go there. And then go here. And then GPT2. Fire them back up. Okay. So I think we got them back. Yeah. Yeah. 8 hours is the max that Facebook allows. So we kind of had to kind of deal with that. That was a good interview. And I do not have that Bill Polney one. That I think that's up on YouTube. If it's up on YouTube, then we pretty much have to just watch it on YouTube. So we saw we got a lot of info today, didn't we? Now to the reason for the title of today's podcast, the irrelevance of Saturdays as slaves, basically is to show people that, we have, I mean, everybody who's in chat and those in all the chats, we have worked our asses off our whole lives, just to be able to have and hold anything, and while we hold it, we're also told that it doesn't really belong to us, that when they want to take it back, they can, and that's a lot. That's a lot to know that, you go and you pay 100,000 or more for a house and land, and it's not really yours. You're just kind of renting it, and and I know this in full, after I lost my wife and my son out there in New York. They came after my house next, for $4,000 in back taxes. They took my house, $4,000. That's it. 4,000, nothing more, nothing less. 4,000. And that was one of my catalysts that brought me to Oregon. But honestly, I can't wait to get out of this state. And it's not the people, it's the government here. It's the police here. It's the state police here. It's the corrupt 3-letter agencies that are established here. They're all crooked, and they're all interlinked. And I think Oregon, California, and probably a couple of the East Coast states are going to be the last ones to finally admit they're wrong, and snap out of it. I don't think it'll take long for Colorado to catch on. I don't think it'll take long for a couple of the other blue states. Georgia, I think, is already catching on and is starting to clean itself up. Connecticut is starting to clean itself up, through the admission of election fraud, and that's exactly what it is. It's election fraud happening in those states. They are going to be starting to reverse things. So there's going to be, there's going to be a couple of states that are going to be the diehards, the trying to hang on. They're trying to hang on. But I think that they're going to come around. It's, if they don't, then, may this West Coast flood, if they don't come on, then, bye-bye California. May it fall off into the ocean, But so you guys have gotten an hour and 10 minutes of really good information, some great interviews, and just to let everybody know, Dave's interview with Nino got pushed until the 22nd. So I will be live on my birthday to bring that to you guys as quickly as it is available. Yes, I am still in the same place in Oregon for now. It's I'm still here. I'm still here. But as the song goes, I'm still standing. I don't know how. I don't. Yeah, I do. I do know how. I'm still standing because the Lord, my Lord and Savior, and His Father, and the Holy Spirit have held me up. So yes, yeah. I will be back with you guys again tomorrow. I'm sure that I will have more stuff for you guys tomorrow. And like I said, this generator's got to go back on Monday. I am currently 275 away from replacing it. And that's it's funny too, because I see Pure Pressure just came in. Doug, good to see you. Him and I were talking in chat that night about the generator. He was asking me if I still had the generator that I had when he was last out here, and then to have the next morning to have it go kaput is it's not funny, but it's funny, but it's not funny. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm 275 away, and I'm getting I'm going to be ordering a dual fuel one that will burn both propane and gas. I liked the one that Chessboard showed me, but then I looked at the warranty on that, and because I had a small Pulsar 2200 watt that was diehard. I mean, that thing, I can't believe how long that actually lasted. And it's like that was like 16 years old. But the champion, the champion 9,000 watt is the direction that I'm going to go, because it is a dual fuel, and the warranty on it is for 2 years. So in comparison to the Pulsar, who is only a year, and with the Pulsar, parts have to come from China. And we know how hard it is to get things in from China right now. It's kind of funny with the relationship that Joe has with China. You would think that we'd be able to get Chinese parts here without a problem. But no, you can't. Having a motor seize on you, that is not good, especially on a Chinese generator. So, but I'll be back with you guys again tomorrow. Like I said, I got until Monday. He's going to be here at 1:00 on Monday to pick it up, and so I'm hoping to have things squared away by then. And I actually have. I'm hoping that this lady who called about a puppy earlier today is going to make contact with me tomorrow or Monday. If that's the case, that will finish that fundraising. But I try not to count on that. But those pups are beautiful. If I could afford to keep them all, I would, but I can't. They've got to go sometime. And I'm getting photographs done tomorrow of them to start getting them listed. So hopefully, by the way, Doug, seeing that you're in chat, how is Buddy doing? I'm curious to know. Send me a picture sometime of how he's doing. I would really love to see how he's doing. Go from there. So, but other than that, hell, I could feasibly, Buddy, say hi. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do this. I normally do not do this, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drop the link. If anybody wants to come up and just say hey and talk for a few minutes, come on. Yeah. Let's do that. I don't usually do that. I try to keep everything kind of square and tight and informative, and then leave it at that. But I wouldn't mind a little company. He has a bone right now, so he's not going to bark and say hi to me. Yeah, but he's a good dog, and it was so cool. Doug sent me a picture of him sitting at the fence, watching the horses that are right next to Doug's place. And he, you know, one ear up, one ear down. he's a floppy eared. Let's see. Hey, how are you? Don't forget to turn off the sound on the YouTube side because you can hear me in StreamYard.
Okay.
Yep. You there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yep. Can hear you good. Just wanted to make sure you muted the YouTube side. Hey, buddy. Oh, I guess I got to get this out, huh? Oh, both of his ears are up.
Yeah.
Look at that. Oh, my Lord. Hi, buddy. Oh, look at him. Oh, my Lord. He is so filled in. Oh, my Lord.
He's 110 pounds right now.
Wow.
He's doing real good.
I got to tell you, Baron's bigger.
Yeah.
Baron's 140.
Yeah.
He's up to 140 now. He looks great, though. Look at his colors. Wow. He's a big boy. Oh, wow. That's Baron's brother. Just so you guys know, Baron, who's here with me. Wow, look at him. Oh, wow. That bed looks like it's almost not big enough for him.
He loves that bed. He's in it all the time.
Yeah.
It's about time to replace it, though.
Yeah. What's that?
It's about time to replace it. We get him one new one every like 6 months.
You know, what I learned about those is you can take that foam pad that's inside it and get it a little bit wet, stick it in the dryer on low, let it go for about 30 minutes, and then just wash the outside cover, and it really bumps that foam back up again. But you gotta watch it, though. You can't go more than 30 minutes on it, or else it'll start to melt down on you. But he looks great.
Yeah,
How are you in the
fresh bones? I bought a cow a month ago, and these are fresh femur bones. So we get
Nice.
one. Well,
Yeah, I can't afford to do that anymore. I've had to cut back on the bones. These guys used to get them. Paul used to bring them up. A couple other people used to bring them up. Boxes and bags of bones, and it's yeah. Look at him. He is so beautiful.
I don't want him chewing on it anymore. It's done.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You don't want him getting that caught in between his teeth, you know. So, how are you and the wife doing? Things are going good for you?
Yep, she's sitting over there on the couch this year.
Yeah, look at him, guys. Here, let me make him full screen for a second here. How do I do that? Let's see. There we go. That one there. Look at him. Oh, wow. Buddy. Look at you. You are so beautiful. You guys want to see him react? Hang on a second. Let me get my flute put together. It's now I don't know if you ever listened to me when I told you to just turn on some flute music for him if he ever gets a little anxious at all. Let me see if I can find this other piece to my flute. Oh, where did it go? It's almost impossible to find anything on my desk nowadays. I got it. Buddy. Are you ready, buddy? He's like, no, I want to know where my bone went. Oh, where'd it go? There it is. How you doing, my friend? Look at you. Baron, there's your brother. Parents like looking at the screen like, who is that? Who is that? That's your brother. And you remember how it was how Baron reacted when Buddy came back? It was like, you're coming back because you were bad. You stay in that car. Don't you get out of that car.
Oh yeah.
It was and it's funny. That's how he acts too. That's Baron's like, anytime somebody comes back with one of the dogs, he's like, no, you can't get out of that car. You must have done something bad. You can't. If you're coming back here, you had to have done something bad.
Baron's being territorial.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But it's great to see you, man. It's great to see you.
Yeah. Oh, ditto.
You dropped some weight too. What's
No,
up with
gained a
that?
little. I'm still hurting. I need to get some medical attention, but I haven't done it yet. So, but I'm just working 9 hours a day, 6 days a week, and making it happen.
Oh, yeah. You got to. You got a wonderful wife there. Who lets you get away with everything.
The Christmas season's here, and it's just so busy right now. We're so far behind, but
yeah.
You still got your same number?
No. I'll put it backstage for you.
Can I see backstage?
Yeah. You see where the private chat is over on the right hand side. See where it says private chat. 1 second.
Right. I don't see it. Chat. Hold on. Maybe I live chat, top chat. I don't see it.
Oh, it should say comment. It should say and then private chat. Right over on the right hand side of the studio.
Hold on. Oh, my camera cord ain't gonna make it. No, I don't see it.
You just turned off your.
Oh,
I'll send you a text. I'll send you a text
on my phone.
Yeah, I'll send you a text on your phone.
Call me. You got my number.
Yeah, I just have to. Okay, so that my old phone, if it's not plugged in, if I unplug it, it goes off. That thing was. I mean, I got that phone back in 2000 and.
So do I need to call you? Is that what you're saying?
No. The old phone was 2013. And I never did any updates or anything like that to it. And the person who had gotten me the phone to begin with, they anytime the offer for a new phone for it replacement came, they used it to get their wife a new phone.
I see.
Instead of me getting the new phone. And the funny thing was the amount of money that I was paying. I was paying $120 a month for my phone, when in all actuality, my bill was only $45 a month. I was paying for his wife's phone too.
Yeah. Okay. As soon as you get done here, give me a call.
I will do that. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah. Give me about 10, 15 minutes.
How do I get out of here? Kick me out.
No, just down at the bottom there, you see where it says leave studio.
No, I don't even see that.
Wow. What did you do? Did you make the screen full screen or something?
No, I didn't.
Huh. Okay. Well, I'll kick you out. It's in there.
Okay.
It's here you go. See ya.
Yeah.
Oh, there he goes. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why that wasn't working. But yeah, that's great. Yeah, so it was good to see him. Good to see Buddy too. I saw his wife curled up in the back there. She probably got that fire going and all that. So yeah, it's a little cool here in Oregon tonight. Yeah. Yeah, he's in YouTube now. Oh, Don, you have the new phone. You have the new phone number. Yeah, we were talking about my old phone before, so I didn't have Doug's number transferred over. Yeah, and Don there. One of these days I'm gonna get Don hooked up and have him come on and play guitar for you guys, if I'm lucky. Because I'm sure that he would probably love to have 100 and some odd fans that would tune in and listen to him play. That guy can play a very, very mean guitar. I've known Don for since about 2012, 2011, 2012, somewhere around there. Don came in and performed on a stage that I had built at a place called the World Famous Cannabis Cafe, and he donated his time and came in and played for patients, people who were, cancer patients, AIDS patients, pretty much everything that cannabis was being used for in order to, try and beat the illness or disease. And we had this belief that music and laughter have as much to do with the healing as the cannabis does, so we got that going, and Don was definitely one of my exclusive guitar players that came in there and really had awesome, not just musical but spiritual connections with the patients and things. So, an incredible musician. Hopefully someday we'll get a few of the musicians that I know to put some stuff together and really come on and give we did, didn't we? We did have a blast. That was something else. It wasn't a huge stage, but it was big enough you could fit 7 musicians across it. It was a little tight, but everybody gave 100% of what they had. And it was great. And this was the thing, it was like we would be watching, we'd go in and we're sitting there, we're gearing up and getting ready to do music and stuff. And the patients, their heads were like hung down, and it wasn't just because they were high. It was just because they were depressed with what they were going through and everything else. But I'm telling you, as soon as the first guitar sound was played, or a voice started singing to them, or a piano was being played, or anything like that, the heads came up and people were looking around, and you just saw joy come to those faces, one by one, until it spread all the way across the room. It affected change in those patients. They realized that somebody was doing something for them, and that they were worthy of it. And that was, I think that was the biggest and coolest thing, was to watch that reaction happen. And the joy that they had, it was just incredible, just incredible. So, but so guys, we had 8.5 hours worth of info today for you guys, and it was a blast. We had a lot of things to go through. We got a lot of things to think about. And then get free medicine. Yeah. that was the thing, so basically the way that it worked was a patient would come in, they would donate $5 at the door, and they could walk up to the bud tender who stood behind a bar, and basically they could get all the medicine that they needed throughout the whole day, and it didn't cost them anything. It was the $5 cover at the door. Like going in to see a band, and the difference was is you weren't walking up to the bar to buy drinks, you were walking up to the bar to get medicine, and when you saw it the way that we saw it, you understood what the meaning of medicine was, with all the debilitations, the disabilities, the illnesses, and everything else. You saw the change in the patient after they consumed. We had a couple of people who had Parkinson's, that their spouses would come in with them and they'd be shaking like crazy, never be able to roll or light a joint or a bowl or anything like that. And then their spouse would get it going for them, and Generally, it was like a vape bag. We're about to have this the howling going on. You guys are probably going to hear it in the background. They're going to start singing. The sheriffs are out on the highway. But then within like 10 minutes, that person with Parkinson's that was so out of control was as calm as you and I sitting here right now. Okay, I guess it's time for me to call it a night because they're about to get loud, and it is going to, and I'm telling you, 14 of them going is going to get really loud. Oh, you guys have no idea. I get this 24 hours a day. This could happen at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, and these dogs have me up and wide awake. And they're not ambulance chasers. They sing with the sirens, But all right, I'm gonna get out of here. You guys have a great night. I was hoping to see that Ronnie was on maybe, but I haven't seen anybody go live other than All Elite Wrestling. That's the only one I see up there. I was thinking that Ronnie was going to be on tonight because normally he does at least one weekend night. So maybe it's Sunday night that he does. Yeah, I think it's Sunday night. And I'll be with you guys tomorrow afternoon, as usual, probably about the same time, somewhere between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock. And we'll go from there. God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. Enjoy your night. Peace.